Hello everyone, Samia Khan here, hosting your Trump town hall this morning. Yep, it is bright and early, but we're already streaming Donald Trump kicking things off with the town hall in Wisconsin. This town hall was scheduled to start about 9 minutes ago, should be starting any minute now. We'll be carrying it live here on News Now. In the meantime, we will be reading some of your comments and questions. Go ahead and tweet me, Samia Fox 10, and if you follow me, you will get a shout out right here on News Now. So find me on Twitter, Samia Fox 10. It's also on your screen listed right there in the lower third. Many of you guys waiting for Donald Trump to take the stage. Just want to give a shout out to Brad Brooks. Brad Brooks tuning in. Just got a follow from Brad. If you guys want to go ahead and find Brad, he's Big Bad Brooks. He tweets a lot about Johnny Football, Taylor Swift, and Wisconsin, according to his Twitter profile. Welcome, Brad. I, too, tweet about Taylor Swift. I also posted a question on the screen in case you don't see it in the lower third. I'm asking you viewers right now, what is Trump's greatest asset or what is Trump's greatest weakness? Go ahead and tweet me, Samia Fox 10, and we'll go ahead and read some of those comments on air right here on News Now while we wait for Donald Trump to take the stage. See, a handful of you are starting to tweet me your thoughts on Donald Trump, some of you sharing your thoughts on his greatest asset and his greatest weakness. Go ahead and tweet me. We're going to read some of those in just a couple minutes. Shout out to Lauren Prince, who did just officially follow me. Hello, Lauren Prince, big Bernie Sanders fan, who also says she likes Taylor Swift.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next President of the United States, Mr. Donald J. Trump.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, what a group. And we love Green Bay. And I have to tell you, you have a really properly run team. Don't we agree? And Tom Brady's a great friend of mine from New England, okay? But he said you have a great quarterback. That's nice, right? When Tom Brady says it, that's nice. And Tom is a terrific guy, and he really does. He says the team is a great, really well-run team. So for whatever that's worth, that's nice. Sit down, everybody. Let's have a little fun. Let's have a little fun. Thank you very much. I see so many young people in here, but I see a couple of guys my age, right? There's one right there. But I see a couple of guys my age. And I thought we'd do something a little different. We could talk a little bit about success for all the young people. The old people, who knows? Maybe you'll become more successful. Maybe you'll give you know, we have thousands of people outside trying to get in. Does anybody want to leave? We'll talk about, does anybody want to leave? Huh? No, I'm only kidding. But we have a lot of people. We have loudspeakers set up outside because they're hearing. So I really appreciate this incredible turnout. Wisconsin is very important. It's becoming more and more important. We can get there. We have a movement going on. It's an incredible movement. It's a movement like they haven't seen in this country maybe for a long, long time. It's been covered recently on the covers of Time magazine numerous times. It's been covered by everybody. Front page of the New York Times, front page of the Washington Post, front page of everything. And it's an amazing thing to see. If you look, and I was just seeing even this morning, and I've known the statistic for a long time, but workers, people that work very hard, blue-collar workers, for 12 years they haven't had an increase, an effective increase, and it could be a lot longer than that. But, you know, there's a lot of anger out there. There's a lot of anger from people that aren't angry people, but they're upset with the way our country is run. You know, recently I was interviewed by the New York Times and to an extent to the Washington Post, and they were asking me different foreign policy questions, and one of the things that was brought up was NATO. Now, I'm an entrepreneur. I've been very, very successful. I built a great, great company. I posted numbers that were incredible numbers and all of that stuff. But, you know, I haven't been big into NATO, but we also have instincts and we also have common sense. And I have, you know, studied it over the years and certainly read a lot about it. And I said it's obsolete, and it is. It's obsolete. It's 68 years old. It was done at a different time. It was done at a time when you had the Soviet Union, which was different than Russia. It was bigger than Russia, and Russia's plenty of problem, but the Soviet Union was a bigger problem. And it was done before terrorism as we know it today. And I said it's obsolete. And I said we pay too much. You know, our country pays too much because a lot of you kids are going to go out looking for jobs. We don't have good jobs anymore. Our economy is all of our good stuff is being taken. It's being taken over by China. The great jobs are being taken over by Mexico. You look at Nabisco. You look at Carrier Air Conditioner. You look at Ford. They're moving into Mexico. And I said, look, with NATO and with so many other things, we pay too much. We're paying for such a big proportion. We have about 28 countries in NATO, and we're paying a far disproportionate share. Well, we owe $19 trillion as a country. We owe $19 trillion. We made a terrible, terrible budget deal, like a disgusting budget deal, a budget deal that gave Obama, gave people coming in from Syria, gave people coming in, illegal immigration, all of the funding they need, and we get nothing out of it. I don't get why we made the deal, but we made it. But we're not going to make deals like that anymore. But what happens is we're not keeping our great jobs, and frankly, from the standpoint of all of the youth that I see before me, when you graduate from this great college, I just met the heads of your college, and they're amazing people, and they love this place. And I could just see by the way they were talking, they have such pride in it. But when you graduate, you want to get great jobs. You don't want to get bad jobs, what they call bad jobs. And even the people that talk about employment in this country, they agree that it's bad jobs. That's what we have now. We don't have the good jobs anymore. We have the bad jobs. And we don't want the bad jobs because the good jobs are away. They're not in this country. And, you know, they talk about a 5% unemployment rate. That was a statistic that was devised in terms of the way they devised the number and come to the number, the final conclusion. That was arrived at very, very simply. That was arrived at so that presidents and politicians look good. It bears no relation. In fact, when you say a 5% unemployment rate, they even say it's less. But that doesn't count all the people that looked and gave up looking for jobs. And you folks understand what I'm talking about. I do so many college tours now. This is different for me because 8 months ago, I wasn't a politician. I like that just great. I never thought I'd be a politician. I can't believe I'm doing this, to be honest with you. I dealt with politicians all my life. The last thing I wanted to do is be a politician. But we also want to make America great again. We're going to make America great again. It's not even a question. We're going to make America great again. And that's why I'm doing it. And so I look at what's happening, and I looked at what's happening just with one example, NATO, the billions of dollars that we spend, all of that money that we spend, and other countries are taking advantage of us. They're just taking advantage. They're not putting up their fair share. You look at the United Nations, same thing. I mean, what do we ever get out of the United Nations? You ever hear that the United Nations solved a problem? It's become a political hornet's nest. We spend a fortune on it, disproportionate, always disproportionate. You know, it's never disproportionate in our favor. It's always disproportionate, where the United States pays much more than anybody else, even though other people benefit much more than we do. So we're going to get it stopped. We're going to get it stopped. And this is so important, what's happening now, and I'm here for the week. And I've got a lot of stops. We had a great time yesterday at CNN. We did a town hall last night, which was well received and well reviewed. We have another one today, and we have another one on Monday with Sean Hannity. And We have a lot of different things planned, but I'm going to be here for a period of the week. I have many friends in Wisconsin. I fully understand Wisconsin. I wouldn't say that your governor loves me because, no, I knocked him out. I mean, you know, he endorsed Lion Ted Cruz. Lion Ted. Lion. He's a liar. Ooh. Bible high, puts it down, and then he lies, you know. He's a liar. I never met a liar like him. I met a lot tougher people than him, but I never met a guy that lied as much. Remember what he did to Ben Carson in Iowa? Ben has left the race. He has left the race. This is during the election day. The votes are being cast. Ben has left the race. And, you know, a lot of those people voted for Cruz. And then after the election was over, he called Ben. Oh, Ben, I didn't know anything about it. I didn't know, but I'd like to apologize. Oh, great. That makes you feel better, right? No, I've never quite seen it. These politicians are bad dudes, right? I mean, they're bad. What? What? I think that was a positive. Oh, okay. I thought that was, I know, I thought that was a positive statement. I said, oh, no, not another agitator. I call them agitators as opposed to protesters. Protesters are fine. Agitators are people that do it sort of semi-professionally, and we have some professionals also. But we're doing well. We have millions of votes more than Cruz, millions of votes more than Kasich. Yesterday it was certified, the numbers were certified in Missouri, so we won Missouri also. You know, they had a recount in Missouri, which we won, and now it was just certified. We actually got 300 and something more votes, which didn't matter because we won the state, but we won Missouri. We had an interesting one, but we won Louisiana, but because of the, let's call it politics. Let's not use any word other than politics. But I get less votes. I win. How would you like to be in a position like this? You go out, you campaign, you go around, you make speeches. I made a lot of speeches in Louisiana. The final speech was amazing. We were at an airport. We were at a hangar. The hangar was like for massive airplanes, like 747s. The place was packed. And what did I do? I won. And then I found out, even though I won, I get less delegates than the guy that doesn't win. You think that's fair? I mean, honestly, you think it's fair? Somebody said, well, you have to know. You don't have to know anything. I got the most votes. I should win. I mean, it's very simple. I got the most votes, and I didn't get the most delegates, right? So the Republican Party hasn't treated me properly, in my opinion, and they haven't. They haven't treated me fairly. But I've got millions of more votes, and we have a movement going on. Millions of people are voting that didn't vote before in Republicans, and many of them are voting for me, in all fairness. And the people that are coming across are Republicans, but tremendous numbers of Democrats that like Trump, tremendous numbers of independents, and something that I love, people that have never voted before. People that have never voted before because they've never had anybody they wanted to vote for. We're getting tremendous numbers of, I didn't know there were so many people. But when I do handshaking and signings and things, I tell you what, every 20th person says to me, Mr. Trump, I've never voted before. And these are 30-year-old people, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80. In Tennessee, we had one that was 93 years old, a woman, so beautiful. She was an incredible woman, so beautifully dressed, everything. And she had a Trump sticker right on her dress. And I said, that's unbelievable. And she's 93, and everybody knew about it. It's actually a big story in Tennessee. And she said she's voting for the first time because she really believes in what I'm saying. And what I'm saying is borders, and I'm strengthening the military and taking care of our vets. Our vets are being treated horribly, folks. I mean, without our vets, we would be nowhere. They're being treated horribly. But all of these things, and millions and millions of people are coming in and voting in the Republican primaries. Some of the states are up 102 and 107%. I saw two of them. Massachusetts was up, way up, and that was, I got almost 50% of the vote. Remember, when I get 50% or 48%, but there are 7 or 8 or 10 people running, that's pretty amazing. You know, somebody said, he doesn't break, I watch some of these pundits on television. It's so sad to watch them, you know, because the hatred is just, I watch this guy Krauthammer. He doesn't get 50%. He doesn't break 50%. I watch Karl Rove. He always talks about he's not breaking 50%. Well, it's hard to break 50% when you have 17 people running, okay? I can't explain it to these people. You know, when you have 17 people, we started off with 17, actually, truly 18. But there were 17. And of the 17, I mean, you had senators, you had governors, you have guys like Ben Carson, who's a fantastic guy, who's a very accomplished guy, and he's running, and Carly is running. And, you know, but you had 17 really accomplished people, and most of them politicians, most of them governors and senators. And they're going to have their 3%, their 4%. You had Lindsey Graham. You had all of these people, and they're taking votes. And then they say, Donald Trump has only hit 48%. I said, 48%? I mean, 48% is good if you have 3 people. But I don't like it if you have 2 people. But I like it if you have 3 people. So we're doing amazingly well. A good poll came out the other day from NBC, which was we were at 48%, you know, and I think they had 3 or 4 people in the poll, but we were at 48%. So it's going really well. Wisconsin is really important because if we win Wisconsin, I think it's going to be very close. We're going to do really well in New York. We're going to do really well in New Jersey. I think we're going to do great in Pennsylvania. I went to school in Pennsylvania, the Wharton School of Finance. And I think we're going to do fantastically there. But I just want to tell you, because when I saw all this youth, this great-looking young people, okay, I just said, you know, I'm going to talk for a couple of minutes about success. Should I do that? I mean, should I do that? Or do you want to hear about this boring politics, right? Should I talk about a little bit? I'm given so much money to talk about success, and I give it to charities. But I love talking about success. Frankly, I like talking about success much more than politics, right? But there are a few things when you're talking about being successful. And I say it, and I say it, and it's never going to change. You have to love what you do. You're all young. Ideally, you'll love something that's a good business. For instance, some businesses aren't good business. I won't name them, but they're tough businesses. Other businesses historically have been good businesses. You have to absolutely love what you do. Ideally, love what you do in a good business, but you know what? If it's not necessarily that good, the loving is more important than having that good business. Some people want to be teachers. I mean, some of the happiest people and the most successful people that I know are people that aren't the richest at all. They don't make it all the most money. They're teachers, they're scientists. I know people that are scientists that are like, they can't wait to get to work. They can't wait. Policemen, you know, our police departments are I think, terribly disrespected. I think they're not given the credit for the great job they do. I have to be honest with you. So true. And our vets and our people, our military. But I will tell you that the happy people are the people, number one, the people with great families, people that have great relationships with their wives or husband, very, very important toward success. Because I don't consider success necessarily monetary, because I know the most successful people in the world, and many of these people are really miserable people, okay? No matter what, and perhaps I'm in that category, okay? But I'm pretty happy. At least I'm very content, I can tell you. But some of the most successful people in the world, I know like many of them. I don't know all, I guess, but I seem to know all. And they cross my path a lot. And they're not necessarily happy people. They're very wealthy people, but they're, in many cases, extremely unhappy. Now, with all of that, I don't want to talk you out of things, because we're talking about success. Most people think success is measured in the form of monetary success. It's not really. I mean, to me, a successful person who has a great family, who loves the family, loves the children, and the children love him or her, to me, that's a much more successful person than a person that's made $1 billion or $10 billion and is miserable and doesn't have a good family and nobody likes the person. And, you know, I've seen them. I think I've seen every type of person there is that God created, if you want to know the truth. And the people are the happiest are not necessarily the people that are the wealthiest, okay? But in terms of monetary success, it does make life easier. You don't have to worry about food and housing and education and sickness. Your doctors, you go to the best doctors, and hopefully that solves the problems. But it does make life easier. And I tell so many stories about different types of people. For instance, you gotta love what you do. You're gonna never, ever quit or give up. Never quit. You're gonna be so close My father used to tell a story. He thought it was funny, but I actually thought it was more of a lesson. He viewed it as funny. And it was about a man who loved the cola business. He loved, soft drinks. That's what he loved. He just loved the business. Isn't it strange how people like different businesses? Look at all these geniuses, the heads of your college. And I think you like this better than politics, too. Don't we like this better? This politics, oh. So what happens is he loved the cola business. And he founded a company. It was called 3UP. And my father would tell this story. He'd laugh. But I'd listen, and I'd say, I don't want to laugh. It's a lesson. And he found his company, 3UP. And he was very proud, but the company wasn't making it. It didn't work, and he gave up, and it was just no good, and it went out of business. But he never wanted to quit. And he did another one. It was 4UP. And he did 5UP. And he did 6UP, and they would all fail. And he just kept failing, and finally he gave up. And my father would say, if he only came up, if he just worked a little bit harder, just one more, he would have had 7UP, and he would have been a tremendous success. And I laugh because I think of my father telling me that story. And we viewed it differently. And what I viewed it is not as comedy. I viewed it as never, ever give up. Just never give up. You can't. I view another word that you never hear when you're talking about success, and that's momentum. Some people, and you have to know about yourself. You have to know about momentum. Some people have a great momentum. It's even like me on the campaign trail. I took off 3 or 4 days, which is a lot because I've been going for months without any. A lot of people say, unlike Jeb, you have very high energy, right? It's true. But you take 3 or 4 days off, and that first day or two back, it's like, you got to get going. You got to get going. It's almost like don't take any time off. Vacation. If you want vacations, you're not really in the right business. I hardly ever take time off because I love what I'm doing, whether it's my business or whether it's now this. We're going to make America great again. And whether it's this, no matter what. But the word momentum is a very important word, and you have to understand it, and you have to understand how to think about momentum. And it's a word you never hear when you hear about success, but it's so important. And what happens is there was a man named William Levitt, and I had great respect for him. He was a great real estate person, and he was a young man, and he built Levittowns. Has anyone ever heard of Levittowns? Well, Levittowns were these massive housing developments, largely in Long Island, Pennsylvania, different places, but massive. He was really the first of the massive builders of homes. And he was a young man. He did unbelievably, became very, very rich, and everything he touched turned to gold, and it was incredible. And then what happened is he was offered a lot of money by Gulf and Western. It was a big conglomerate to buy his company. And you have to understand, William Levitt used to go around looking for nails, looking for sawdust. He'd sell the sawdust. He'd save the nails and use them again. He'd save chips of wood and use them for different things. Everything was perfect. He knew how to get zoning. He'd have lunch with the mayor. He'd have lunch with the council. He'd have dinner with everybody. He was the ultimate professional real estate developer, and he built Levittowns. Remember, he was the first really large-scale housing sprawl all over the country. Actually, they went all over the world. So Gulf and Western came to him, and they offered him a lot of money, more money than he ever thought possible. And he took it, and he said, oh, boy, this is great. He then retired at a very young age, very, very young. But he was going crazy. He was so bored. He was going absolutely crazy, but they had a restrictive covenant. He couldn't compete. He couldn't do what he knew best, which was building housing. And so he was retired. He moved to the south of France. He bought a magnificent yacht. Unfortunately, he got divorced, and he did a trophy wife thing, and, one of those things. And terrible person to do that. But he did it. But he had a wife who was a good wife, La Belle. And he named the boat after her, the yacht. And he was riding high. Everything was good. Now he's getting a little older. He's still in retirement, lost his momentum, remember the word. And Gulf and Western comes back, and they're dying. This is a big company, but they're dying because they don't send people to pick up nails. They don't send people to sell the sawdust. They don't send people to take the little scraps of lumber and bring them down and sell them and get very small amounts of money, but it all adds up. And they're losing their shirt with this company they bought. They couldn't get zoning because they don't take the mayor out to dinner, and they don't do the things that you have to do. And they couldn't get zoning. They had all this land. They went crazy with buying land, and they couldn't sell the company because it was a mess, and they destroyed the company. And they went to William Levitt, and they said, we'd love to sell you the company back. And he said, oh, I think it was about 12 years. He was out, okay? Lost that, whatever it is. And after 12 years, they came to him. They said, we'd love to sell you the company back. Would you have any interest? Yes, I would. I'd love to buy it back. So he bought this big company back, bigger than what he sold. He had all this land that was unzoned and all. And he worked like crazy. He worked 24 hours a day. Work. And he went bankrupt, out of business, totally bankrupt. The biggest, he went bankrupt. And by this time, he was an old guy, and I was at a party, and I was the new hot guy in New York. I was doing great with real estate, and I was on the covers of Business Week magazine and Fortune magazine. I was doing really well. And there was a man named Steve Ross that a lot of you folks would know from Warner Communications, and he was a hot guy in entertainment. He built Time Warner, and he was a great guy. Passed away from cancer, unfortunately, but he was an amazing guy, one of the great people in the history of the entertainment business. And he was giving a cocktail party. He had 50 people on his Fifth Avenue apartment. And I walk into the apartment. I was invited. And I see 50 people. And most of them are in the entertainment business. And I saw one person, pretty old guy, and he was sitting in the corner. And his name was William Levitt. And I went over to him because I was attracted to him because he was in my business. I didn't care about the entertainment people. I cared about him. And I said, Mr. Levitt, how are you doing? Donald Trump. He said, yes, I know. He said, I'm not doing well. I'm not doing well at all. I said, I read that, and it's too bad. What went wrong? And I'll never forget the expression of the statement. He said, Donald, I totally lost my momentum. So the thing you probably never heard. He lost his momentum. He took that time off. He came back, and it was a different world, and he lost his momentum. Now, the real lesson there is you have to know if you've lost your momentum so that you don't get hurt. And it's just something that I talk about because it's so different. And I watched him sitting in this corner. I don't even know why he was there because he was no longer successful. But I guess Steve knew him and respected him for what he had accomplished, because what he had accomplished was amazing. He was the forerunner to so many massive developments that you see all over. But he said, I lost my momentum, Donald. I lost my momentum. I've never, ever forgotten those words, and I've always remembered them. And what you want to do is you want to keep going, keep going, keep going. But if you think you lost your momentum, slow down and refocus on maybe something else, because it's so important to keep the momentum going, okay? So important. So that's one of the many, many elements or stories. And one quick one that we also talk about and that I talk about, there's a certain amount of luck. Does anybody believe in luck? Just raise your hand. Who believes that some people are luckier than others, right? So I have a friend who's just an unlucky guy. Just an unlucky guy. He's smart. He went to the Wharton School of Finance. He's a brilliant guy, but he's always been unlucky. And no matter what happens, it just works that way. And he never really succeeded. And you'll find when you become very successful, the people that you will like best are the people that are less successful than you. Because when you go to a table, you can tell them all these wonderful stories and they'll sit back and listen. Does that make sense to you? Okay? Always be around unsuccessful people because everybody will respect you. Do you understand that? Anyway, but this guy, he had a thing, and he was just like struck. He was unlucky. And no matter what he did, I call him injury bound, or he was just always something would happen. So he'd be injured. I say, what happened? I broke my shoulder. How do you break your shoulder? Are you a football player? He goes, no, I slipped, I went down the stairs. So he's in the hospital, and he's recovering in Long Island, and he comes back, and he's being driven back, and again, he's always injured. He's injury prone. You know the expression? Some people are injury prone. Is anybody in this room injury prone? Don't raise your hand. I don't even want to see it. Don't do it, because you'll convince yourself. Stand up back there. Are you really injury prone? Well, you're a big, strong guy. Are you a football player or something? Huh? You are? Oh, come on. Okay, here's what you do. Tell yourself you're not injury prone. Sit down, okay? Look at the size of that guy. How can he be injury prone? Looks like he's on the Green Bay Packers. I mean, give me a break. But this guy was totally injury prone. No matter what happened, totally injury prone. And he'd always be ill. I'd call his wife and she'd say, oh no, he's very sick. What's wrong with him? And he said, tell me something. I'd say, all right. So he had a broken shoulder and now he's coming home. Think of this. He's coming home from the hospital and he's riding on the Long Island Expressway, which is the longest parking lot in the world, by the way. He's riding on because it's so crowded. He's riding on the Long Island Expressway, and an 18-wheeler hits the signs that say, to New York City, 10 miles, right? Knocks over a sign. Think of this. He didn't even get hit by the truck. He got hit by a sign. And I call up to make sure he's okay from the previous injury, and the wife says, no, we were taking him home, and what happened is a big truck hit the big sign, the big stanchion, and the sign came down on the road, and it hit his car, and now he's really in trouble, and now he's back in the hospital. Well, just like that, there is a certain amount of luck. But the greatest story to me is Gary Player. Gary Player was a golfer, a great golfer, one of the great golfers of all time. And they used to say he's diminutive. He was small. He worked harder than any human being. He worked harder than any other golfer, but he was a small guy. But he hit it good, he hit it far, great golfer. Everybody's heard of Gary Player from South Africa. Still a great guy. He's always kept himself in shape. I saw him the other day. He's like 80 years old. He's phenomenal. He still looks like he did 20 years ago. But Gary Player worked hard. And he was the first time, maybe I've heard it again, but he was the one, the harder I work, the luckier I get. That was Gary Player. He worked so hard. And they'd say to him, he'd win the U.S. Open, and they say, where are you going tonight? I'm going to practice. I mean, he just won a tournament, and he's going to practice. And I have seen people that work really, really hard. They create to a certain extent, because I do believe there could be something with the whole luck thing. But there are people that work hard. Remember that expression, the harder I work, the luckier I get. The harder he worked, he got stronger, longer. He practiced putting, he practiced chipping. The guy was unbelievable. He won 18 majors, senior and regular. He won like 175 tournaments worldwide, which I think is the record. But he was a hard worker. And he used to say, they'd ask, how do you do this? How are you so successful? He says, well, the harder I work, the luckier I get. And I just think it's a great thing for all of the young people out here and the older people. Hey, I'm still working just as hard. I think I work hard. I think I'm working harder in the last 8 months than I've ever worked before in my life. Believe me. But I enjoy it. You have to really work. The harder you work, remember, the harder you work, the luckier you get. So just remember those few little things. Momentum, love what you do, always love what you do, always. One final story on success, because I think it's a great thing. I have a friend who's a guy who was born to a very, very successful Wall Street baron. And the Wall Street baron is a vicious, ruthless, horrible human being, okay? You would not like him for dinner. You'd respect him, but you wouldn't like him. And most of the people in the room would know who he is. One of the big barons of Wall Street. Very, very smart, very vicious, very ruthless, more so than you'd ever see in a movie. You know, they can't make movies about guys like this. And he had a son who's a really nice guy. I have no idea how he produced this son. This son is the nicest human being. And the son was in the father's firm on Wall Street. And the firm is a massive firm. And he was unable to compete really with all the young guns in the firm. And the father sort of understood it, loved his son, but drove his son really terribly. And what happened is the son is at a club. He's a member of a country club out in Westchester. And they were doing a major, major renovation of the clubhouse and the greens and the golf course, a big, big renovation. And people sort of semi-felt sorry for him almost, and they put him in charge. And he was fantastic. He was there at 6 in the morning and 5 in the morning, and he wouldn't leave till 9 in the evening. And the job came in under budget, ahead of schedule. The job turned out to be 10 times better than anyone ever thought. And he was so happy. His wife called me. She said, he's like a new man. He's so, so happy. He's doing this, and he's so happy. But he doesn't want to leave the firm because he doesn't want to disappoint his father. I said, his father's already disappointed, just in case you have any questions. I said, he's got to get out of the firm. He's got to get out from those killers. And he wouldn't leave. And I met with him, and I met with him and his wife, and not so long ago. And I said, so what are you going to do? He said, I've got to stay with the firm. I said, you're making a huge mistake. 2 years later, he left the firm. He opened a construction company. He can never do what his father did, but he's so happy. He's doing nicely. He's happy. His family loves him again. They couldn't stand him. He was a miserable, unhappy guy. He could not compete. And he now goes around and renovates buildings and all. He's the happiest guy in the world. And in his own way, his father's too tough to say it, but in his own way, his father is proud of what the son is doing. So I only say, really, love what you do and remember those other little things I told you, okay? So that's enough of success. Do we agree? Do we agree? Is that okay, Mr. Instructors? Okay? I really wanted to go into it. I don't think I've done that once. I love speeches on success. I mean, to me, they're great. And sometimes, but I think that might be the first time I've ever done it on the political scene. And a couple of the older guys sitting in front, they've already made their millions. They're so rich, they don't know, right? You with the red, stand up with the red cap. Look at that guy, handsome guy. You've made millions, right? Millions, or maybe less. But you happy? Oh, U.S. Marine Corps. Were you in the Marines? Well, see, that's success, and you're very proud of that, right? Same thing. It's all the same, folks. It's all the same. That's fantastic. Go ahead. Right. Well, a lot of people are asking that question. And he said something. He said when he was working and when he was not working, he had to go and work, no matter what. Even if it was part-time, you had to supplement your income. Now you have people that aren't working. Look, it's all about incentive. People have to want to go out. They have to want to. We have no incentive in our country anymore. We're losing in every way. We're losing in that way because we have so many people that don't want to work. We have so many people that, if given the right incentive, would love to work. They'd love to do it. We don't have incentives anymore. We don't have spirit anymore. Our country doesn't have spirit. We lose in so many ways. Sit down. Thank you very much. I'll give you an example. When Scott Walker came out and ran for president, he was expected to win. I mean, during the course of my term, Jeb Bush expected to win. Gone, right? Scott Walker expected to win. Gone. Rand Paul expected to win. Gone. They're all gone. I miss him. I'm like lonely. No, I'm lonely. And during debates, we had 11 or 12 debates, and during the debates, every single debate that I participated in, I've been at the center. The center means that you're number one. And I used to say to CNN and Fox and the people that would have the debates, I'd say, well, are you going to announce that center is number one? No, we don't do that. Why? Because nobody knows that, but some of them would do it. But I was at the center, and I debated these people, and I guess won the debates, because every single poll, they have debate polls. They have polls on everything. One thing, I think I've made polls hot, you know? I think I really have. Nobody used to talk about polls. Now everybody talks about polls. But every single online poll that they had, Drudge, who's a fantastic guy, by the way, Drudge. They have a Drudge poll. They have a Time Magazine poll. They had many, many polls. And they'd have who won the debate. And I won the debate. And I would win I think every single one of them I won, according to the online polls. And the last poll, my wife said to me, the last debate, she said, will you do me a favor? Be presidential. Don't be so vicious. Don't be so hard. Don't call him Little Marco. Don't call him low energy Jeb. Be nice. I said, but if I'm nice, I'll be presidential, but I'm going to lose, right? I mean, I'm going to lose. And they were hitting me with everything. And the bottom line is the last debate I said, in fact, Ivanka called me and my wife called me. They said, be presidential. I said, so what happens when they come and they say really nasty things and they lie? And we don't care. Be presidential. So I was pretty presidential in the last debate. Now, I actually thought that the other debates were much better. Personally, I think they were much more interesting. But I was presidential, and I won that debate, too. So you can win them all different ways. But look, we have a country that is in a lot of trouble. We have people that are running that won't do a great job. I'm telling you, Hillary's a disaster. Hillary Clinton will be a disaster. a disaster as president, and I will beat Hillary. Ted cannot beat Hillary. He will not be able to beat, with his strident manner, he will not be able to beat Hillary. And believe me, the one person she doesn't want to run, and I know this for a fact, the one person she does not want to run against is Donald Trump. But the one person, you know, a little while ago, a couple of months ago, she hit me with something. Even today, she put an ad in. Did you see the ad? It's a New York City ad. It's talking about New York, except for one problem. She used a sign that's on Pennsylvania Avenue. I'm building a big hotel on Pennsylvania Avenue, big, beautiful hotel on Pennsylvania Avenue. You know why I'm building it? Because if for some reason this doesn't work out, I'm going to live in Pennsylvania Avenue no matter what happens. I don't care, okay? I don't care. No, I'm building a big, and she's got the sign. She's talking about New York, but she's got the sign on Pennsylvania Avenue, which is sort of an interesting thing. Hillary's not going to win. Hillary's got so many problems. And she's created so many problems. You look at Libya, you look at what's going on there. You know that ISIS, people don't talk about this. The press, I don't think they want to write again about it because it's so bad. In Libya, the oil is taken by ISIS. ISIS has the oil. So we had Gaddafi with the oil, and that was bad, but at least he killed terrorists, right? Now we have Libya taking the oil. We have Libya is massive amounts of oil is going out. Why are we stopping this? Why do we allow this to happen? So ISIS has the oil. ISIS has some of the Iraq oil. They have some of the Syria oil. They don't have that much oil in Syria, but they have what they have. But you see what's going on, and you say, how is it possible that this isn't stopped? Can you imagine General Douglas MacArthur or General George Patton saying, we can't do anything about it? We lose at everything. We lose with our military. We can't beat ISIS. We can't beat ISIS. We lose on education. Common Core is a disaster, by the way. It's a disaster. We have to bring education locally. We lose with health care. Obamacare is horrendous. Premiums are up 35, 45, 55%. The deductibles are so high you'll never get to use it. We lose with everything. Our Second Amendment is totally under siege, which we're not going to allow to happen. We lose with everything. And when I watched Scott Walker endorse yesterday, although a lot of people didn't hear too much about his endorsement because of my manager, and I looked at the clips, I say, I don't know, am I wrong? I looked at, raise your hand, did anything look very, strident? Did anything look, did everybody see that tape? Raise your hand if you saw that tape yesterday. Well, that's not that many people because it's a big story. How many thought it looked terrible, what he did? I mean, to me, he was breaking up. She's grabbing me. Did anybody think it was really terrible what where he should be fired, lose his job? No, you know what I mean, right? They wanted me to fire him and destroy him and lose his job. Does anybody, okay, so a lot of people saw the tape. Who thought that it was terrible what he did? It's lucky I had the tape. That was my tape. It's one of my places. I have cameras all over the place. It wasn't meant for this stuff. It was meant for other things, security. But we have great cameras. Okay, so a lot of you saw the tape. Did anybody think it was a horrible thing what happened? I don't get it. We have people whose heads are being chopped off because they're Christian and for other reasons in Syria, all over the Middle East. We have people that are being drowned in cages, 50 at a time, in big steel cages. They're being dropped into the waters and lifted up an hour later. And I'm trying to figure out. And then you have Ted Cruz. He should be fired. I say, why? I don't do that. I'm loyal. He did a good job. Now, the girl made statements. Actually, she made some terrible statements. Because she said that she was, I could read. Should I read the statement? Should I read it? Does anybody want me to read it? Huh? Yes? I'll just read it quickly. Listen to this. This young woman, reporter, who shouldn't have been where she was, and she grabbed me twice. She said, I was jolted backwards. She wasn't, right? Did anyone disagree? Someone had grabbed me tightly by the arm and yanked me down. Did she go down? Did she even go a little down, like a couple of inches? Did she have any facial expression? If I bring one of these big, strong guys up here, of which we have a lot in this room, that's called Wisconsin, right? Strong. Hey, if I bring a Green Bay Packer up here And if I give him a whack, he's going to go, ah, and then he'll knock the hell out of you, right? After he recovers from shock. But you know, you have there's no facial expression, no nothing. So she said, this is the exact quote. I was jolted backwards. Someone had grabbed me tightly by the arm and yanked me down. She didn't go down. I almost fell to the ground. She didn't almost fall to the ground, but was able to maintain my balance nonetheless. But I was shaken. Then she goes, campaign managers aren't supposed to try to forcefully throw reporters to the ground. He didn't do that. And they put out a warrant. I mean, what kind of a country are we in to destroy somebody? And what kind of a country are we in when they go to Kasich? What would you do? I would fire him. They go to Ted Cruz. I would fire him. Folks, as your president, you need somebody that's going to be loyal to the country and to yourselves. You need somebody that's going to fight you. Now, if she really did go down, if he did something like that, he would have been fired before she ever got up. Okay? That I can tell you. If she were, like, if this stuff were so, I would have, but I looked at the tape, and I'm trying to figure it out. So all of the people that saw the tape, do we agree with this? Does anybody disagree? Could you stand up if you disagree with me? Because most of you saw it. Not one person in the room. It's a very, very, and that's risky for me to do. You know, when I do that and the whole room stands up, believe me, that's going to be the #1 story on television. Here's the bad news. Because I have a room loaded with people and nobody stood up, it won't even be on television, right, folks? They won't even talk about it. They won't even talk about it. So I want to tell you a little bit about Wisconsin because people don't understand, and I wouldn't have done this except Scott. I've done it twice now. I did it when he got out of the race because, you know, everyone thought he was doing a good job as governor, and then what happened is didn't work out to be so good. And when I gave the numbers, he went from 22 or 24% down to 0, and he quit the race. He was one of the first people to quit. And I wouldn't do this except that he endorsed this guy, Cruz, and Cruz would be a terrible president. Okay, so, but he endorsed Cruz. So let me give you the story on Wisconsin. And by the way, Scott Walker was up to my office about a year ago, handing me a plaque. He regrets that because I actually supported him. I gave him a lot of money, like $50,000 or $100,000 for his campaign or something. I gave him a lot. I don't know what it was, but it was a lot in that vicinity. And he came up to my office, gave me a flat pack. We're trying to find it. It's on the bottom of a pile of plaques. I'm pretty sure I can find it. Actually, I got word that they found it. I'll have to show you. But look, I wrote these stats down. I just wrote them down. And these are stats. This is not Donald Trump doing numbers or anything. This is a straight, you know, right out of the book. By the summer of 2015, remember, this is your state that you love, that I love too. I have a lot of friends in Wisconsin. It's an amazing place. By the summer of 2015, Wisconsin was facing a $2.2 billion 2-year budget deficit. Okay, that's bad. That's bad. Total state debt is $45 billion. Went up a lot. That's bad. That's a lot. That's at the higher end. That's really up there. I don't know if you folks know that. 20,000 fewer people in the labor force in Wisconsin than 7 years ago, even though population has grown by 100,000. So you have 20,000 fewer people working, even though population growth has been increased by 100,000. Now, you know, I see this guy in his Harley. He's always on a Harley. I love the bikers. You know the bikers love me? I was saying it. Do you know that? Do we have any bikers in this room? The bikers, right? The bikers love Trump. I went to Hilton Head and a couple of other, there were hundreds and hundreds of bikers. And the Secret Service says, stay away. I said, don't stay away. These are the greatest people. These people are amazing. For some reason, the bikers love me. I'm not a huge biker, I have to be honest with you, okay? I always like the limo better, right? The limo. But the bikers love me. You know why they love me? And I asked a couple of them, why? They say security, military, borders. You're the only guy that's going to do it. Sheriff Joe Arpaio from, as you know, from Arizona, the toughest. He endorsed me. Nobody tougher on the borders than Sheriff Joe. He endorsed me. So many people endorsed me. Such great endorsement. Okay. 800,000 food stamp recipients. Middle class hit hard due to job loss of manufacturing, the job loss. Now, both Ted Cruz and your governor and Kasich are trying to approve TPP. Kasich approved NAFTA. He was a congressman. He raised his hand. NAFTA has been a disaster for Wisconsin. It's been a disaster for the whole United States. We have lost so many companies and so many jobs. Wisconsin has lost 15,000 net jobs to Mexico. You know about that, right? Do you feel that? Can you feel it? Right? When I say that, that's a hell of a number. Since NAFTA, 15,000 jobs. 70,000 jobs you've lost to China. 100,000 illegal immigrants living in Wisconsin costing taxpayers $883 million a year. Now, this is out of the books. I mean, you know, $883 million per year. Now, what happened is everybody thought Scott Walker was tough and doing a good job, and, you know, he was fighting people and always fighting. It's better if you can do it without the fighting so much. You know, it's wonderful to fight. Let's fight. But, you know, how many times can you fight? I looked at your Capitol. Every time they're throwing, they're going crazy. It'd be cooler if you could get better results. How about getting a better result without the fighting? Wouldn't that be nice? It's like in New Hampshire. I spent $2 million and won. Jeb Bush spent $48 million and got beaten badly. Don't you want me as your president? Isn't that true? You know, I mean, I think, right? But Scott Walker was doing really well. He was leading the pack, and I couldn't hit him because I'm a counterpuncher. I cannot do it because I'm actually a nice person. I cannot hit a person first. I've got to let them hit me first. So I was going along, and I was really nice to Scott Walker. And then one of his people, they had a fundraiser, and he was calling me names. Come on to the Scott Walker fundraiser. And I was so happy to hear it. And he called me a really terrible name, said horrible things about me, and they had a fundraiser. And I said, Scott, your people shouldn't say that. They just shouldn't say it. And I did my number. I did basically what I'm doing now, except with much more vigor, okay? And within a matter of weeks, he was gone, because nobody knew that. I'm sure a lot of the people in the audience didn't know these statistics, okay? But they're no good. They're no good. Wisconsin's in the middle of the pack in terms of states from around the area. Wisconsin's not doing well. So he would have been better off if he didn't endorse Ted Cruz, because now I'm just letting out facts that nobody would have even known. I'm telling you, nobody even knows these facts, folks. So winning Wisconsin is very important. On April 5th, you have the date. I hope you'll understand that this is a very important thing, because I have far more delegates than anybody else. Do you ever hear Cruz get up and say, I'm the only one that's proven that I can beat Donald Trump. I beat him here. I won last night on the town hall. He said, we won the state of Utah in a tremendous victory. He didn't say that the same night I won the state of Arizona and got many, many more delegates, right? He didn't say it. He said, I'm the only one. So I think I have 21 or 22 states, and he has, 7? But he'll say, I'm the only one. I've proven, and he uses this expression, I've proven time and time again that I can beat Donald Trump. I've killed this guy. I've killed him. I mean, it's really incredible. So, Lyin' Ted. He's Lyin' Ted. But here's the thing. It's a very unfair situation, though, because as I said before, getting to the 1237 delegates is, and by the way, Missouri just came in and it was certified I won Missouri. That happened yesterday, Salford. They were actually going over the numbers. He was supposed to win Missouri, so probably they went over the numbers. But he was supposed to win Missouri, so probably when I went, they said, oh, we want a recount. So they had a recount. You know what happened? They found more than 300 more votes for me. So anyway, so I won the state of Missouri, so that's good. And we picked up, I think, an extra 12 or so delegates, which is great. And they're great people. And I thought I'd win there. You know, I was told that I was going to lose there. I was told I was going to lose South Carolina. I won in a landslide. I was told that I wouldn't win in New Hampshire. We won in a landslide. I was told that Nevada would be very, very difficult for me to win. I won in a landslide. And by the way, in the polls, I won all of the Hispanic. I won the Hispanic by a lot, you know, because the Hispanics, they want jobs. They want jobs to come into our country. They're smart. And one poll had me 25% with African Americans, and one of the announcers said, if Trump got 25% with African Americans, this election is over. You might as well not even have it. He wins. and I think I'll do great with African Americans. So we're going to have something special. But really important is next week on Tuesday, the 5th, to get out and to vote. Because a movement is only a movement if the movement ends in greatness, meaning ends in making sure that our country really becomes great again. And we have so much room. When I told you about NATO, when I told you about the United Nations, when I tell you about the waste, fraud, and abuse all over the place, when I tell you these other candidates, they want to knock out your Social Security, they want to knock out your Medicare. You know, Medicare is a program that works. There's a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse, but it's a program that works. These people want to knock it out. I want to make our country rich again so that we can have it without knocking it out and without doing anything to it other than running it better. So I just want to say that it's an honor to be here. I love the school. The school is beautiful, and I want to thank you. I want to thank everybody for allowing us to use the auditorium. I wish you had a much bigger auditorium so we could take care of all the thousands of people outside, but that'll be next time, right? But go out, do a fantastic job for yourselves, especially the young folks. And just remember this, we have a country that doesn't win anymore. If I'm elected president, we're going to win, win, win. We're going to win so much. I jokingly say, we're going to win so much you're going to get absolutely sick and tired of it. You're going to say, please, please, Mr. President, we can't stand it. We're winning too much. And I'm going to say, sorry, folks, we're going to keep winning because we're going to make America great again, okay? So I love you all, and go out and do a great job, and good luck with your lives. Good luck with your lives. Thank you. Great school. Thank you. Thank you very much, fellas. Thank you, everybody.
Alright guys, that is a wrap on this Donald Trump event in Wisconsin. It was really inspiring to hear Donald Trump kind of mix things up while speaking to the crowd this morning. He started giving a speech on success and inspiration, talking about the importance of momentum and luck. And so I thought it was really interesting, whether you're a Donald Trump fan or not, a very interesting thing to listen to. So we have a couple options. I can go ahead and do an encore of this, but what I actually would rather do is show you an encore of a press conference that Donald Trump held yesterday on his plane. He held it before going to his rally. We clipped this, and it's on our YouTube channel. It already has like 250,000 views or something. So in case you guys have missed it, I'm going to go ahead and pull that up for you now. Make sure to tweet me, though. What do you guys think Trump's greatest asset is? What his greatest weakness is? Tweet me. If you follow me, I'll give you a shout out, and we will read your comments right here on News Now. Once again, guys, in case you missed it, Donald Trump's press conference from yesterday where he discusses many different issues. A highly watched video on our YouTube channel.
Sense conservative, and he suggested your brand of politics would not work in Wisconsin.
Well, he stole the word common sense conservative from me because I'm the one who came up with the term. He never used that term before in his life. Look, I beat him very badly.
he was going in as a favorite in the presidential run. I knew he couldn't endorse me. I never called him and asked for an endorsement. I told him, and I told a lot of people what was going on in Wisconsin, the real numbers in terms of jobs, in terms of what's happening with trade, in terms of a $2.2 billion imbalance, and lots of other problems. And after saying that, I said, well, there's no way he's going to endorse me. Now, I will say, once I told them the facts, and once I told the public the facts, he went from 22 or 24% down to 0 when he quit the race. So obviously, I would have loved to have gotten his support, but I didn't expect it, and I don't think it'll mean anything.
Now, he's the guy that you gave money to. You helped get him reelected.
Not only did I help him, he came up to my office a year ago or so, prior to obviously his run, which didn't work out so well for him. He came up to my office and he gave me a plaque, a beautiful plaque, which at some point I think I'll bring over to Wisconsin.
You said you think it's Trump. Could you comment today on the battery charge against Corey Lewandowski?
Yeah, I can only say Corey's a fine person. I looked at the tape, but the tapes were supplied by me. You know, those tapes, just so you understand. This is a very high-end club, and we had tapes all over the place, and we supplied those tapes. And those tapes, to me, are very conclusive. A lot of people are looking and saying, how can anybody be charged? She was actually, if you look at her, my book, and according to a lot of people, she's grabbing at me. And he's acting as an intermediary and trying to block her from doing that. The news conference was over. It was done. It was finished. And she was running up and grabbing and asking questions, and she wasn't supposed to be doing that. And I think he should, I told him, I said, you should never settle this case. You should go all the way. I think they've really hurt a very good person. And I know it'd be very easy for me to discard people. I don't discard people. I stay with people. That's why I stay with this country. That's why I stay with a lot of people that are treated unfairly. And that's one of the reasons I'm the front runner by a lot. If you look at that tape, he was very, very seriously maligned, and I think it's very unfair.
It's only an allegation, but what does it say about the campaign?
I think it says nothing about the campaign. I think if you look at it, he was trying to block her. That's the way I would view it. And she's grabbing me and asking questions. She's not even supposed to ask questions. You know, the press conference lasted for a long time, like 45 minutes. And I was leaving, and she runs up, and you can see, in fact, there are pictures where she's, I could show you some, I actually have some in the other room, but there are pictures where she's grabbing my arm, and I'm going like this, trying to get her off. I think it's a disgrace that something like that could take place, and I'm shocked by it, and I'll stick by people, and I know it's probably not even politically good for me to do, but when somebody is maligned so unfairly as that, I will stick by it.
Mr. Trump, it seems like a stacked deck in Wisconsin. What do you mean by that, and who's stacking it?
Well, I think we have a lot of people that are saying a lot of false things. I'm going to make much better trade deals than anybody in Wisconsin. Nobody can create jobs like I can create. Nobody's better on the border. Sheriff Joe Arpaio, from, as you know, from Phoenix, from the Phoenix area, from Arizona, is with me 100% and endorsed me because I'm the strongest on the border by far. You look at a guy like Ted Cruz, he's very, very weak on jobs. He doesn't know anything about jobs. He knows nothing about jobs. We call him Lion Ted because of what he did with Ben Carson, where he said Ben Carson had left the race and he hadn't left the race at all, but there are many other things. And, you know, look, I don't see Ted Cruz making it. I don't think Ted Cruz could win the general at all. And I think I'll beat Hillary Clinton very easily. Once I put my mind to beating Hillary Clinton, right now I have two other people that I want to beat. And hopefully I'll start that process and complete that process in Wisconsin.
So just to clarify, you said that you're going to stick by Corey, but will his role change at all in the campaign as this case unfolds?
Well, I hope not. I think it's really unfair. It's a very unfair thing to a person. I was watching some of the television coverage, and a lot of people were on television saying, how could somebody be charged for that? I mean, they see it. I'm the one that gave the tapes. Nobody else gave the tapes. The tapes were from me. And they see it, and they see what took place, and it's so minor. And if you look at her initial statements before she knew that we had tapes of her, she was talking about being pulled down or dragged down or something to that effect. And all of a sudden, when she saw that there were tapes, she changed her tone a little bit. I think it's a very, very sad thing, and I think it's very unfair to a good person. He's got a family. He's got 4 beautiful children. I think it's very, very unfair to a man with a wonderful family back in New Hampshire who gets, what, a criminal situation over that? fact, some of the reporters were saying, a number of them tweeted, but some of them said, wow, that was minor compared. You get pushed around, you get shoved. And she was grabbing me. Does that mean that I'm supposed to file charges against her? She was grabbing me. That's why you see the picture of me like that. Now, maybe he was trying to get her off of me, but I think it's a very, very sad day in this country when a man can be destroyed over something like that. And you just look at that tape throughout the whole process, and you see how unfair it is. It's a very unfair. He's a good person. He's a good person with a wonderful family. And for him to be charged over something like that. And remember, she grabbed me before he even broke anything. And it almost looks like he's just trying to create a little room. Because to be honest with you, the news conference had finished. It was over. It was done. And I was leaving, rapidly leaving the premises. All of a sudden, she bolts out of nowhere. So I think it's very, very unfair. All right, let's ask
Let me ask you about Paul Ryan. You're in Paul Ryan's country here. This is blue-collar union.
Right.
What policies do you think you can work with Speaker Ryan on that you would both agree on?
Well, I'll tell you one policy that whether we agree or not, I'm going to do if I win, and it's going to be great for Wisconsin and for the country, and that's trade. Because our jobs are being sucked away. I have some of the statistics from Wisconsin. Wisconsin is doing very poorly, by the way, for those that know. And the reason that Walker went way down, and even though I supported him initially, and he thanked me by coming up to my office and handing me a plaque, the reason that Walker went way down is because when I gave all of the statistics on how badly Wisconsin's doing, the jobs that are being taken away, the businesses, the lack of growth, when I gave all of those statistics, he couldn't dispute them. I mean, they're there, and I'll be giving them again.
Dispute some of those.
Well, I don't know what political. I don't care. I get these statistics from government agencies. I mean, they're just perfect statistics.
Do you think he
so? I'll be doing that. I'll be doing that during my first speech.
Do you think he mishandled the public union issue?
Well, I can say this. Wisconsin is in turmoil. It's always in turmoil. I sit back in different states and I watch and I see that Wisconsin is constantly fighting and recall elections. And I've never seen anything like it, frankly, in the country. So you could make a case it's a good thing because they're fighters. You could also make a case it's a bad thing. There's a lot of hate going on in Wisconsin, and I think it's bad. But worse than that are the numbers. Your numbers are terrible, and I will give you those numbers. In fact, I have them. If you want, I could get them right now.
Scott Walker's numbers, though, when you look at his approval rating among GOP primary voters, is very high. You're going after him. Is that a gamble?
No, I don't care about a gamble. Here's the thing. I think he's probably a nice guy. I mean, he came in dressed in a motorcycle outfit with a motorcycle, like he's a big, strong motorcycle guy. By the way, the motorcycle people love me. It's like my highest demographic. They love me. I go to things, I have 700 motorcycles waiting for me with people. So I don't know what he was doing, but he was, constantly riding around on motorcycles. If the people like him, that's fine. I think he's a nice person. I don't care about whether he's nice or not. You look at the statistics on what's happening with jobs and many other factors in Wisconsin. You look at your $2.2 billion deficit. You look at your numbers. They were so negative that I didn't even use all of them. I didn't know how bad they were until I looked today. So he's now fair game. I would have never said this, but he's now fair game because he endorsed Cruz, who's never going to win, by the way. He's too strident. Cruz has no chance of winning in the general election. Zero. But and I don't think he has a chance of getting the nomination, frankly. And he's way behind. He's won 6 states or 7 states. I've won, I think, 21 or 22 already. I say this. It's only results oriented. I look at what's going on in Wisconsin. I have so many friends in Wisconsin. It's a great place. I think I'm going to do really well in Wisconsin, I hope. I'm going to be here for a long period of time until Tuesday evening, until the election evening, maybe stay overnight then. If I win, I'll stay overnight. If I don't win, I may get out of there a little bit quicker, right? But I think I have a very good chance of winning Wisconsin. I will say this. When I reveal today, which I'm going to do with my speech, how bad the numbers are in Wisconsin, how jobs have been taken away by foreign countries, it's unbelievable, and I had no idea. Even when I beat him, and don't forget, I was the one that beat Scott Walker in the primaries. It was nobody else. That's why when he left, he said, we have to stop Donald Trump. We have to stop Donald Trump. Because I went after him. And all I did, I wasn't bad to him. I just told the numbers of how poorly Wisconsin is doing. And he left the race very early. He gave up, he quit very, very early, earlier than most. Jeb stayed around and others stayed around, but he really left very early. And frankly, I don't even know why he left that early, but his poll numbers went way down. They went from being like the leader of the pack into almost the back of the pack. The reason I was able to do that so easily is because his numbers are horrible in Wisconsin. I'll be revealing those numbers, and they're numbers you probably have, but you don't report them. Because a lot of people think he does a good job as governor, and he's a nice person. I don't mind. I'm just going to reveal the numbers, and you see for yourself. Look at what's happened to the jobs. Look at what's happened to your growth. Look at what's happened to trade, how horrible trade has been for Wisconsin, how devastating it's been for Wisconsin. And you're in the middle of the pack. So we'll be talking about it at the speech.
Mr. Trump, you got kicked around on talk radio, Wisconsin conservative talk radio. You got kicked around yesterday on that. There were headlines saying,
not kicked
well,
Sykes,
Sykes, destroys.
I don't know anything about Sykes. Look, I think I did very well with Sykes.
Did you not know that talk radio in Wisconsin
I heard they were against
for
me.
the Never Trump
No,
movement?
I heard they were against me. I understand that. They're for the establishment and they're for guys that are running. The problem with this country is we have the establishment out there, including those people. Now, you take a look at Rush Limbaugh, and he likes Trump. And you take a look at a lot of the other ones, Michael Savage, many of the other ones, they really like Trump a lot. This particular group, I was told they're not going to be very nice, and frankly, they were fine. It was, if you listen to that debate, you would say Trump won on the merits. Because Wisconsin is not doing well. It's not doing well. Now, people can say, oh, that's insulting. It's not insulting. It can do well, but we have to change trade policies because we are getting ripped off in the whole country by trade, by jobs, by other countries.
There's a lot of hate in Wisconsin. How would your policies...
A
lot of hate in Wisconsin. How would your policies not increase that hate?
Well, I think it's going to increase jobs. It's going to increase incomes. It's going to increase profits. It's going to increase a lot of things, and it won't be. But there's a lot of hate in Wisconsin. I mean, I looked at those rallies. I looked at those, that tremendous, that interaction between groups of people. And I said, wow, is this in the United States? That was tough. And I give Walker in one way I give him credit because he was willing to withstand it. In another way, I don't give him credit because, you'd like to be able to bring people together a lot better than that. But when I looked at his numbers and how bad Wisconsin is doing, that's why there's such hatred. All you have to do is look at the numbers. When you look at the numbers on how poorly Wisconsin is doing in jobs and trade and so many other things, the farming, how they're getting killed, then you understand why there's such hatred and such fighting in Wisconsin.
Let me ask you about
women. You said that there's no one who's a bigger supporter of women.
Nobody. Nobody is a bigger supporter of women than Donald Trump.
This incident with Michelle Fields, though, are you worried that will undermine that
I don't
statement?
think so.
Especially because Democrats, some Republicans are already jumping on it.
It's very interesting. I know Piers Morgan and many, many people, they saw that tape and they said, you got to be kidding. You got to be kidding. Again, the tape was given by me because my places are very successful and I have cameras all over the ceiling. That tape was given by me. So maybe it was political, maybe it was something, but when you look at that tape, I guarantee you were pushed around more getting onto this plane right now than she was pushed around. You take a look at this. Look at you folks back here with the cameras on this small space. You got pushed around more than she got pushed around. I just can't stand by and watch a man's life be destroyed. And take a look at her original statement. Just look at her original statement before she knew that Donald Trump is rich and has cameras all over the ceiling so that we can protect people from the standpoint of security, fire, etc., etc. Take a look at her original statement, the first words out of her mouth about her going down and, pulled down or something to that effect. She was pulled down. Clearly pulled down. She doesn't even change her expression. I mean, I looked at the tape. And by the way, if he was that way, I would have fired him in 2 seconds. I wouldn't care. I couldn't have cared less. But I looked at the tape. There's not even a change of expression on her face. And then I looked at internet, and you take a look at the tweets, and people are saying, you got to be kidding me.
So you don't think
Let me ask you about Wisconsin.
You don't think your campaign's initial response to all this should have been...
I think it's something that's disgraceful. I think that you as a reporter and all of you as a reporter probably get treated a lot rougher than that on a daily basis. I have never seen anything like it. I cannot imagine how they did it. He's got a very good lawyer. They will fight it. I told him he should never settle that case. And I know that is not to my benefit. But I think when people see that tape, and they take a look at that tape, and they take a look at her initial statement before she knew she was on tape, take a look at that. You have to see it. You take a look at her initial statement. It sounded like she got thrown out of a building. You take a look at that, and then, excuse me?
She did get bruises on her arm.
I don't know if they were bruises from that. Why? Who said they were bruises from that? How do you know those bruises weren't there before?
That's what the police...
I don't know what the police said. How do you know those bruises weren't there before? I'm not a lawyer, but she said she had a bruise on her arm. I mean, to me, if you're going to get squeezed, wouldn't you think that she would have yelled out a scream or something if she has bruises on her arm? Take a look at her.
Let me ask you.
Take a look at her facial expression. Her facial expression doesn't even change. So, you say bruises are up. How did they get there? Who put them there? I don't know that he put them there. In any event, I'm sticking up for a person because I'm not going to let a person's life be destroyed over somebody that we have on tape, and you just take a look at what people are saying when they see that incident on tape. And no jury, in my opinion, no jury would convict a man and destroy a man's life over what you would.
Well, you're trying to appeal to the Latino vote. I wanted to ask you about that.
I think I'm doing great with the Hispanics, and the Hispanics are great people. I have thousands that work for me, tens of thousands over the years. Just at Doral, I own Doral in Miami, and just at Doral alone, I have probably 800-900 Hispanics working for me. I have many, many Hispanics. They're phenomenal people. I just say that in the case of Mexico, we're being treated very badly. We have a trade deficit of $58 billion, and they're treating us very badly. They could stop the drugs from coming in if they wanted. Mexico could stop the drugs from coming into our country. I won New Hampshire, the state of New Hampshire, and I said to those people, because they told me the #1 problem they have is heroin pouring in from the southern border. I said, if I get elected, I'm going to stop it. I won in a landslide, New Hampshire. You saw that. When you look at beautiful New Hampshire and you say their #1 problem is heroin, well, you have a huge drug problem in Wisconsin. Everybody does. And it's pouring in through the border. I'm the only one that's going to stop it. Politicians, all talk, no action, guys like Cruz. He's all talk. These are not people that are going to stop it, believe me. All he can do is talk. And frankly, in my opinion, he doesn't talk very well. And he's under great pressure because he's losing badly, and he doesn't react well under pressure. I've seen that. And all you have to do is take a look at the debates. Every one of the debates, the polls said I won every single debate. And he's a politician. All he does is debate.
Bruce challenged you to a debate instead of the town hall.
We've had 11 debates. According to the polls, I've won every single debate. I don't think we can be asked any more questions that we haven't been. Same questions, same people. Everybody knows. They know what they're getting. With me, we're going to get great trade deals. We're going to have a strong military. We're going to take care of our vets. We're going to get rid of Obamacare. We're going to have a great country again.
So you're saying no more debates?
With any of these politicians, and remember this, very importantly, I'm self-funding my campaign. I'm putting up my own money. These guys, Cruz and what do we have left now? Kasich, right? They're getting their money from special interest groups. They're getting money from lobbyists. Those lobbyists have total control over these people. What's good for the country, they often won't do because their special interest group doesn't want them to do it. With me, I'm only here. Look, I don't know. I think I'm going to win. I'm doing very well. But if I don't, a lot of people said, why do you even do this? Why do you do this? You have a great life. You have a great family. You have a lot of money. You've built one of the greatest companies in America. My company's phenomenal. And I built one of the greatest companies in America. And they say, well, why do you do this? I do it because I want to give back. I'll tell you something. We have a country that's in serious trouble. We have a president that doesn't want to say radical Islamic terrorism. He doesn't want to acknowledge what's happening to us and all over the world. I do it because I want to give back, because I think I can give back something that nobody else can. And the beauty is that I'm funding my own campaign. So Johnson & Johnson and all of these big pharmaceutical companies and all of these big oil and gas companies like Support Cruz and all of these big companies have nothing to do with me. I don't need to do anything for them because they gave me nothing. I didn't take any of their money.
Mr. Trump, let me ask you, I talked to the first Wisconsin female lieutenant governor, Margaret Farrell. She's not a feminist, but she said she used to teach 6th and 7th grade. And she said if some of her students said some of the things you say about men and women, they would be in a lot of trouble.
I became a politician 8 months ago. During my life, I've had a lot of fun. I've had a lot of victories, mostly victories, almost all victories, but I've had a lot of victories. I've had a lot of fun. I go do shows like Howard Stern, who's actually a much different guy in person than he is on the air, and I do lots of things and never thinking I was going to be a politician. And believe me, if you got a guy like Cruz, talk talking to his friends or his buddies at the table, if you got a guy like Kasich talking, they act like, oh, they're so innocent, they're wonderful people. If you got a Kasich talking to his friends and his buddies at the table or on the golf course, because he says that's what he does, he watches golf all the time on television, which is wonderful. Let's see what they said, okay? Let's see what they said.
Is it presidential?
And I did say nothing's presidential except victory. Victory is presidential. And I did say about Rosie O'Donnell, and I did say about Megyn Kelly, because she doesn't treat me right. I'm on her show all the time, and she doesn't treat me right. She shouldn't put me on the show all the time. And if she didn't put me on this show, her ratings would drop like a rock. And she's only successful, frankly, I think she's successful mostly because she follows Bill O'Reilly, but that's beside the point. So I say things about certain people, and I'm open about it. But I will say this, you go behind the scenes and you see what Ted Cruz, I don't know if anybody saw the video that he made of him and his family praying, where they were doing retakes, takes all over, and it lasted for hours. Why don't you go study that video and you tell me whether or not he's real. You tell me whether or not Ted Cruz is real. Go get the video that they made that was released, and I think you know the video I'm talking about. You get the video where they were making commercials and using his family in a not very nice way, and you play that video for the people of Wisconsin, and you tell me whether or not Ted Cruz was real. Because I'll tell you what, he's not real, and I know people. I've made billions of dollars because I understand people.
Your immigration policies, a lot of people here in the state are scared about because we have a huge dairy farming industry. That industry relies on immigrant labor to be successful. They're telling me if you round up all of the immigrants and deport them, the agricultural economy in the state is going to go bust.
When you need help, the people are going to be able to come in. When you can't get people, they're going to come in, but they're going to come in through a legal method. When you need help, we have the same thing up in the wine country in California. And when they need help, those people are going to come in, they're going to show they can't get them, and they're going to have them. And they're going to come in legally. It's going to be a wonderful system. They're going to come in legally. But we have people coming in all over. Right now we have 179,000 illegal criminal immigrants. Okay, these are criminals. These are people convicted of crimes, and they're all over the United States. And we're having, whether it's Kate in San Francisco or Jamil in California, we're having killings, murders. We're having things. The 65-year-old veteran, female veteran, who was raped, sodomized, and killed by an illegal immigrant. We're having killings all over this country. And now on top of it, we're starting to take over people from Syria. And we don't know if they're ISIS related. We don't know who they are, where they are. There's no documentation. And Trump is going to stop it. Now, maybe people think my stance is tough. I said we have to have a temporary ban on Muslims. And now people are sort of saying, wow, that's not a bad idea. When I first said it, everybody said, no way. When I talked about Brussels a few months ago as a hellhole, I said Brussels is a hellhole. The New York Times did a big, major story on me saying what a horrible thing to say about Brussels. And then you see what happened a couple of days ago. And now everybody's saying Trump was right. I was right about a lot of things. I was right about taking the oil. I was right about Osama bin Laden because I talked about him before he blew up the World Trade Center. I was right about a lot of things. And I think I have a lot better handle on this. And by the way, I'm right about NATO. We have NATO, and we're giving countries a free ride. We are really, NATO is obsolete, it's old, it's fat, it's sloppy, and we are giving, and it doesn't talk about terrorism, and we're giving countries a free ride. We are taking countries, and we are paying a totally disproportionate share. We owe $19 trillion. It's going to be soon $21 trillion because of that horrible budget that was just passed, the omnibus budget. And I want to tell you, what we have with NATO is a disgrace. And we could also go into the United Nations. That'll be next.
Paul Ryan doesn't agree about banning Muslims.
I don't care if he does or not. I mean, if he doesn't, he doesn't. I'm saying I think until we find out what's going on, we have to do. Look, the man, this wise guy, horrible human being that was caught last week, he was living with all of his friends. He was staying a few doors down from where he grew up. They all knew he was there. Everybody admits they all knew he was there. They never turned him in. Why didn't they turn him in? They should have turned him in. Instead, the cops found him by luck and go in shooting. Now, why didn't they turn him in? Why didn't the people in San Bernardino who killed 14 people in California, why didn't their neighbors say that there were bombs all over their apartment? There were bombs all over that apartment. Their neighbors saw the bombs. Why didn't they say, hey, wait a minute, these people are up to really bad things. There happen to be many bombs all over the floor of the apartment. That's not a normal situation. Why didn't they turn them in? We got a really big problem with radical Islamic terrorism, and until our country realizes it, and until our president is willing to talk about it, but he's gone now. He's out of it. I don't think he knows what he's doing. I mean, our president is grossly incompetent, and I don't think he has any clue what he's doing. But until he's willing to mention the name of the problem, you can just, I mean, we're going to have, and this is a problem that is getting bigger and bigger and worse, and mark my words, it's going to get a lot worse before it gets better unless I'm elected president. I will stop the problem. Okay, we got to go. Whoops.
Thank you
Sorry.
very much, President.
Okay, thank you, everybody. I'll see you at the speech.
Favorite number 12.
Thank you.
Favorite number 12.
Let's go.
All right, guys, that's the end of that press conference. We have it in full on our YouTube channel. In case you missed it, it is on our YouTube channel on youtube.com/Fox10Phoenix. Now we're going to go live. We're going to go back to that Bernie Sanders event. We'll take you live to Donald Trump in a little bit.
On America Now, I will tell you this.
And discrimination in all of its forms. And it's important to stand up to the gun lobby and fight for common sense gun safety reforms. You know, I remember that meeting. I remember the meeting that Chuck was talking about. People were getting cold feet. You know, folks talk about all the powerful lobbies in Washington, and look, there are a bunch of them. No one is more powerful than the gun lobby. So I understood why some members of Congress were saying, oh my gosh, we can't do this, and some folks in the White House and the administration were getting nervous. But I thought then, and I believe now, whatever we can do to save lives, we must do. And I remember how hard it was to get the Brady bill passed. My opponent voted against it 5 times, as I recall. He has sided with the NRA on the important votes of the last 20 years. And this isn't a single issue country, so we need a president who can do all parts of the job. Because the second test is keeping us safe. And at a time when terrorists are plotting new attacks and countries like Russia, China, and Iran are making aggressive moves, protecting America's national security can't be an afterthought. Our next president has to be just as passionate about defending our people and our country as about fixing our economy. I will do both. Because when you vote on April 19th here in New York, you're voting for a president and a commander-in-chief. And let's face it, on the Republican side, what we're hearing is truly scary. When Donald Trump talks casually about using torture and allowing more countries to get nuclear weapons, or when Ted Cruz calls for treating American Muslims like criminals and racially profiling predominantly Muslim neighborhoods, that doesn't make them sound strong. It makes them sound in over their heads. You know, loose cannons tend to misfire. And in a dangerous world, that's not a gamble we can afford. But the test of the Republican candidates fails most spectacularly when we get to the third test. Because instead of bringing us together, they seem determined to divide us even further. Their entire campaigns are based on pitting us versus them. One of my personal heroines, Maya Angelou, said, she said a lot that is worth remembering, but she said this: when someone shows you who they are, believe them. These Republican candidates are showing us exactly who they are and what they would do as president. And we should believe them. Just listen to Donald Trump. He plays coy with white supremacists. He says demeaning and degrading things about women. He wants to round up millions of Latino immigrants and kick them out of the United States, a nation built by immigrants. He wants to ban all Muslims from entering America, a country founded on religious freedom. It's cynical, it's wrong, and it goes against everything New York and America stand for. You know, one of the great joys of my time as senator was traveling across this city and state. New York is home to 20 million people. We don't all look the same. We don't all sound the same or worship the same either, but we pull together. And when a candidate for president says we can solve America's problems by building walls, discriminating against people based on their religion, and turning against each other, well, New Yorkers know better. Our diversity is a strength, not a weakness. New York represents the best of America, and together we can face down the worst. Look around you. You'll see a rising generation of young people more diverse, tolerant, and connected than any we have ever seen. We should build on that spirit, not squash it. And I believe with all my heart that if we reach for more love and kindness instead of bluster and bigotry, there's nothing we can't do if we put our minds to it. Let me leave you with one story that says it all. Mohammed Salman Hamdani was born in Pakistan and moved to America with his parents when he was 13 months old. They were like any other New York family. Mom was a middle school teacher. Dad owned a store. Mohammed grew up, studied biochemistry at Queens College, got trained as a paramedic, and became a cadet with the NYPD. He wasn't sure what he wanted to do with his life, but he knew he wanted to help people. He was just 23 when terrorists flew planes into the World Trade Center. When he heard the news, Mohammed didn't hesitate. He grabbed his medical bag and headed straight to the site. Like so many others that day, he died trying to save total strangers. But because his body was buried deep under the rubble, neither his family nor the police department knew what had happened to him. For months, he was considered missing. Some wondered if this young man with a Muslim name and a background in science could have had anything to do with the attacks. The tabloids piled on. But once Mohammed's body was found, everyone realized how wrong they had gotten it. He wasn't a suspect. He wasn't a terrorist. He was a hero. So New York gave Mohammed a hero's funeral with full police honors because, as his mother said, this cadet and paramedic ran toward the burning towers when everyone was running away. Mohammed was an immigrant. He was a New Yorker. He was an American. And he died trying to help others live. It's up to us to make sure that his and so many others' sacrifice still counts for something. We do that by standing up against bigotry in all its forms, by celebrating heroism wherever we find it, and by doing our part to serve others and make our communities better and stronger. That's what countless New Yorkers do every day in a million quiet ways. So we're going to stand up for the values that make New York great and make America great. And don't forget, don't ever forget, this is the greatest country on earth, and we're gonna fight for it, fight for our future. Please join me in this campaign. Go to HillaryClinton.com, text JOIN to 47246. Let's have each other's backs, lift each other up, and break down all the barriers holding us back from the full potential that we should realize in our country. Thank you all so much. Thank you, New York. God bless you.
This is my song. Take back my life. My power's turned on. Starting right now. I'll be strong. I'll play my fights on. And I don't really care if nobody else believes. 'Cause I've still got a lot of fight left in me. Losing friends and I'm chasing sleep. Everybody's worried about me. In too deep. Say I'm in too deep. It's been 2 years, I miss my home. But there's a fire burning in my bones. Still believe, yeah, I still believe. And all those things I didn't say, wrecking balls inside my brain. I will scream them out tonight. Can you hear my voice this time? This is my fight song. Take back my life song. Prove I'm alright song. My power's turned on. Starting right now. I'll be strong. I'll play my fight song. And I don't really care if nobody else believes. 'Cause I've still got a lot of fight left in me. A lot of fight left in me. Like a small boat on the ocean, sending big waves into motion.
And you guys are looking at pictures of Hillary Clinton meeting the crowd, taking pictures, taking selfies. Interesting to take a look at this, specifically given how she interacted with the crowd here in Phoenix. I had a friend that went to go to the Hillary Clinton event when she was here in town. She visited a local high school here in Phoenix. She only spoke on stage for like 15-20 minutes, but according to this friend, she stayed and met with audience members for at least an hour, talking to everyone, taking pictures, taking selfies. He too got a selfie. He texted it to me. So it's really interesting to see how candidates decide to divide their time, whether they spend more time speaking or deciding to meet directly with those in attendance at their events. We can see right here that Hillary Clinton is meeting the crowd, shaking hands. Many people are trying to get that selfie. In just a minute, we're going to replay some of the Trump town hall from this morning in case you missed it. This speech was different from many of Trump's speeches. For those of you who watch Trump's speeches regularly, you tend to kind of know exactly what Trump is going to say. This one kind of caught me off guard because he started speaking about topics that he doesn't normally speak about at his town hall events, at his rallies. Today, speaking about success, momentum, luck, hard work. It was a pretty inspiring speech, whether you're a Trump fan or not. So I'm going to go ahead and play that for you guys now. Stay tuned, guys. We have lots more news now ahead.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, what a group. And we love Green Bay. And I have to tell you, you have a really properly run team. Don't we agree? And Tom Brady's a great friend of mine from New England, okay? But he said you have a great quarterback. That's nice, right? When Tom Brady says it. That's nice. And Tom is a terrific guy, and he really does. He says the team is a great, really well-run team. So for whatever that's worth, that's nice. Sit down, everybody. Let's have a little fun. Let's have a little fun. Thank you very much. I see so many young people in here, but I see a couple of guys my age, right? There's one right there. But I see a couple of guys my age. And I thought we'd do something a little different. We could talk a little bit about success for all the young people. The old people, who knows? Maybe you'll become more successful. Maybe you'll give you, we have thousands of people outside trying to get in. Does anybody want to leave? We'll talk about, does anybody want to leave? Huh? No, I'm only kidding. But we have a lot of people. We have loudspeakers set up outside because they're hearing. So I really appreciate this incredible turnout. Wisconsin is very important. It's becoming more and more important. We can get there. We have a movement going on. It's an incredible movement. It's a movement like they haven't seen in this country maybe for a long, long time. It's been covered recently on the covers of Time magazine numerous times. It's been covered by everybody. Front page of the New York Times, front page of the Washington Post, front page of everything. And it's an amazing thing to see. If you look, and I was just seeing even this morning, and I've known the statistic for a long time, but workers, people that work very hard, blue-collar workers, for 12 years they haven't had an increase, an effective increase, and it could be a lot longer than that. But, there's a lot of anger out there. There's a lot of anger from people that aren't angry people, but they're upset with the way our country is run. Recently I was interviewed by the New York Times and to an extent to the Washington Post, and they were asking me different foreign policy questions. And one of the things that was brought up was NATO. Now, I'm an entrepreneur. I've been very, very successful. I built a great, great company. I posted numbers that were incredible numbers and all of that stuff. But, I haven't been big into NATO, but we also have instincts and we also have common sense. And I have, studied it over the years and certainly read a lot about it. And I said it's obsolete, and it is. It's obsolete. It's 68 years old. It was done at a different time. It was done at a time when you had the Soviet Union, which was different than Russia. It was bigger than Russia, and Russia's plenty of problem, but the Soviet Union was a bigger problem. And it was done before terrorism as we know it today. And I said it's obsolete. And I said we pay too much. Our country pays too much because a lot of you kids are going to go out looking for jobs. We don't have good jobs anymore. Our economy is all of our good stuff is being taken. It's being taken over by China. The great jobs are being taken over by Mexico. You look at Nabisco. You look at Carrier Air Conditioner. You look at Ford. They're moving into Mexico. And I said, look, with NATO and with so many other things, we pay too much. We're paying for such a big proportion. We have about 28 countries in NATO, and we're paying a far disproportionate share. Well, we owe $19 trillion as a country. We owe $19 trillion. We made a terrible, terrible budget deal, like a disgusting budget deal, a budget deal that gave Obama, gave people coming in from Syria, gave people coming in, illegal immigration, all of the funding they need, and we get nothing out of it. I don't get why we made the deal, but we made it. But we're not going to make deals like that anymore. But what happens is we're not keeping our great jobs, and frankly, from the standpoint of all of the youth that I see before me, when you graduate from this great college, I just met the heads of your college, and they're amazing people, and they love this place. And I could just see by the way they were talking, they have such pride in it. But when you graduate, you want to get great jobs. You don't want to get bad jobs, what they call bad jobs. And even the people that talk about employment in this country, they agree that it's bad jobs. That's what we have now. We don't have the good jobs anymore. We have the bad jobs. And we don't want the bad jobs because the good jobs are away. They're not in this country. And, they talk about a 5% unemployment rate. That was a statistic that was devised in terms of the way they devised the number and come to the number, the final conclusion. That was arrived at very, very simply. That was arrived at so that presidents and politicians look good. It bears no relation. In fact, when you say a 5% unemployment rate, they even say it's less. But that doesn't count all the people that looked and gave up looking for jobs. And you folks understand what I'm talking about. I do so many college tours now. This is different for me because 8 months ago, I wasn't a politician. I like that just great. I never thought I'd be a politician. I can't believe I'm doing this, to be honest with you. I dealt with politicians all my life. The last thing I wanted to do is be a politician. But we also want to make America great again. We're going to make America great again. It's not even a question. We're going to make America great again. And that's why I'm doing it. And so I look at what's happening, and I looked at what's happening just with one example, NATO, the billions of dollars that we spend, all of that money that we spend, and other countries are taking advantage of us. They're just taking advantage. They're not putting up their fair share. You look at the United Nations, same thing. I mean, what do we ever get out of the United Nations? Do you ever hear that the United Nations solved a problem? It's become a political hornet's nest. We spend a fortune on it, disproportionate, always disproportionate. You know, it's never disproportionate in our favor. It's always disproportionate, where the United States pays much more than anybody else, even though other people benefit much more than we do. So we're going to get it stopped. We're going to get it stopped. And this is so important, what's happening now, and I'm here for the week. And I've got a lot of stops. We had a great time yesterday at CNN. We did a town hall last night, which was well received and well reviewed. We have another one today, and we have another one on Monday with Sean Hannity. And we have a lot of different things planned, but I'm going to be here for a period of the week. I have many friends in Wisconsin. I fully understand Wisconsin. I wouldn't say that your governor loves me. Because, no, I knocked him out. I mean, you know, he endorsed Lion Ted Cruz. Lion Ted. Lion. He's a liar. Ooh. Bible high, puts it down, and then he lies, you know. He's a liar. I never met a liar like him. I met a lot tougher people than him, but I never met a guy that lied as much. Remember what he did to Ben Carson in Iowa? Ben has left the race. He has left the race. This is during the election day. The votes are being cast. Ben has left the race. And, you know, a lot of those people voted for Cruz. And then after the election was over, he called Ben. Oh, Ben, I didn't know anything about it. I didn't know, but I'd like to apologize. Oh, great. That makes you feel better, right? No, I've never quite seen it. These politicians are bad dudes, right? I mean, they're bad. What? What are you? I think that was a positive. Oh, okay. I thought that was, I know, I thought that was a positive statement. I said, oh, no, not another agitator. I call them agitators as opposed to protesters. Protesters are fine. Agitators are people that do it sort of semi-professionally. And we have some professionals also. But we're doing well. We have millions of votes more than Cruz, millions of votes more than Kasich. Yesterday it was certified, the numbers were certified in Missouri, so we won Missouri also. You know, they had a recount in Missouri, which we won, and now it was just certified. We actually got 300 and something more votes, which didn't matter because we won the state, but we won Missouri. We had an interesting one, but we won Louisiana, but because of the, let's call it politics. Let's not use any word other than politics. But I get less votes. I win. How would you like to be in a position like this? You go out, you campaign, you go around, you make speeches. I made a lot of speeches in Louisiana. The final speech was amazing. We were at an airport. We were at a hangar. The hangar was like for massive airplanes, like 747s. The place was packed. And what did I do? I won. And then I found out, even though I won, I get less delegates than the guy that doesn't win. You think that's fair? I mean, honestly, you think it's fair? Somebody said, well, you have to know. You don't have to know anything. I got the most votes. I should win. I mean, it's very simple. I got the most votes, and I didn't get the most delegates, right? So the Republican Party hasn't treated me properly, in my opinion, and they haven't treated me fairly. But I've got millions of more votes, and we have a movement going on. Millions of people are voting that didn't vote before in Republicans, and many of them are voting for me, in all fairness. And the people that are coming across are Republicans, but tremendous numbers of Democrats that like Trump, tremendous numbers of independents, and something that I love, people that have never voted before. People that have never voted before because they've never had anybody they wanted to vote for. We're getting tremendous numbers of, I didn't know there were so many people. But when I do handshaking and signings and things, I tell you what, every 20th person says to me, Mr. Trump, I've never voted before. And these are 30-year-old people, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80. In Tennessee, we had one that was 93 years old, a woman, so beautiful. She was an incredible woman, so beautifully dressed, everything. And she had a Trump sticker right on her dress. And I said, that's unbelievable. And she's 93, and everybody knew about it. It's actually a big story in Tennessee. And she said she's voting for the first time because she really believes in what I'm saying. And what I'm saying is borders, and I'm strengthening the military and taking care of our vets. Our vets are being treated horribly, folks. I mean, without our vets, we would be nowhere. They're being treated horribly. But all of these things, and Millions and millions of people are coming in and voting in the Republican primaries. Some of the states are up 102 and 107%. I saw 2 of them. Massachusetts was up, way up, and that was, I got almost 50% of the vote. Remember, when I get 50% or 48%, but there are 7 or 8 or 10 people running, that's pretty amazing. You know, somebody said, he doesn't break. I watch some of these pundits on television. It's so sad to watch them, you know, because the hatred is just, I watch this guy Krauthammer. He doesn't get 50%. He doesn't break 50%. I watch Karl Rove. He always talks about he's not breaking 50%. Well, it's hard to break 50% when you have 17 people running, okay? I can't explain it to these people. You know, when you have 17 people, we started off with 17, actually, truly 18, but there were 17. And of the 17, I mean, you had senators, you had governors, you have guys like Ben Carson, who's a fantastic guy, who's a very accomplished guy, and he's running, and Carly is running, and you know, but you had 17 really accomplished people, and most of them politicians, most of them governors and senators. And they're going to have their 3%, their 4%. You had Lindsey Graham. You had all of these people, and they're taking votes. And then they say, Donald Trump has only hit 48%. I said, 48%? I mean, 48% is good if you have 3 people. But I don't like it if you have 2 people. But I like it if you have 3 people. So we're doing amazingly well. A good poll came out the other day from NBC, which was we were at 48%, you know, and I think they had 3 or 4 people in the poll, but we were at 48%. So it's going really well. Wisconsin is really important because if we win Wisconsin, I think it's going to be very close. We're going to do really well in New York. We're going to do really well in New Jersey. I think we're going to do great in Pennsylvania. I went to school in Pennsylvania, the Wharton School of Finance. And I think we're going to do fantastically there. But I just want to tell you, because when I saw all this youth, this great-looking young people, okay, I just said, you know, I'm going to talk for a couple of minutes about success. Should I do that? I mean, should I do that? Or do you want to hear about this boring politics, right? Should I talk about a little bit? I'm given so much money to talk about success, and I give it to charities. But I love talking about success. Frankly, I like talking about success much more than politics, right? But there are a few things when you're talking about being successful. And I say it, and I say it, and it's never going to change. You have to love what you do. You're all young. Ideally, you'll love something that's a good business. For instance, some businesses aren't good business. I won't name them, but they're tough businesses. Other businesses historically have been good businesses. You have to absolutely love what you do. Ideally, love what you do in a good business, but you know what? If it's not necessarily that good, the loving is more important than having that good business. Some people want to be teachers. I mean, some of the happiest people and the most successful people that I know are people that aren't the richest at all. They don't make it all the most money. They're teachers. They're scientists. I know people that are scientists that are like, they can't wait to get to work. They can't wait. Policemen, you know, our police departments are, I think, terribly disrespected. I think they're not given the credit for the great job they do. I have to be honest with you. So true. And our vets and our people, our military. But I will tell you that the happy people are the people, number one, the people with great families, people that have great relationships with their wives or husband, very, very important toward success. Because I don't consider success necessarily monetary, because I know the most successful people in the world, and many of these people are really miserable people, okay? No matter what, and perhaps I'm in that category, okay? But I'm pretty happy. At least I'm very content, I can tell you. But some of the most successful people in the world, I know like many of them. I don't know all, I guess, but I seem to know all. And they cross my path a lot. And they're not necessarily happy people. They're very wealthy people, but they're, in many cases, extremely unhappy. Now, with all of that, I don't want to talk you out of things, because we're talking about success. Most people think success is measured in the form of monetary success. It's not really. I mean, to me, a successful person who has a great family, who loves the family, loves the children, and the children love him or her, To me, that's a much more successful person than a person that's made $1 billion or $10 billion and is miserable and doesn't have a good family and nobody likes the person. And, you know, I've seen them. I think I've seen every type of person there is that God created, if you want to know the truth. And the people are the happiest are not necessarily the people who are the wealthiest, okay? But in terms of monetary success, it does make life easier. You don't have to worry about food and housing and education and sickness. Your doctors, you go to the best doctors, and hopefully that solves the problems. But it does make life easier. And I tell so many stories about different types of people. For instance, you gotta love what you do. You gotta never, ever quit or give up. Never quit. You're gonna be so close. My father used to tell a story. He thought it was funny, but I actually thought it was more of a lesson. He viewed it as funny. And it was about a man who loved the cola business. He loved, you know, soft drinks. That's what he loved. He just loved the business. Isn't it strange how people like different businesses? Look at all these geniuses, the heads of your college. And I think you like this better than politics, too. Don't we like this better? This politics, oh. So what happens is he loved the cola business. And he founded a company. It was called 3-Up. And my father would tell this story. He'd laugh. But I'd listen, and I'd say, I don't want to laugh. It's a lesson. And he found his company, 3-Up. And he was very proud, but the company wasn't making it. Didn't work, and he gave up, and it was just no good, and it went out of business. But he never wanted to quit. And he did another one. It was 4-Up. And he did 5-Up. And he did 6-Up, and they would all fail. And he just kept failing, and finally he gave up. And my father would say, if he only came up, if he just worked a little bit harder, just one more, he would have had 7-Up, and he would have been a tremendous success. And I laugh because I think of my father telling me that story. And we viewed it differently. And what I viewed it is not as comedy. I viewed it as never, ever give up. You know, just never give up. You can't. I view another word that you never hear when you're talking about success, and that's momentum. Some people, and you have to know about yourself. You have to know about momentum. Some people have a great momentum. It's even like me on the campaign trail. I took off 3 or 4 days, which is a lot because I've been going for months without any, a lot of people say, unlike Jeb, you have very high energy, right? It's true. But you know, you take 3 or 4 days off, and that first day or two back, it's like, you know, you got to get going. It's almost like, don't take any time off. Vacation. If you want vacations, you're not really in the right business. I hardly ever take time off because I love what I'm doing, whether it's my business or whether it's now this, we're going to make America great again, and whether it's this, no matter what. But the word momentum is a very important word, and you have to understand it, and you have to understand how to think about momentum. And it's a word you never hear when you hear about success, but it's so important. And what happens is there was a man named William Levitt, and I had great respect for him. He was a great real estate person. And he was a young man, and he built Levittowns. Has anyone ever heard of Levittowns? Well, Levittowns were these massive housing developments, largely in Long Island, Pennsylvania, different places, but massive. He was really the first of the massive builders of homes. And he was a young man. He did unbelievably, became very, very rich, and everything he touched turned to gold, and it was incredible. And then what happened is he was offered a lot of money by Gulf and Western. It was a big conglomerate to buy his company. And you have to understand, William Levitt used to go around looking for nails, looking for sawdust. He'd sell the sawdust. He'd save the nails and use them again. He'd save chips of wood and use them for different things. Everything was perfect. He knew how to get zoning. He'd have lunch with the mayor. He'd have lunch with the council. He'd have dinner with everybody. He was the ultimate professional real estate developer, and he built Levittowns. Remember, he was the first really large-scale housing sprawl all over the country. Actually, they went all over the world. So Gulf and Western came to him, and they offered him a lot of money, more money than he ever thought possible. And he took it. And he said, oh, boy, this is great. He then retired at a very young age, very, very young. But he was going crazy. He was so bored. He was going absolutely crazy, but they had a restrictive covenant. He couldn't compete. He couldn't do what he knew best, which was building housing. And so he was retired. He moved to the south of France. He bought a magnificent yacht. Unfortunately, he got divorced and he did a trophy wife thing, and one of those things. And terrible person to do that, but he did it. But he had a wife who was a good wife, La Belle, and he named the boat after her, the yacht, and he was riding high. Everything was good. Now he's getting a little older. He's still in retirement, lost his momentum, remember the word. And Gulf and Western comes back and they're dying. This is a big company, but they're dying because they don't send people to pick up nails. They don't send people to sell the sawdust. They don't send people to take the little scraps of lumber and bring them down and sell them and get very small amounts of money, but it all adds up. And they're losing their shirt with this company they bought. They couldn't get zoning because they don't take the mayor out to dinner and they don't do the things that you have to do. And they couldn't get zoning. They had all this land. They went crazy with buying land. And they couldn't sell the company because it was a mess. And they destroyed the company. And they went to William Levitt and they said, we'd love to sell you the company back. And he said, I think it was about 12 years. He was out, okay? Lost that whatever it is. And after 12 years, they came to him. They said, we'd love to sell you the company back. Would you have any interest? Yes, I would. I'd love to buy it back. So he bought this big company back, bigger than what he sold. He had all this land that was unzoned and all. And he worked like crazy. He worked 24 hours a day. Work. And he went bankrupt, out of business, totally bankrupt. The biggest, he went bankrupt. And by this time, he was an old guy. And I was at a party, and I was the new hot guy in New York. I was doing great with real estate, and I was on the covers of Business Week magazine and Fortune magazine. I was doing really well. And there was a man named Steve Ross that a lot of you folks would know from Warner Communications. And he was a hot guy in entertainment. He built Time Warner, and he was a great guy. Passed away from cancer, unfortunately, but he was an amazing guy, one of the great people in the history of the entertainment business. And he was giving a cocktail party. He had 50 people on his Fifth Avenue apartment. And I walk into the apartment. I was invited. And I see 50 people, and most of them are in the entertainment business. And I saw one person, pretty old guy, and he was sitting in the corner, and his name was William Levitt. And I went over to him because I was attracted to him because he was in my business. I didn't care about the entertainment people. I cared about him. And I said, Mr. Levitt, how are you doing? Donald Trump. He said, yes, I know. He said, I'm not doing well. I'm not doing well at all. I said, I read that, and it's too bad. What went wrong? And I'll never forget the expression of the statement. He said, Donald, I totally lost my momentum. So the thing you probably never heard. He lost his momentum. He took that time off, he came back, and it was a different world, and he lost his momentum. Now, the real lesson there is you have to know if you've lost your momentum so that you don't get hurt. And it's just something that I talk about because it's so different. And I watched him sitting in this corner. I don't even know why he was there because he was no longer successful. But I guess Steve knew him and respected him for what he had accomplished, because what he had accomplished was amazing. He was the forerunner to so many massive developments that you see all over. But he said, I lost my momentum, Donald. I lost my momentum. I've never, ever forgotten those words. And I've always remembered them. And what you want to do is you want to keep going, keep going, keep going. But if you think you lost your momentum, slow down and refocus on maybe something else, because it's so important to keep the momentum going, okay? So important. So that's one of the many, many elements or stories. And one quick one that we also talk about and that I talk about, there's a certain amount of luck. Does anybody believe in luck? Just raise your hand. Who believes that some people are luckier than others, right? So I have a friend who's just an unlucky guy. Just an unlucky guy. He's smart. He went to the Wharton School of Finance. He's a brilliant guy, but he's always been unlucky. And no matter what happens, it just works that way. And he never really succeeded. And you'll find when you become very successful, the people that you will like best are the people that are less successful than you. Because when you go to a table, you can tell them all these wonderful stories and they'll sit back and listen. Does that make sense to you? Okay? Always be around unsuccessful people because everybody will respect you. Do you understand that? Anyway, but this guy, he had a thing, and he was just like struck. He was unlucky. And no matter what he did, he was, I call him injury bound, or he was just always something would happen. So he'd be injured. I say, what happened? I broke my shoulder. How do you break your shoulder? Are you a football player? He goes, no, I slipped, I went down the stairs. So he's in the hospital, and he's recovering in Long Island, and he comes back, and he's being driven back, and again, he's always injured. He's injury prone. You know the expression? Some people are injury prone. Is anybody in this room injury prone? Don't raise your hand. I don't even want to see it. Don't do it, because you'll convince yourself. Stand up back there. Are you really injury prone? Well, you're a big, strong guy. Are you a football player or something? Huh? What, you are? Ah, come on. Okay, here's what you do. Tell yourself you're not injury prone. Sit down, okay? Look at the size of that guy. How can he be injury prone? Looks like he's on the Green Bay Packers. I mean, give me a break. But this guy was totally injury prone. No matter what happened, totally injury prone. And he'd always be ill. I'd call his wife, and she'd say, oh, no, he's very sick. What's wrong with him? And he said, tell me something. I'd say, all right. So he had a broken shoulder, and now he's coming home. Think of this. He's coming home from the hospital, and he's riding on the Long Island Expressway, which is the longest parking lot in the world, by the way. He's riding on because it's so crowded. He's riding on the Long Island Expressway, and an 18-wheeler hits the signs that say, to New York City, 10 miles, right? Knocks over a sign. Think of this. He didn't even get hit by the truck. He got hit by a sign. And I call up to make sure he's okay from the previous injury, and the wife says, no, we were taking him home, and what happened is a big truck hit the big sign, the big stanchion, and the sign came down on the road, and it hit his car, and now he's really in trouble, and now he's back in the hospital. Well, just like that, there is a certain amount of luck. But the greatest story to me is Gary Player. Gary Player was a golfer, a great golfer, one of the great golfers of all time. And they used to say he's diminutive. He was small. He worked harder than any human being. He worked harder than any other golfer, but he was a small guy. But he hit it good, he hit it far, great golfer. Everybody's heard of Gary Player from South Africa. Still a great guy. He's always kept himself in shape. I saw him the other day. He's like 80 years old. He's phenomenal. He still looks like he did 20 years ago. But Gary Player worked hard. And he was the first time, maybe I've heard it again, but he was the one, the harder I work, the luckier I get. That was Gary Player. He worked so hard. And they'd say to him, he'd win the US Open, and they say, where are you going tonight? I'm going to practice. I mean, he just won a tournament, and he's going to practice. And I have seen people that work really, really hard. They create to a certain extent, because I do believe there could be something with the whole luck thing. But there are people that work hard. Remember that expression, the harder I work, the luckier I get. The harder he worked, he got stronger, longer. He practiced putting, he practiced chipping. The guy was unbelievable. He won 18 majors, senior and regular. He won like 175 tournaments worldwide, which I think is the record. But he was a hard worker. And he used to say, they'd ask, how do you do this? How are you so successful?
All right, guys, just want to cut in really quickly. We're going to take you live now to the Board of Supervisors Auditorium. That's where Maricopa County Recorder Helen Purcell is going to be speaking momentarily. You guys remember last week's Arizona primary debacle, the presidential preference election. People in line for hours, many people outraged. Well, Helen Purcell is apparently going to be giving the final results of last week's election. So we'll be carrying that for you live. I'm going to play Donald Trump in the right-hand corner, though, until the event starts.
Guy who was born to a very, very successful Wall Street baron. And the Wall Street baron is a vicious, ruthless, horrible human being, okay? You would not like him for dinner. You'd respect him, but you wouldn't like him. And most of the people in the room would know who he is. One of the big barons of Wall Street. Very, very smart, very vicious, very ruthless, more so than you'd ever see in a movie. You know, they can't make movies about guys like this. And he had a son who's a really nice guy. I have no idea how he produced this son. This son is the nicest human being. And the son was in the father's firm on Wall Street, and the firm is a massive firm. And he was unable to compete really with all the young guns in the firm. And the father sort of understood it, loved his son, but drove his son really terribly. And what happened is the son is at a club. He's a member of a country club out in Westchester. And they were doing a major, major renovation of the clubhouse and the greens and the golf course, a big, big renovation. And people sort of semi-felt sorry for him almost, and they put him in charge. And he was fantastic. He was there at 6 in the morning and 5 in the morning, and he wouldn't leave till 9 in the evening. And the job came in under budget, ahead of schedule. The job turned out to be 10 times better than anyone ever thought. And he was so happy. His wife called me. She said, he's like a new man. He's so, so happy. He's doing this, and he's so happy. But he doesn't want to leave the firm because he doesn't want to disappoint his father. I said, his father's already disappointed, just in case you have any questions. I said, he's got to get out of the firm. He's got to get out from those killers. And he wouldn't leave. And I met with him, and I met with him and his wife, and not so long ago. And I said, so what are you going to do? He said, I've got to stay with the firm. I said, you're making a huge mistake. 2 years later, he left the firm. He opened a construction company. He can never do what his father did, but he's so happy. He's doing nicely. He's happy. His family loves him again. They couldn't stand him. He was a miserable, unhappy guy. He could not compete. And he now goes around and renovates buildings and all. He's the happiest guy in the world. And in his own way, his father's too tough to say it, but in his own way, his father is proud of what the son is doing. So I only say, really, love what you do and remember those other little things I told you, okay? So that's enough of success. Do we agree? Do we agree? Is that okay, Mr. Instructors? Okay? I really wanted to go into it. I don't think I've done that once. I love speeches on success. I mean, to me, they're great. And sometimes, but I think that might be the first time I've ever done it on the political scene. And a couple of the older guys sitting in front, they've already made their millions. They're so rich, I don't know, right? You with the red, stand up with the red cap. Look at that guy, handsome guy. You've made millions, right? Millions, or maybe less. But you happy? Oh, U.S. Marine Corps. Were you in the Marines? Well, see, that's success, and you're very proud of that, right? Same thing. It's all the same, folks. It's all the same. That's fantastic. Go ahead. Right. Well, a lot of people are asking that question. And he said something. He said when he was working and when he was not working, he had to go and work, no matter what. Even if it was part-time, you had to supplement your income. Now you have people that aren't working. Look, it's all about incentive. People have to want to go out. They have to want to. We have no incentive in our country anymore. We're losing in every way. We're losing in that way because we have so many people that don't want to work. We have so many people that, if given the right incentive, would love to work. They'd love to do it. We don't have incentives anymore. We don't have spirit anymore. Our country doesn't have spirit. We lose in so many ways. Sit down. Thank you very much. I'll give you an example. When Scott Walker came out and ran for president, he was expected to win. I mean, during the course of my term, Jeb Bush expected to win. Gone, right? Scott Walker expected to win. Gone. Rand Paul expected to win. Gone. They're all gone. I miss him. I'm like lonely. No, I'm lonely. And during debates, we had 11 or 12 debates. And during the debates, every single debate that I participated in, I've been at the center. The center means that you're number one. And I used to say to CNN and Fox and the people that would have the debates, I'd say, well, are you going to announce that center is number one? No, we don't do that. Why? Because nobody knows that. But some of them would do it. But I was at the center. And I debated these people. And I guess won the debates because every single poll, they have debate polls. They have polls on everything. One thing, I think I've made polls hot. You know, I think I really have. Nobody used to talk about polls. Now everybody talks about polls. But every single online poll that they had, Drudge, who's a fantastic guy, by the way, Drudge. They have a Drudge poll, they have a Time Magazine poll, they had many, many polls. And they'd have who won the debate. And I won the debate. And I would win I think every single one of them I won according to the online polls. And the last poll, my wife said to me, the last debate, she said, will you do me a favor? Be presidential. Don't be so vicious. Don't be so hard. Don't call him Little Marco. Don't call him low energy Jeb. Be nice. I said, but if I'm nice, I'll be presidential, but I'm going to lose, right? I mean, I'm going to lose. And they were hitting me with everything. And the bottom line is the last debate I said, in fact, Ivanka called me and my wife called me. They said, be presidential. I said, so what happens when they come and they say really nasty things and they lie and we don't care. Be presidential. So I was pretty presidential in the last debate. Now, I actually thought that the other debates were much better. Personally, I think they were much more interesting. But I was presidential and I won that debate too. So you can win them all different ways. But look, we have a country that is in a lot of trouble. We have people that are running that won't do a great job. I'm telling you, Hillary's a disaster. Hillary's a disaster.
All right, guys, we're going to cut to this Donald Trump speech. You can catch it in full on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Fox10Phoenix. We're going to go live now to this election update from Helen Purcell. It should be starting any minute now. All right, guys, again, while we wait for this event to start, I'm actually going to go ahead and show you a immigration rally, immigration protest taking place in Phoenix right now. I'm going to put that in the upper right-hand corner.
To not sign and veto the bill.
Tell me, what would happen if he did bring these, if he signed these? What is the consequences of these bills?
You know, it creates a dual court system, one for those who are undocumented and one for those who are citizens, and it creates an imbalance in the state, it creates an imbalance in our economy, and so it's important that we stop separating our communities, we start treating people like what we are human beings, doesn't matter the immigration status, and so we're here preventing the governor from signing and asking him to veto the bill.
You know, there had to have been a reason for him to bring this up in the first place. Any idea why that might have been, why he would want this in the first place?
You know, the Arizona legislature is out of control, specifically because there's voter suppression, not just this past election, but for many, many years there has been, and we haven't had the opportunity to elect people who actually represent us, and this is a consequence of that. And people who do not represent us are creating these anti-immigrant bills that are affecting us on the daily.
So what have you done here?
All right, looks like that event at the Board of Supervisors auditorium is about to start, guys. Let's tune in.
All right, we're gonna get this meeting started. We're already 5 minutes late, and I know that everybody is very busy today. I want to welcome everybody this morning. Thank you all for coming and being here with us today. I want to briefly go over how this meeting will proceed. The first item on our agenda is the presentation of the canvass. We will hear about the county's legal responsibility regarding canvassing each election, and the official canvass will be presented. For the second agenda item, we'll hear a report on Election Day issues, including how polling places were selected, among other things. After the presentation, we will invite registered speakers to the podium. I trust that if you wanted to speak, you have filled out a form in the plaza within the auditorium and have been given a number. Welcome, Steve Gallardo. If not, you may wish to register at that table. I will provide some specific instructions regarding speakers at that time. So, that being said, item 1, we've asked Colleen Connor to be here to talk about the statutory authority and what a canvass is and what we are obligated to do today with a canvass. So item number 1, canvassing the returns for the March 22nd, 2016 presidential preference election. So Colleen, if you could take us through that.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, the canvass for the presidential preference election is the official certification of the results of the election. It must be done within 10 days, and it is done by congressional district. The canvass is then provided, the official canvass is then provided to the Secretary of State, who combines all of the counties into one single statewide canvass. Once the canvass is completed, if anyone has grounds for challenging the election, he or she must be an elector of the state of Arizona and may do so only after the canvass is done. And that would have to be filed within 5 days of the canvass.
Okay.
Just to recap, the official canvass is a duty of the Board of Supervisors, every Board of Supervisors. It's not discretionary. It may be postponed only on a day-to-day basis when the results are not yet completed, if there are still ballots yet to count. However, once the ballots are all counted, the board has the duty to approve the official canvass.
Great. Okay. With that, are there any questions for Colleen or statements?
Mr. Chairman, just I guess a couple.
Supervisor Gallardo.
Just a couple questions. So, because I was asked this question a number of times, and unfortunately, I wasn't familiar with how the canvass process works. So, if for whatever reason, and the board, for whatever reason, decided no, they were not going to canvass the election, what happens?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Gallardo, the official vote would not be official until there is a canvass approved by a majority of the board members. And then if this Board of Supervisors held up that canvass, it would delay the statewide canvass. However, holding up the canvass by one county would also delay any voters' ability to challenge the election on the grounds prescribed by statute. Those election contests are strictly construed, and a court would only have jurisdiction over the subject matter of the contest when an official canvass has been approved.
Now, it's, Mr. Chairman, Colleen, it's my understanding, though, that we, as a board, and all 15 counties will have an opportunity to canvass the election, and the Secretary of State's office will do a cumulative, huge canvass, I guess, the approval of the entire statewide election. At what point, I guess, would that canvass come, and it sounds like it comes, if someone wanted to challenge the canvass, that would come at the county level or the statewide level?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Gallardo, a challenge to the county's canvass would be in reference to a person elected to a county office or a ballot measure only applicable to a county. For a challenge to the statewide canvass, that would apply to any election that applied to the entire state. And that canvass, just to make a note of it, that canvass by the Secretary of State will be done on Monday, April 4th.
But in that particular case, the canvass that we're doing, dealing that it was it's a statewide vote. It's your presidential preference for the three parties. Wouldn't that be? I guess my question is, if someone wanted to challenge the election or challenge the canvass, wouldn't that be done at the state level?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Gallardo, I agree. It would be done at the statewide level. So within 5 days of the Secretary of State's official canvass, somebody could file an election contest.
And Mr. Chairman, Colleen, is the statute state the grounds of any particular type of challenge? I mean, are there specific guidelines on what people can challenge? I mean, you can't just challenge because you want to challenge. they're going to have a reason for challenge. Did the statute even talk about that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Gallardo, there are 5 categories of grounds to challenge an election. 3 involve a challenge against specifically a candidate elected. If the candidate was not eligible for the office, if the candidate was only declared the winner because he or she had an erroneous vote count, or if the person deemed elected for some misconduct, such as bribery, only prevailed because of a crime against the elective franchise. There are 2 other categories: misconduct by an election board or illegal votes being tabulated.
Is there any language, because I already know it's going to come up, is there anything to say that because of the situation happening on Election Day, that could possibly be an item to be challenged or considered? I mean, the long lines and that sort of stuff. Would that be, I guess that's an attorney.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Gallardo, I think an attorney might try to be creative under those categories and might come up with some grounds. There's no case law in Arizona on this specific area.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Any other questions or statements? Okay. I guess I would be looking for a motion to, what's that? Oh, Ms. Purcell is gonna, does Ms. Purcell present the canvas? Because we've had it presented to us here, and we have it in document.
And Mr. Chairman, is this broken down by congressional district? Is it broken? Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Karen Osborne, Director of Elections, and anybody that would like my job this morning. But anyway, we bring to you the canvas. You already have a copy of the canvas, and on the disc you have, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Gallardo, is the broken out by congressional district. We bring you this. It shows the number of voters at the top. 1,238,792 were eligible. It shows that 621,976 voted for a 50.21% turnout. We submit the canvas to you for your approval.
And Mr. Chairman, just dive into just to make sure we have I know there's a lot of focus around the provisional ballots. Can you kind of give us an idea of what some of those provisional ballots were and even why, the rationale, I guess the department's rationale of going through and what would be a good provisional, what's the bad provisional? Because I know there's a lot of
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Gallardo, if we are allowed to present the presentation that we tried to present at the legislature the other day, you will hear all of that information.
Okay, so maybe save that for agenda item number 2 on our agenda.
We probably should have flipped them around, Mr. Chairman, where we had the presentation. This way we know exactly what we're approving, because we have no idea what we're approving. I mean, we see the numbers, we know the numbers, but in terms of what's in the provisional ballots, we see that over 4,000 were counted, but there were nearly close to 20,000, for whatever reason, were not counted. And I think I would feel more comfortable voting if I knew exactly what was in that 20,000, because that's what everyone's looking at. That's what the media is looking at, is what's in that 20,000. I mean.
Any statements to that effect? The agenda's been put forward a number of days ago, so.
Mr. Chairman, if I would say if Karen and or Helen is prepared to do that, make that presentation now, I don't see any reason why we wouldn't just hear it. I don't know that it.
Do you want to switch? Okay, not a problem for the board? Okay, then we'll switch over then to move that into the second part. So we'll delay voting on item number 1 then. And we will now then go into agenda item 2, which is the 2016 presidential preference election issues. So joining us today is Ms. Helen Purcell to lead us off into the discussion.
Thank you, Mr.
County Recorder, Helen Purcell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. As you've seen, that we have presented to you the official canvas, which I guess you will approve or not at some later time in the meeting. But if I might go through the presentation that we attempted to give at the legislature on Monday about some of the facts and figures. Now, even with the report that you have in front of you that we've given to you, came from that presentation, some of the facts and figures have changed because as of 3:36 yesterday afternoon, we completed all of the account in this particular election. So now we have final figures rather than approximate figures.
Okay.
For this election, we had 1,238,792 people that were eligible to vote. Of those, PEVOL voters, or the permanent early voters, were 897,247, which is 72% of those eligible to vote in this election. The early ballots returned from this election was 533,772. Voters at the polls was 88,187. Provisional ballots cast at the polling places was 24,639. Of those, there were valid provisionals, 4,631. Provisionals which were attributed to independents at the polls was 18,322. And of course, those provisionals did not count. There were 11,493 early voters who had already received a ballot and went to the polling place. Because of the technology that we have at the polls, they were allowed to vote a regular ballot because we could tell immediately that their early ballot had not been returned to us. So that number was 11,493. In previous elections, those people would have had to have been provisional voters. But in this election, because we knew they had not returned their early ballot, they were able to vote at the polls using a regular ballot that was tabulated at the polling place. 168 early voters that were provisionals, because our record showed that they had already returned their early ballot, therefore had already voted. Those provisionals, of course, were not counted because their early ballots had already been counted. There was a turnout, as Karen mentioned earlier, of 621,976 voters. So that is 50.21% of those eligible to vote in this election. Of those that returned their early ballots, there was 43.09%. And at the polls, we had 7.12% of people who were eligible for this election voted at the polls. Of the total people who were involved in this election, 86% of those people who voted either by ballot or at the polls, 86% were by mail and 14% were at the polls. If we might go into our reasoning for what we decided to do in this particular election and how we did the math and started processing, which of course we started last spring. There are a total of 1.9 million registered voters at that time. We are now over 2 million in Maricopa County. 750,000 of those are non-parties, so they would have not been eligible for this election. So the total qualified again in specific numbers, 1,238,792. Of those qualified and did receive an early ballot, we rounded that at the time of 890,000. That figure was actually 897,247. What we determined after subtracting that, those possible voters at the polls would be, in actual numbers, 341,500. 545. We estimated at the polls, based on historical data, particularly from 2008, that the turnout at the polls would be approximately 23%. The 23% of that would give us the 83,489 that we estimated would be going to the polls. And dividing that by what we determined might be a reasonable number of polling places would be 60, dividing that by the 60 would give us about 1,391 in each polling place. We rounded that up, figured in about 1,500 at a polling place. Looking at 2008, we had 5 to 7 poll workers per site, 2 check-in lines, and paper rosters. Looking at 2016, we had 13 to 15 workers per site, 4 to 5 check-in lines on our e-poll books. Then we said we could add one additional feature, and that would be using the vote center mentality, or as is used across the country, and even in some of our other counties in Arizona, have used vote centers for some time. Let me digress a little. Our regular election, when we conduct our primary and general, we cannot use vote centers based on the current equipment that we have in Maricopa County. It will not read or let us access all of the voters in Maricopa County to vote on a particular insight, since these are precinct bound. So we said, okay, if we had the 60 voting centers, which we felt would be able to take care of this, and additionally, we would allow people to vote at any one of those, because we only have 3 ballot styles. You have one office, and the Republican, Democrat, and Green are your ballot styles. Going again across that, we have congressional districts. So you have 8 congressional districts, and you can spread that out between those districts. We can still handle that. At a primary election, we have in excess of 4,000 ballot styles, and our current system will not allow us to do vote centers in that instance. But we thought this would give us ability to do that and allow people to go anywhere. In order to do that, we knew that we had to have larger polling places, obviously. We wanted more poll workers there, and there would be more people going to the polling places. So that gave us an issue at times of finding available places that would be able to handle that. We knew that the rooms had to be large, and of course, as always, in all of our elections, it had to be ADA compliant, and that there would be substantial parking. We know that using a school, for instance, which is in school on Tuesday, does not work very well, so we aimed at other facilities, community centers, a lot of churches, so that we could minimize the problem of not having a large enough space and having sufficient parking. The next item in your packet that you have there is a map of the polling places. It shows I know it's kind of hard to read up there, but what you have before you, and it shows several polling places where there were issues of long lines on election day. Those particular places throughout the day and the evening, we sent additional people and equipment to try to minimize the issues that we saw out there. As I said, the new feature was the electronic poll books, which allows us to see a voter as they come in. They can give us their driver's license or their voter registration card. They can swipe that, either the driver's license or the card, and their name as a voter, if they are in fact a registered voter, automatically comes up on the screen in front of the poll worker. They see that they are either eligible for this election or are not eligible. If they're eligible, they're given a ballot and they go and vote that ballot. If they are not eligible, or our records show they are not eligible, then they are given allowed to vote a provisional ballot, and If we think about that, provisional ballots are going to take longer than the regular, handing someone a ballot and they go to the ballot box. A provisional ballot, not only is there a form to fill out, but there's always conversation with the voter. I mean, the voter's going to say, why do I have to vote provisional? They want details and what's going to happen to that ballot. Is it going to be counted or not? So there is conversation that goes on with each voter. As I think I said earlier, 168 of those who voted a provisional ballot were people who had already voted an early ballot.
1 second.
Yes,
there's a quick question, and I think it's pretty valid that there's a lot of information, and at this area we tend to ask questions and let people make presentations. So as you're making a presentation, if a question comes up from the board, you guys can answer that as per usual.
Thank you.
Supervisor Chukri.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Purcell. And I just, before we got too far away from the polling places, I had one question, and I know it's come up before as it relates to statute in the polling places, because it sounds as though there's some governance associated with that, the number, and how that's derived in statute. And do you mind sharing a little bit about that or explaining that a little bit too? Because I think that's
Mr. Chairman,
appropriate.
Supervisor Chukri, there is a ceiling provided in the statute. We are, for a presidential preference election, we are allowed to have no more than half of the precincts. There is no floor. And currently, we are working with one of the state senators to amend that legislation, or to amend that section of the statute, where there would be not only a ceiling, but also a floor for the two major counties.
But Mr. Chairman, to that point, I think moving forward, one of the things I really would love to, over the summer, all the dust clears, to really dive in, is as we move forward when establishing polling places, and this is statewide, is I really believe whatever that formula is, or whatever that standard or test is, there should be some type of a test, a standard, to be able to select the polling places and take a step backwards and say, okay, does this meet a certain criteria? And that's, I think, is something that's missing. I had a great discussion with our old friend, Mr. Bruce Adelson, and I asked Bruce, I said, help me understand how the Department of Justice would look and to say to any map or any selection of polling place, if this is, if there's problems or not, what measurements and tests did they use? And I do plan on working with Bruce, or at least kind of getting an idea, because I do believe that moving forward, when you start looking at where polling places are going to be, yes, we want to look at voter trend and voter history. We want to look at current voter registration numbers, but I think there's even more categories you can look at. Take a step back and say, okay, what are we missing here? Anything from transportation lines to, whatever. I mean, I think there's tests that, and I just don't know it. This is, I know there's people out there that understand this a lot better than I do, but there has to be a way to say, here's a standard, here's our test to decide that we have, one, we have enough polling places, and two, they're in the right locations. And that's what we're missing. I mean, I think the office is doing their best, thinking, or at the time, what's in the best. But I think to have another level of criteria, and that's something that I think the legislature needs to take up as well. It's not just, I really don't think there should be a cap, Helen. I really don't. I think get rid of that cap. I think allow the county recorders to use their best judgment to determine if there should be more than, let's say the cap, I'm guessing 400, but if you all came in and say, hey, no, we need 500, you should have that opportunity. So I understand the floor, but I even think that having that cap where it's no more, I think that needs to go away. I don't know.
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Gallardo, yeah. I think at the time, as you know, this statute was put in place a number of years ago. I believe it was 1992 when they put this in place. And we were looking at certainly different figures than we have today. But I think they were looking at, okay, you're going to probably, you're only going to have your parties involved in this. And it is, and we heard this at the time, it is a rallying thing around a presidential preference. So that's what they were looking at, and they said, you know, probably we can cut costs if you just have half or less than that.
Sure.
But I'm not saying that that's not, you know, something that the legislature should look at. If they want to also eliminate that ceiling, that's certainly up to them.
No, I think there's a lot we learned from Tuesday's election moving forward. I think there were some issues that popped up that a lot of us just never anticipated in terms of how we govern elections. And I think moving forward, there's a lot of work that the legislature needs to look at least have a dialogue. And this is one of them, is how do you determine polling places? And what's that standard? I really believe there should be a standard. If the Department of Justice has a standard, I'd be interested to know what that standard is. I mean, if they look at this and they're going to, you know, in the past they would pre-clear it or not, but there was a test. There was a way for them to look to say, okay, this is a good map. We have the polling places in the right area. We have the right amount of people, you know, assigned per polling places. And I think we should have that standard, not just Maricopa County, it's all 15 counties should abide by that same kind of.
Steve, I think your comments are on target, especially when you talk about moving forward. There's a lot of things that, however, are still in this presentation. So let's try to get through this, because I think we're probably going to be having some discussions and statements too. But let's go ahead and let you guys continue on.
I think we've already gone over kind of the next slide, which is talking about provisional ballots and how we kind of determine how much time is spent on those provisional ballots. So you can certainly see that. We see it as a minimum of 5 minutes per, but there could be much longer than that if the voter is trying to understand why they have to vote a provisional ballot. So we certainly look at all of that. The next slide, and that's not as easy to see. It's also not easy for me to see. And if you don't mind, I'm going to let Karen Osborne address that slide.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, this is the cost estimate. And when we talk about cost, in 2008, we were at $1.25 per voter by statute. The county was required to, thank you. The county received the maximum reimbursement we could get was $1,927,000, and we spent $2,464,000. We had to assume $536,000 that we did not get reimbursed for. That was in 2008. In 2012, we were given the full max amount because there was no Democratic Party presidential preference. In 2016, if you multiply the $1.25 times the 1,958,000 people, you get $2,447,613.75, not to put a fine point on it. But we know in our rounding of what we know it's going to cost us, at least $2,800,000. And so we're going to be in the hole $422,000 if the bill does not go through or the appropriation does not go through. We ask this board for $4 million to front the cost, as we always do. We have to pay those polling place workers. We have to pay for the polling places. We have to pay for the ballots. But we only get reimbursed currently at the $1.25, which would put us again at $422,000 in the hole.
And Mr. Chairman, this is one area that I think as a county supervisors, we need to go to the legislature and say, hey, we need you guys to invest in elections. It's real easy to have a public hearing and point the finger at everyone. It's much different when they won't point the finger at themselves. They're to blame here. And the legislature needs to take responsibility and fund these elections. I mean, when it comes to making sure we have enough resources in order to conduct a full-blown elections, to make sure we have enough resources for voter education. I can tell you, I've been there at the legislature. I even introduced a bill dealing with voter education and making sure funding goes to it. But they haven't spent any money on voter education. They spent not a nickel, and they got to. We got to look at how do we conduct elections in the state of Arizona? How do we make sure there's enough money and resources to conduct the election? How do we make sure we have the technology that is needed to conduct these elections? Technology is changing all the time. So I think there's some blame there on the legislative side. Like I said, it's easy to have a public hearing to point the finger at everybody, but at the same time, they need to point the finger at themselves, particularly in this area.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, to that point, Supervisor Gallardo, there were some monies spent, sort of public monies, because Clean Elections spent about $200,000 in ads prior to the election talking about the independent voter. So there was some there. We, of course, do our normal that we do with press releases and that type of thing. We advised the board last December, I believe it was, that there was not sufficient funding for this election and didn't know at that time. We had been promised that there would be a bill introduced that would pay us, all of the counties, for this election, because all the counties are short. So and that bill has gone through the two houses, I believe, and it is sitting, I believe, in the Senate waiting for third read.
And Mr. Chairman, Helen, I'm not sure if you're familiar with it, but in 2013 or 14, and regardless of how we feel on the clean elections process, there was a bill that was passed and signed by the governor that actually cut the education funding for clean elections. And it just drives me crazy when you have lawmakers saying, oh, you're not doing enough on education, when they've cut funding on education of voters. And they did it in, I want to say 13 or 14, I have to look back, where they actually cut the funding for clean elections. So yes, I think the state needs to do more in terms of how we educate our voters and making sure that people understand how the process works and how to go about it. So.
And Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Gallardo, we have joined with Clean Elections on several elections in the past to try to maximize what they are doing in the area and what we can do to supplement that.
Okay, very good. Continue on.
Let's talk about some of the myths which are around an election. The first big myth in this particular type of election is independents could vote. That was advocated, I guess, by a number of people in state, at the state level, on national television, that independents could vote. So we had some work to do there to try to let everybody know, no, independents cannot vote in this election. Independents could change their party from either Republican, Democrat, or Green after February 22nd, 2016, and vote in the presidential preference. That is not the case. They had to change by February 22nd in order to be eligible to vote in this election. Voters could change their parties after February 22nd and expect a new party ballot on election day. That's not the case. They had to do that on the 22nd. Voters could vote again if their candidate was no longer in the race. That's been talked about by a lot of people. I've had, well, I know it's every player, but I've had personally people said, I've already voted and my candidate's out. Sorry about that. They can't vote again. As I told you, there was 163 people who voted a provisional that they had already gotten an early ballot, and no, their ballot did not count because they had already voted. E-poll books on election day had connectivity issues, and this is not true. There were not any connectivity issues with any of the e-poll books on election day, and we've gone back and checked that any number of times. Vote centers ran out of ballots. That is also a myth. They did not run out of all the ballots. They could have gotten a ballot from another congressional districts. We gave ballots or asked them to interchange ballots. But there is always a fail-safe at every polling place. Every polling place has a touch screen voting system which they can use, and it has all the ballot styles, contains everything across the valley. That has to be by law in every polling place, and was in this instance. Voters were not allowed to vote if they were not inside the building at 7 p.m. Not true. As you all saw, the lines went well after 7 o'clock. The marshal goes to the end of the line, and anybody standing in that line at 7 o'clock will be allowed to vote. And some of our polling places did not close until early the next morning. After early results were released, no more ballots are counted. That is also not true. At 8 o'clock, we release the early returns, and then we start releasing the returns from the polling places as they come in. I was kind of surprised when some of the polling places started coming in within 35 minutes after the early ballots were dispensed. But that is always the case. We have had this conversation not only locally, we've had this conversation nationally as to whether or not election should be called when you have still voters in line. If any of you will recall the 2000 election in Florida, when part of Florida was in one time zone and part of Florida was in another time zone. In the Panhandle, people were still voting, Panhandle of Florida, still voting when the election was called. So that's been something that's been discussed nationally, and I'm sure will be in the future. Provisional ballots are not counted. That is also not true. Provisional ballots are counted if they can be counted. If you were eligible for that election, your provisional ballot will be counted. Otherwise, as we saw with the independents and others who were just not registered at all, those ballots will not be counted. DOJ procedures no longer apply when with removal of pre-clearance, and I don't believe that's the case. No, we did not submit our polling places to DOJ as we have done in the past, but all of the other factors of the DOJ requirements, we still do. We still have, and in particular in this election, we had 299 bilingual board workers at the polls on election day. We look at the same criteria that we did when the Justice Department had oversight. They have given us a profile of the Hispanic surnames. We match those against our file to see where we should have bilingual board workers, and we do that. We have special training for the bilingual board workers. So as I said, in this election, we had 299. Polling places must be ADA compliant. That is true of any polling place at any time. We still do that. So there are a number of things that we had to submit to the Justice Department that, of course, we still do in every election. Primary and general elections will be at vote centers. Our primary and general elections will not be at vote centers. At the primary in August and the general election in November, we will have 724 precincts. Each of those will have a polling place, either in that particular precinct, or if there is no location there, they can be co-located with the precinct next to them so that it is still convenient. So 724 will be available in both the primary and the general election. The vote center decisions were racially motivated to hinder Democrat voters. And I'm going to turn this over to the Democrat, if you don't mind.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, absolutely not. And I want to reiterate that the same criterias that we used for DOJ when we used to have to submit is, with the exception of submitting these addresses for the vote centers, is the same thing that we use. Those precincts were approved by DOJ. When we go back to the August and November elections, we still have the 299, we have 299 Spanish language speakers, but we also went in where we cannot consolidate on tribal land. We have 3 places. One is in the center of Gila Bend called San Lucy. One is in the Hickywan precinct. It is the Kaka village to extreme south, and then in Fort McDowell. I had one of the reporters call and say, so how far is it from Gila Bend? Well, it's 2 hours and 18 minutes going one way, and it's 3 hours the other. There are 44 people registered in the Kaka Village, and they turned out with a 50%, and I was very proud of them. But we do send the language where it needs to be. We did not, when we looked at that map, we looked at Maricopa County, and we thought, where are the places where we have people? Where can we get them to come to? Because if you think back, this tremendous amount of people, 890,000, we're going to get them by mail. And we had over 700,000 that were not eligible because they were not in the Democrat or Republican or Libertarian parties. So we started, Green, yes. The Libertarians couldn't vote either. But as we started, we looked at trying to find logic. Where can we go? Where is there a big enough facility that we can use that? Where do they have parking? There was nothing, absolutely nothing, about trying to do this on any way to decrease the vote turnout of any group, any registration. It just simply wasn't.
Wait 1 second. Prior to your question, I had a quick question under the DOJ pre-clearance. So presidential preference elections also fell under DOJ pre-clearance for a number of years as well? I mean, I'd never kept track of that, so that is true. That was under that?
Mr. Chairman, they did.
Okay.
Any election that we conducted fell under that.
Any election conducted.
Any election we conducted, any process, Mr. Chairman, anything that we did fell under that.
Okay.
And that is where we were required to translate into the Spanish language. And the native language that we have here in Maricopa County are not written. So we have had that as a spoken language.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Helen, Karen. I've read the letters submitted by both Mayor Stanton and one of our council members out in Avondale. And, I brought up a red flag. I haven't looked at it, but there are people looking at census numbers and CVAP numbers and see, was there any truth to Mr. or Mayor Stanton's letter? I don't know if you saw it. I don't know if he had any thoughts or comments on it in terms of his complaint.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Gallardo, I have not seen the complaint, but I can tell you I did not intentionally leave out any racial minority. I did not leave out any group of registered voters. I did not try to suppress the vote in any way, shape, or form.
Help me understand, you're looking at all the 60 or so polling places. It looked like there was 8 of them, I think 8, that had long lines. Why those 8? I mean, what is it about those 8 that had the huge line? And one in particular was in the Maryville area. And that was one that I had concerns with because there was nothing in South Glendale, which is predominantly Latino as well. So what about those 8? Why those 8? Why not the others?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Gallardo, if you look forensically back at this, what we have are a tremendous amount of provisional ballots. And as Ms. Purcell said, it doesn't take the normal 35, 45 seconds to check someone in. It takes, we've had about 2,000 hours of provisional interaction with these folks because they don't think that they are an independent. When you look at that, I had the question yesterday of, so why would all these people think that they are a Democrat? The Democratic Party that I'm a member of has not had to have a show of proof that you're a Democrat since 2008 in January when the cutoff was for that presidential preference. And if you go down through 8 at the jurisdictionals, 8 at the primary. We send out a 90-day card, and if you're an independent, you want a Democrat ballot, we send it to you. The general election, we all get the same ballot. So you go down through 9, 10, 11, 12, we didn't have a presidential preference. 13, 14, 15. And now is the first time in all of those years that you have had to be a Democrat to get a Democrat ballot. So I don't fault them. We don't fault them at all. We just know that they have not re-registered since then. We know that they thought they were always voting Democrat, but they were, in fact, independent. The one thing I would like to do is I have a sheet here that if anybody in the audience was required to vote a provisional ballot because they were independent, if they will give me their name, their address, their zip code, I need their date of birth for similar names, and their telephone number, I will look them up and we will call them if they are uncomfortable as to why they believe they are not independent. That is extraordinary to anything we've ever done, but I'm willing to do it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Gallardo, if you look at the numbers, and we can certainly show you that, we don't have those numbers, I don't have them right here, at the numbers of the people who voted at each one of those places and the number of provisionals that each one of those places had, we'll be happy to share that with you.
Compared to the other polling places
we have the whole list, so you can look at the whole
list.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Gallardo, the 531 is what provisionals that we had at that particular.
Which is, as I understand, is less than what we had at the Beatitudes in North Central Phoenix.
And Mr. Chairman, Helen Karen, just a couple of things on the myth. One is an email from an actual board worker at I believe it was a polling place on 7th Avenue in Glendale, the Church of the Beatitudes. I'm going to hand this to you, but she does in her email, this is a board worker, in her email, she called my office. I said, put it in writing, send it to me in an email, tell me what happened. She sent this to us on yesterday, where she is stating specifically that they did run out of ballots. I don't know, this is an actual board worker, so I'd ask to take a look at it.
Supervisor Gallardo, we will certainly look at that.
Okay, and because this is a board worker, this isn't a voter, it was someone who was there, hired by the county to operate in the board, so I'd ask that we look at that. A couple things, just moving forward. I think working with the legislature for future PP&E, you just got to delete the prohibition on independents participating. It is wrong. I have introduced this bill so many times in the legislature, and unfortunately it's fallen on deaf ears. I would hope that the same elections committee that held their hearing on Monday would push this bill through. It's unfair that we have independents paying for an election and not allowing them to participate. That has to be changed for future PP&E. I think moving forward as well, I think the 8 p.m., and this is something I was looking at last night in statute, kind of reading what the statute was. It took me forever to find it in the statutes, but I found it. And I think that has to be looked at. I think, there are some cases in where whoever, the officers in charge of election, should make that determination as an elected official if we should postpone releasing the results. Now, I understand you got to balance with the media's concerns and candidates' concerns and the concerns of the voters, but to be honest, I'm more concerned with the voters. For anyone to be in line as long as they have, and I was at the 7th Avenue in Glendale, and to be there at 8 o'clock where these voters have stood in line for a very long time, and then to find out on their smartphones that they've announced the projected winners of the election, which is unfair. That 8 p.m. thing needs to be changed. Again, it goes back to the legislature. The legislature needs to look at this. They need to change this or come up with some type of modification. I'm willing to work with the elections committee in the House to come up with language to take care of this issue, but that needs to be changed. I think moving forward on the DOJ issues, I think we need to look, when looking at polling places, and not polling places, more of the vote centers or even polling places, I think we need to look at census numbers. I think we need to look at CVAP numbers, just make sure that we don't have too many voters, particularly in minority areas, allocated to one polling place or vote center. I think that needs to be looked. I'm a strong believer in community input. We got to get those suggestions. Let it be polling places or any type of election changes, particularly those in the elections procedures manual, any changes, we got to get community input. What do we think? Is this good, bad? I'm a strong advocate of getting people involved and getting input. I'm a strong supporter of the vote centers. I really am. I think we eliminate the issue of people going to the wrong polling place. But I think we need to do to educate the voters. And again, that goes back to the legislature giving enough dollars in order to educate the voters. Relying on social media or just relying on free media, it's not enough. I think the legislature once again needs to step up and give enough resources to all 15 counties to make sure that they are promoting the election information. And there was one other issue going to the e-poll books. I guess more so the entire plan, I guess, on election day, is what type of contingency plan, because I think every county should have a contingency plan. Let it be what happened on election day on the 22nd, or, if a polling place or poll center catches on fire, what is that contingency plan and how is it implemented? If there's a technology problem, if the e-poll books, for whatever reason, go down, what is that plan where we don't have voters standing in line? And that's something that all 15 counties should be able to have. That's something that they should make public so the public knows exactly what that contingency plan was. My office started getting calls on election day at 10 a.m. I went out there and I saw, Tolleson is a perfect example. Tolleson polling place had a line. And this is midday and there's like 100 people. I knew at that point we have a problem. Yeah, and I instructed my chiefs that find out what this contingency plan is. So I think I'm sure there is one, but there has to be, I think all 15 counties need to have a large contingency plan. Yes, sir.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
But a lot of this is statements. I've kind of lost track if there's any questions in there or statements. But is there a specific thing that you guys want to discuss? What Supervisor Gallardo has brought up? Because we're going to be here in the speaker section.
But Mr. Chairman, I think there's a lot of problems that occurred on election day.
Yes.
That fall in the lap of the state legislature. They need to step up to the plate and deal with some of these issues. And some are old issues that we've been hashing out for many of years that have never been addressed. Some are new issues. But I think it's important for us as we go through and identify, even let it be the myths or what had happened. But we identify these issues and not lose focus that the legislature needs to do their part. But going back to the contingency plan.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman,
if
I might, Mr. Gallardo, if I could, I think there's a good way for us to bring all this home. However, I would just suggest two things. First, a lot of what was just said, I agree, it is the state legislature, not the county elections department, that can make a decision on whether or not independents can vote. And secondly, I think that many of my colleagues, including myself, have thoughts, ideas that we would like to share with both Ms. Osborne and Ms. Purcell, but perhaps we should hear from some of the public that's here. I think we have 20 so people wanting to speak, Mr. Chairman, and we can come back to looking forward, Mr. Gallardo, because I agree with you. I think we need to look at that, but it might be better time spent to hear from the folks here to speak and then ask to come back and have the two ladies come back.
And after that, I think we still need to dive into the provisional ballots. I think there's a lot of interest in that area.
Well, okay. If you want us, well, let's just wait on that for a second because, there's speakers here. I'm going to blame something on the city of Phoenix. Their parking fees are outrageous. So I don't want some of the speakers here are paying for fees to be here today. So I want to get on with the speaker portion. If you ladies would like to have a seat. Before I do it, some of you here in the audience are new to this format and new to county issues, and I again want to thank you for joining us. We're going to give a quick film discussing the rules going forward during the speaking process.
or who directs or incites others to be disruptive will be removed from the meeting. In the event a person engaging in disruptive behavior refuses to leave the meeting room, law enforcement officials may take any necessary steps within their discretion in accordance with Arizona law, including but not limited to disorderly conduct, criminal trespass, and/or obstructing government operations. No weapons, no signs made from materials that may cause injury are permitted in the meeting room. If you wish to address the Board of Supervisors on an item listed on the agenda or at the call to the public, you will need to complete a speaker slip and turn it in to the clerk of the board. Your name will be called at the appropriate time. Please note the additional instructions on the back of the speaker form for your reference. Esta es una junta pública de la mesa directiva de supervisores del condado Maricopa. A cualquier miembro del público se le permite asistir y escuchar. Cualquier persona que sea desordenada o quien dirija o provoque a otros a ser desordenados será sacado de la junta. En el evento que una persona envuelta en conducta desordenada se niegue a salir de la junta, oficiales de la ley pueden tomar cualquier medida necesaria dentro de su discreción de acuerdo con las leyes de Arizona, incluyendo, pero no limitando a, desorden público, entrada ilegal delictiva o sea criminal o impidiendo las operaciones del gobierno. Ningún arma, ningún letrero o cartelón hecho de materiales que pueden causar daño o lesión son permitidos en la sala para juntas. Si usted desea dirigirse a la mesa directiva de supervisores sobre un punto o artículo en la lista de agenda o a la llamada al público, necesitará completar un formulario y entregarlo al funcionario de la Junta, reconocido en inglés como Clerk of the Board. Su nombre será llamado en el momento apropiado. Por favor, tome nota de las instrucciones adicionales en la parte de atrás del formulario para su preferencia. This is a public meeting.
All right, thank you for the time to watch that. Fran, would you like to have anything else said about our rules going forward today? And in Spanish, Gallardo.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and members of the audience, we did have speaker slips available in the front. They're kind of a salmon peach color. If you missed that when you came in and you're wishing to address the board, I think they can still fill out a slip and we can give them to the chairman. Those that have been received, you have a number, and I believe we have approximately 9 that have been turned in. But since we have just that number, I think we will move fairly quickly. But if you are signed up to speak, if numbers 1 through 5 would like to just come over to this side and be ready to speak at the podium. We do have a timer here, and a reminder bell will ring approximately 15 seconds before the end of your 2-minute time. And then there is a final bell that rings, and in order to be able to hear all of the speakers, if you would be respectful of that time, it would be very helpful.
Are we allowed to address them?
They are addressing agenda items, yes.
Okay. Okay. Number 1, we have, thank you for joining us today. Mr. Brent Kleinman is here to speak to our board. Welcome, Brent. Thanks for being here today.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, I've been watching this for the last week and have listened to the presentation and seen the best I can off the video monitors. And I have a couple of questions, probably for Ms. Purcell and the elections director more than the board, but looking at the numbers of 2008, there being a shortage of $500,000 in the $1.25 repayment policy of the state. In 2012, it was said they received the maximum amount, which I'm assuming was from the number of eligible voters, independents, Democrats, Republicans. So that would have presented a surplus to the county, which isn't being described. So then again in 2016, had we held that surplus, is the $400,000 shortage that was potential really cause for the severe cut down to 60 polling centers? I'm going to try and do this quickly also. Then my other question is, the statute says no less than 20 days prior to the election, the county may add polling places. Ms. Purcell has stated that it was too late to find out that there was so much excitement in this election that they could not add polling places. I think it was very clear a month out that we needed more polling places. That could have been done. There was definitely, the question is, when you're doing your math, if all the polling places were split geographically around the county, the polling places had to run at an efficiency of 2 people per minute for all 13 hours they were open. That's near impossible with the provisional average of 5 minutes per person. So there should be no requirement from the state that we have a floor level of polling places. A ceiling's fine. If the county recorder can't do their job to say we need more than 60 places, then we have a definite issue.
Thank you, Mr. Kleiman. And I've seen that, please do not have any outbursts. We need to get through this. All the questions will be answered. So I saw them writing questions. We'll answer the questions after everybody, all 10 have had a chance to come up to speak. So thank you, Mr. Kleiman. No outbursts, please. Number 2, Mr. James Barton, I hope. James?
Yes.
Nice seeing you today.
Thanks. Thank you. I just want to point out three things that I think would be good for when folks come back up to address. One thing I wanted to talk about the e-poll books. It's nice to see that the e-poll books are preventing people from having to vote provisionals with the early ballots, but I really do think we need to investigate and make sure that we understand any kind of delays that are associated with e-poll books. I was kind of concerned to hear it described as a myth that we had no connectivity problems because, I have a couple of poll workers that have told me that they saw that, and so it concerns me to hear so early into the process to feel like we've totally cleared that. The other thing I wanted to say is that running out of ballots for a particular congressional district is running out of ballots. The parties, it's required by law to tabulate in accordance with a congressional district, and if you're giving someone the wrong congressional district ballot, that's a problem. So I feel like we need to go back and look at things a little bit more detailed there. The other thing is, I do think we need to distinguish between no party preference or no party selected and independent. The reason for that is when I select independent, I've done something to say I want to be independent. If I have no party preference, we really need to dig in and see, is MVD just taking an empty box and assuming no party preference when a person had previously selected? So I think that we need to parse out the difference between those two. The last thing I want to say about the selection of the polling places, we heard today that it was not intentional to disenfranchise someone. Obviously not. I would never say that I know these 2 public servants, and they certainly would never do anything to disenfranchise someone. But the test is, did we take active steps to ensure that this change was not retrogressive? Did we take active steps to ensure that no one was disenfranchised? And I think that's the test that we need to apply, not just to the language, which is fantastic, but also to the location of the polling places.
Thank you, Mr. Barton. Okay, it is Barton, right? Did I get it right? Yes. Thank you. All right, Mr. Leonard Clark is with us today. Thank you, Leonard, for being here.
Hi there. Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Leonard Clark, born right down the street at Good Samaritan Hospital, lifelong resident. Yes, I do believe, and I thank you for having this meeting on the canvas, I do believe that there is blame to go around, but the blame that I've seen, I sat through all of the hearings at the legislature, and I'm hearing some nice people speak now telling us why they believe we had these problems. But in looking back at the whole record of mistakes and mishaps and things that we've had, I mean, I would be generous if I thought that they were just accidental. But even if I am generous and say that all these things weren't about voter suppression, which I'm sorry, but I do believe they were, these are egregious mistakes. This has caused many of the young people I know and older people I know to lose faith in our democratic system. And that really breaks my heart because, you know, I served in the armed forces like many of you have done. Many are watching this live right now all over Arizona, and they're wondering whether they should even vote anymore. It's that serious. And I don't want to see this beautiful democratic system that we have slowly be destroyed because people don't think their vote counts anymore. I mean, what I saw that day still breaks my heart. Our beautiful state of Arizona, people not having enough water to drink, 5 or 6 hours in lines. I don't like to say that I want a public official or public officials to resign, but I would not be doing my ethical and conscientious duty as a human being if I remain silent on that. And I do have to ask you, please call for the resignations of Maricopa County Board, or Maricopa County Recorder Helen Purcell and Maricopa County Elections Officer Karen Osborne. 30 years is a long time. Thank you.
Please do not clap. Thank you very much for joining us today, Mr. Clark. Next up, Ms. Patricia Jason. Thank you for being here, Patricia.
Thank you, and good morning, Chairman and members of the board. I'm 71 years old. I've been living in Arizona as a registered voter since 1971. I'm just a citizen. I don't represent any other groups. Also, I've been a poll worker twice in 2 different elections, including the provisional desk. But I am outraged and once again embarrassed by Arizona. How is it that a county of over 1 million voters, that you folks could conceive that 60 polling locations would be adequate? If I recall, you guys unanimously approved that. And you should be ashamed of yourselves. I hear that money is an issue. Are we so poor? Is Maricopa County that poor? Or is this situation, along with all of the other legislation that has been passed here in Arizona in the last recent years, another tactic to impede minority voters and to impede democracy? I'm sorry, but I firmly believe it. I've seen more and more steps taken to limit voter access, and that is a crime against our democracy. I would like to know if these hearings, both here and in the state, are just chewing gum for the eyeballs and the ears. I would like to know exactly how you plan to fix this, and I would like to know how many polling places you plan to put in November. This is a highly contentious election, and you know you're going to have a huge turnout.
Ma'am, you're addressing the board.
And thank you very much.
Okay.
That's
thank
it.
you. And thank you for your services as working as a poll worker. We appreciate it very much.
I love it. I believe in a vote.
Thank you.
Let's make it available.
Thank you for being with us today. Thank you. Okay, number 5, Ms. Diane Barker. Good morning, Diane.
And while she's coming, if 6 through 10 could also line up over here and be ready.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Hickman and Board of Supervisors. And I'm in District 7. My name's Diane Barker. I'm a qualified voter. And I'm here to protect and preserve that right for me. I always, if you look at my record, I always vote, and I always vote on Election Day. And I want to preserve Election Day. And to my Board of Supervisor, this isn't a hiccup like what is alleged with the light rail misspending of money, nor will it blow over as I understood you thought this summer. This is serious, and if you look at all the testimony, which I did Monday at the legislature and in the media, they have listed responsible parties. They've named you too, because you went from 400 to the suggestion from the recorder to 60 in the most populated county in Arizona and one of in the United States. We need to have you answer why and we didn't hear an apology from you. The recorder has apologized. But the other thing, the county has a human resources campus, access to a lot of water. It was high temperatures that day. The recorder said at the testimony, my heart sank, because I carry water in the summer and I've helped people that are down on the sidewalk. The thing is, they said, did you send out water? No. People were standing there. They told stories about getting wet. People could have lost their balance by being suddenly struck, and it's a safety issue. This is more, we're at the top of the organization chart. We citizens that are the voters that put you in, you owe us an allegiance. You must have it safe. You must have access, and we have to have training and media information. When you're an independent, I changed mine to the party and voted, but a lot of people didn't. You accepted money from the state for all of those independents and then said, come on and vote, and it took 11 steps and way much time.
Diane.
This excess has to stop.
Thank you for being here, Diane. I appreciate your comments. Okay. Samantha Pestros? Was that close?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Hickman and
Thank you.
County Supervisors. Thank you very much for having this meeting today. My name is Samantha Pestros, and I'm the Executive Director of the Arizona Advocacy Network. And we are working in a coalition with the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights, Promise Arizona, in One Arizona, and we are looking into the county's compliance with the federal civil rights law. We are very concerned about how the polling locations were decided, especially in light of Maricopa County's socioeconomic status and the barriers that many individuals in Maricopa County face to voting. We have received countless stories of people who were not able to vote because they did not have reasonable access to voting. Arizona is a state that was formally covered by Section 5 pre-clearance provision of the Voting Rights Act before it was gutted in 2013. The barriers and long waits that our voters faced was inexcusable. The Arizona Advocacy Network is devoted to ensuring that all eligible voters in our state will not be disenfranchised from exercising their right to cast a ballot for the person of their choosing. Today, our coalition will submit letters to County Recorder Purcell and Secretary of State Reagan asking them to explain how the polling places were decided. We heard a little bit today, but I'm still a little bit confused on exactly how they decided where on the map to have the polling locations. And we are going to be asking for very clear steps, very clear follow-up to ensure that this doesn't happen again. And it sounds like that is happening, which we appreciate. But again, we are very concerned and we cannot let this happen again. Thank you.
Thank you for being here, Samantha. Okay, next up, Mr. Chris Sumter?
Mr. Sauter.
Sauter, oh, thank you
My
for
name
being
is Chris
here.
Sauter. Good morning. I represent the Bernie Sanders for President campaign. As background, I've been involved in disputed and problematic elections for over 3 decades. I would say that there's a lot that I could rebut on behalf of the campaign that was presented this morning as to how it was handled, but I want to focus on provisional ballots. The Sanders campaign received dozens of calls on Election Day and thereafter with problems. We've gone through all of these complaints, and we would put them into 3 types. The first type was type referenced by Ms. Osborne. People who reasonably believed that they were Democrats, or were a Democrat, that's why all of our complaints are from Democrats, reasonably believed they were Democrats because historically they had always voted that way. They were allowed to vote that way, even if they were registered technically as an independent or non-affiliated. Secondly, there are people who had proof that they were Democrats, and they were required to vote by provisional ballot. We have an affidavit from one individual along with an email confirmation that he had changed his registration on February 17th. Before the deadline, he was required to vote by provisional ballot. And there are others who have proof, or we have looked on the van, and they were required to vote by provisional ballot, yet they were Democrats. And finally, there's the category referenced by the Secretary of State on Monday, people who believe that they were Democrats, they registered as Democrats, somehow their votes, their registration was changed, not initiated by them. And you recall the Secretary of State said she believed that happened because one of her staffers. So our request on behalf of the campaign is that you hold the canvas open until there's a thorough audit of all individuals who fall into that third category.
Thank you for being here from Washington, D.C. today. Thank you very much. Next up, Ms. Chanel Poe.
Yes, thank you so much,
Chanel. Thanks for being
Chairman
here.
Hickman and members of the board. I'm here to discuss, the voting fiasco. I believe that there were some leading indicators that there was going to be a high voter turnout. There were over 800,000 mail-in ballots that were sent to homes. And quite frankly, our communities are richly diverse, and we cannot continue to implement mediocre plans that, through a single lens, that disenfranchises the vote. I'm curious to know why Pima had twice as many polling locations than Maricopa County. Quite frankly, we put our trust and our faith into our elected officials, and leading on up to the governor's office and the county recorder's office. There are a lot of people who taking time off of work. There were individuals from our ADA community, our senior citizens, low-income families, even parents who wanted to take their children to experience democracy with them. And Arizona as a state has felt them across the board. When we talk about solutions, let's go forward and try to work together with the different agencies as a collective and sit down and actually communicate with one another by making bus or transportations free during election days, by having multiple days available for individuals to vote in the election. I hear that there's a narrative that's brewing that's talking about fiscal responsibility or being frugal. Let's have a breakdown of the costs and then ask ourselves, how important is democracy? How important is elections? And what are we going to do to make sure that this doesn't happen in less than 45 days from May 17th? Voters deserve to have information. Individuals deserve to be reached out to. Work with the school districts, work with us all, but we want to maximize this opportunity so that Arizonans can have their voices heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Chanel. Thank you very much for being here today. Next up is Francesca Garza.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning. Hi, Chairman, and may I address everyone here. My name is Frankie Garza. I have, by the way, who I am. I actually do a lot of work in the community, here in the Phoenix community, Glendale community. I'm a motivational speaker. I go to schools, I go to prisons, I go to churches on my own time to volunteer to talk to the youth today. So I'm also working on my double major and a minor in English, and actually fight for the people, fight and work for the people, unlike some. But anyway, sir, I'm very upset. I'm here today to represent the people that weren't able to come, my brothers and sisters. We're upset. I did an early ballot. I made sure it was counted in the system. Who knows if it was counted? I mean, there's a lot of issues going on. My husband, he works 12-hour days. He went to a polling site, and like we remembered in 2008 and 2012 to vote, it took 10 to 15 minutes tops. And we all are aware of the numbers. We don't have to do math because my 5-year-old can figure out there would be an issue if there was 200 polling places down to 60, that there would be an issue. So my husband and my mother went to a polling site on 7th Avenue in Glendale and unable to vote because of the long lines. What are we doing? You know, it's blatantly right here in front of us what is going on. You can see the corruption, you can see what's happening, and you can see who got paid. So as I am just here to, what are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing to go forward? Open the canvas, leave it open, fight for the people. That's what you're here to do. And if that was your dream, to be up here to fight for the people, and as her as well, do your job or otherwise resign. So thank you.
Thank you for being here today. Okay, next up is Catherine Meadams. Hope I have that right.
Actually, it's Catherine McAdams Diaz.
Oh, Mick Adams. Sorry, Catherine. Thanks for
okay.
being here today.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I didn't get to make my statement the other day, and I had gone to the trouble of writing it out, so I'm just going to read it to you if I might.
Sure.
Okay. My name's Kathy McAdams Diaz, and I'm here to make a statement regarding the presidential preference election that occurred March 22nd, 2016. I'm a recent transplant here from California, and it has been quite a culture shock for me moving here to Arizona. I'm a licensed social worker with 2 master's degrees and many years of experience. I respectfully submit to Governor Ducey, Secretary of State Reagan, and County Recorder Purcell, and this board that it is clear many citizens in Arizona were disenfranchised on March 22nd, regardless of their party affiliation, thereby preventing them from exercising their constitutional right to vote. I was on the ground in East Valley. I was working for one of the campaigns, canvassing and checking on people and conditions at the polls. And this is in East Valley, where I live. Several people verbalized to me as I walked door to door that they could not vote due to long lines. These were primarily elderly adults, disabled persons, or women with small children. I witnessed long lines of people wrapped around the polling sites. People with small children, elderly persons with walkers, and disabled people in wheelchairs, as well as other people, standing in the hot sun for hours so they could exercise their constitutional right to vote. I submit to you, Governor Ducey, that this was a total disgrace, and absolutely the responsibility lies with you, since you signed the legislation to reduce the polling places from 200 to 60 against the advice of county election officials.
Ms. McAdams, you want to make one other point?
Okay, well, like I said, it was, okay, one other point.
Sure.
I would like to point out that our Latino brothers and sisters were disproportionately affected because entire communities lacked a single polling location. I had the opportunity to meet the former county recorder while I was at the polling location.
Okay.
And I asked him what he said, and he stated to me, plain and simple, this is voter suppression.
Okay, Catherine, thank you very much for being here. Thanks for joining us today. I'm missing a speaker slip. I have number 12, but I don't have a number 11. Was there a number 11 that's floating around? That was you? Okay, because you're listed as number 10 for me, so I'm glad I got you. We'll go with the number 12, Mr. Ed Higgins is here today. Thanks for joining us, Ed. This is the final speaker slip that has been turned in, so you will be the final speaker today on this topic.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, members. I went to go vote on Tuesday at the Tempe substation. I'm a Tempe resident. When I got there was an hour and a half wait, which is fine. This is my Super Bowl. I'm a geek, and I love politics. So I went there to go enjoy the event. When I got into to be scanned, the person that was running the e-poll book didn't quite understand how to use it, or was flustered because I kept on coming up as a Republican. I had my voter ID card. I had my ID. The voter ID card said I was good. She kept on checking it. It wouldn't go through. It kept on saying Republican. So they gave me a provisional ballot, which is okay. I can fill out one line and come back. When I came back to put the provisional ballot in the envelope, the person who was putting the pink slip on the envelope filled it out for me, but said she didn't have to put the pink slip on the envelope. This confused me, but I'm a patient person. I couldn't understand why or how you would know who I was if you didn't stick my name on the provisional ballot. The poll worker next to her was visibly frustrated, grabbed the envelope, and said, well, there's no way that we would know who that is voting, so we're going to go ahead and put that on there. They stuck it on. As I was leaving, I noticed a gentleman getting visibly upset. I overheard him say, I've been a Democrat for 8 years, and you are pulling me up as a Republican now. This is absurd. I turned to him. I was frustrated. I turned to him. I said, report it. As I went to my car, I was frustrated. It takes a lot for me to get frustrated. I was fuming. I made a video. That video now has 130,000 views because I expressed my frustration at the whole event. But I went on. So I went to go phone bank that day. I met a nice lady named Gail. She was 82 years old. She could not stand in line, so I brought her to the polling place on Fillmore and 3rd to let her vote. I had a friend up front. She got in fine, but she's one of the few. I went to the Presbyterian Church to assist voters who were still in line, 500 still in line, as the results were called at 8 o'clock, to give out water and to give out food. This is how much I appreciate this process, and I would be a hypocrite sitting up here today if I didn't say that your vote counts, but mine doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
Because my provisional ballot, we still don't know if it counts. Thank you very much for listening.
Okay, thank you very much, and thanks for sharing your experience, and thanks for helping out that day. I appreciate it very much. Okay, so there's a number of questions asked. I'm going to go ahead and call up Helen or Karen, or if one, if not the other. If you guys, I saw you furiously taking notes. My colleagues were taking notes as I was running the meeting.
If we could, one of the things that has continually come up is about provisional ballots. And if I could have an individual who is in charge of dealing with provisional ballots, and he can explain to you the number we saw, the number that were approved, and the number that were not approved, and the reasons for those.
Okay, so if we're going to go into provisional, and that's fine, is there specific questions, Steve, you want to answer, just a quick report on that?
So just one, and on election day, I think it was Jim Barnes brought it up on election day. So, and this may explain the email too. There were possibly some polling centers that ran out of one particular congressional district ballot, and then perhaps where other congressional district, Democrat District 7, I go to vote, they don't have District 7, well, here, use District 9. Was that the case?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Gallardo, it is possible that there was not the District 9, but the District 7. But with the e-poll books, we know what district every single voter was in. So as two emergencies that you were talking about, so what have you got planned? One is use another, as long as you're using a Democratic ballot, so they get to cast their vote. The second is that the touchscreen is alive and well in every single precinct. It has unlimited ballots, and those were the two things.
But Karen, going back to this CD, that's going to tell me how many in District 7 voted for Bernie Sanders, how many voted for Hillary Clinton. Those totals may not be accurate if you had voters in District 7 using District 9 ballots.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Gallardo, at the polling place, this was a combine of all together, and I think you do have the information that you need to determine, did a person vote and what district are they registered in?
But Mr. Chairman, Karen, I guess my question is more the accuracy of the canvass. Instead, I mean, it's not if they voted or not, but did they receive the correct ballot?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Gallardo, I do not believe we ran out of ballots at any one particular polling place, but had any of the people at the polling place been concerned, they could have voted on the touchscreen. We did have a number of people vote on the touchscreen at different places, usually because they're disabled.
Okay. Good. Do you still want to do a quick presentation on provisionals?
If I could have Ray Valenzuela just run through the number that we had and the disposition in the various categories.
Thank you, Ray. Thanks for being here today.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, again, Ray Valenzuela, Assistant Director, Maricopa County Elections. I know the questions that come up with regards to provisionals, so we have just finished, as Helen and Karen mentioned yesterday. The total and the numbers already have been provided. We did have the 4,631 that were considered ballots counted, which made up various groups. And then we had the 20,008 that were invalidated. And of that, again, the numbers already provided, 18,000 322 were not eligible to vote in this election. That makeup is those individuals, which we're using the term independent, which is theoretically not a recognized party, but to identify anybody that's not affiliated with the parties that were voting. So there could be some libertarians in there that were not eligible, but that would be the total number, 18,322. Within that, there's also makeups of individuals that were not registered, meaning they came to the polls, there is nothing on the file for them. And before I go forward with all of these numbers, know that every single one of these provisionals, not only were they first checked, they were second checked, and to some extent third. So there's not one decision made on these particular ballots, provisional, that was not at random or ever 100% were looked at by a staff member, down to a second check manager, down to a third check on specifically on the not eligibles, because we know that was a question with regards to how many individuals were systematically changed to independent and this kind of misnomer, but again, those all were reviewed. So again, not registered 1,162. Incomplete information on the provisional, we had 115. That is a makeup of the individual just signed the form. Now that could be contrary to either the board didn't inform them, but again, there was 115 that were incomplete. We couldn't make out that form to identify.
And then to that point, Mr. Chairman, Ray, the 115, what constitutes an incomplete form besides not having a signature? What else? What is a must on a provisional ballot that needs to be provided or to be accepted? And what is it that, what was actually missing that said, nope?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Gallardo, we've even gone away from the signature being a requirement, and by that I mean is because to get that form, we actually have a digital signature that you've captured. There used to be in the old days, 2 years ago, if I may, before technology, that we utilize. So the only things that are required are a name, identifiable name, and an address that we can tie back to that's a valid address. I will say the majority of these, in all honesty, are either the name was not identifiable, the handwriting on there, but I would say 90%, having touched most of the manager screen, were individuals who wrote P.O. Box 3, saying, I reside at. You cannot reside at a P.O. Box. You are identifying yourself as a registered voter, and you're saying, we can't find John Smith at P.O. Box 32. There is no John Smith at P.O. Box 32. But even with that, you're attesting that you reside at this in Maricopa County, so we couldn't identify the voter or associate them back to it.
And Mr. Chairman Ray, is that statutory in terms of the requirements, or is that internal election procedures rules, or I guess who makes those guidelines that you got to be able to read the signature, or you have to put your physical address? Is that statutory?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Gallardo, it actually is statutory, but not in that specifics, meaning we're not saying you have to read the signature. What it has to be in statute and also in the Secretary of Procedures Manual, which has force and effect of law. They identify anything that statute is ambiguous, meaning it has to be identifiable to a given individual or voter. Okay. That's the statute in its layman's term. Then the Secretary of State's Procedures Manual will identify, meaning what does that mean? Well, if you have a John Smith, can you effectively say that's one of the 1,000 that we have on file and associate that ballot to that particular voter?
But Mr. Chairman Ray, so just so I understand, the 115, if we were able to, or the office was able to read the name and identify the address, they would have been counted, correct?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor, that is absolutely. Okay. If we could identify that voter and identify them as and I apologize to the John Smiths out there, but if they were John Smith and we could identify by the date of birth, there's also a date of birth. That's why even when Director Osborne asked for individuals who want to list that, we have hundreds of seniors, juniors, I myself being a junior. So if we could identify that date of birth, find that John Smith, and we absolutely made that effort to identify and associate that.
Thank you. Go on.
Okay. Are you still going?
Just the further numbers if you yes. need, and some of those are just, like I said, the 18,322, it's specific to that was, again, that is a makeup of individuals that are not eligible. We have early ballots that were sent to county, which you already mentioned, 168. And again, the makeup of the good, if you want to know that, I have that as well. I'm assuming those are were not in question, so those were made good. But I will identify that the majority of them, 2,628 of the valid ones, were new residents, which is a standard which we have. Individuals are not aware that they have not updated for a year plus. And so the majority of those are new resident and or something with regards to their address that we had to correct.
Okay. And I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, Ray, talk to me about Service Arizona.
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Gallardo, Service Arizona, yes, about it. Your questions would be.
It's been the topic of discussion. Where there, and maybe this is a question that has to be directed to the state as well. For those voters that showed up at the polls, were PND, had a voter ID card, said, I'm a lifelong Democrat. They were given a provisional ballot, correct? Or no?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Gallardo, an individual who showed up with an ID card that said that they were a Democrat, but our system did not, were indeed given a provisional ballot because although they may have a voter ID card as old as it is, and I inferred and made a comment earlier to Helen Purcell that my driver's license say I weigh 180, but it doesn't necessarily hold true any longer. It's 189. But anyway, but all truth be known that yes, you could have a card, but it could be, as everyone knows, we've done mass mailings of cards. So they would have, if they're not in the system as a Democrat, would have been required.
So if they're a PND, they're claiming, with or without a card, they're claiming they're a lifelong Democrat or Republican, they were given a provisional ballot. Would anyone be turned away for not having a card, or everyone would be given a provisional ballot?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Gallardo, actual federal law requires the right to vote a provisional ballot, and every voter was identified that they are eligible to vote a provisional and would have been given a provisional outside of the ID at the poll requirement, which you still have to prove some side of conditional provisional is another factor, which if you didn't have ID, but at all, but yes, everybody would have been issued a ballot.
And Mr. Chairman Ray, how does that handled? How are those handled? If Service Arizona, if it's true what media is reporting and what was stated at the public hearing, that voters had their party affiliation changed through Service Arizona without the authority of the voters, and they go to the polls and they vote, how is that corrected? Or how are those ballots handled? And how many were there?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Gallardo, I can tell you that the 18,322 is the total number of individuals that we show registered within the system as something other than Rep Dem. But further into our research, we've done and we identified approximately 5,500 that were Service Arizona. Actually, let me back up. There were about 15,000 that were Service Arizona related. In our query, however, the majority of them were removed from, they were still reviewed to see their registration forms, but they didn't have a modification to a party caused by Service Arizona. So in other words, we specifically narrowed down to approximately 4,500 individuals, which is going to our third check, which I mentioned, which we normally would not do, but we did narrow down. Of these 18, there were 4,500 that were Service Arizona related. And when I say Service Arizona, I shouldn't, I'm just using your term. It's actually MVD office, because there are two methodologies. Service Arizona is online. When a voter goes online to the www.servicearizona.com, you walk through a wizard that you can register to vote. That site does not allow you to leave a blank. It mandates before you can move forward, you select Dem, Rep, Lib, Green, or none. Individuals that selected none they have absolutely, and we can identify those forms, have absolutely done that at some point in their registration. Those individuals that were identified as done on the internet, Service Arizona, are actually those that we say those are what the individual voter had requested.
Supervisor Chukri.
Mr. Chairman, to that point, Ray, I think that's a unique observation, because part of what today's meeting is about is plotting a course forward as to make sure how we prevent this from happening yet again in subsequent elections, future elections here. And there is clearly some disconnect here with, and we'll phrase it as Service Arizona, this Service Arizona model, because I had constituents reach out to me that simply wanted to update their address, wanted to go and make sure that their registration was who they were as a party. And regardless of what they put in, it still somehow defaulted to independent or another party designation that they were not. So as part of us going forward, I think as we're taking notes, we're building a case on how we don't let this happen again. This MVD portion, Service Arizona portion, is an absolute must that we must look at correcting, because I do think well-qualified people who know and are proficient in how they can update their address, and still yet they did not receive a ballot, still yet they were the wrong party designation. So,
And Mr. Chairman, Ray, how many of those were counted? How many provisional ballots that, maybe counted or not counted, that had a party change? I guess that's the question.
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Wilcox.
Supervisor Wilcox?
I'm sorry, Supervisor Gallardo.
You have been here a long time.
It was that spot that was previously occupied. I apologize for that. Supervisor Gallardo, the total of, upon all that third review, narrowing it down to 4,000 individual voters in that 18,332 that had a form that could have been done by a customer service representative, that could have been miskeyed if that may be the case, we had a total of 46.
46?
46 voters that we considered them office errors, meaning upon review, and I will tell you now that 26 of those were because we could not retrieve an application done in 2007. So they went into an MVD office 2007, and to some extent, either they or the MVD agent marked none for them, and we received that, and this is, again, almost 9 years ago, and they have been voting as an independent, for lack of better words, for those 9 years. Those 26 were identified as, and we kind of tie goes to the runner, we went ahead and honored them as them indicating they would cast as a Democrat. The other ones were identified that there was a error in, and again, out of the 1.9 or up to 2 million forms, we had identified close to 20 of them that should have been, when the form was received, keyed to a Dem and a Rep. And so those 20 out of is where we're at.
Okay, Karen.
I think we need to point out that we're working with the Department of Transportation, Mr. Chairman. We are working with the Department of Transportation and the Secretary of State's office to make sure that we have everything in the easiest possible interaction with the Department of Transportation. But we have worked with them through the weekend, and we appreciate their cooperation.
Thank you. Okay, Steve, looking at the clock, I mean it when...
One last question, because it's, considering the number of independents we have, which is a third of the voter file, is it possible that some of those voters may have had their party affiliation change from Republican to Democrat to PND, and may have been on Pebble, that should have received an early ballot but didn't because of the change? They should have received some type of notification like the sample ballot. Is it possible, and we're talking around 700,000 people for voters. Is it possible that some of them out there, because of Service Arizona or MVD, however we want to call it, could have been disenfranchised because of Service Arizona and never got their early ballots because they are on Pebble, or never got a notification on where to go to vote?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Gallardo, see, I got that right. A couple of things. Number one, we only found 20 out of the 1.9 million that were in error. Number two, I want to point out that the provisional ballot is the safeguard. The provisional ballot has always been the safeguard. If you walk in, there's a sign on the wall that says you have a right to vote. So if no matter what has happened, we give you a ballot. And then that's why the polling place burns, the whatever. We've always had a backup plan. The machine doesn't work. All these things that can happen, you're not correctly on the file. You don't believe that you're correctly on the file. That's why we take them in and we went over and over and over. Anything is possible, but I tell you, 20 out of that many were darn few in my book.
And Mr. Chairman, Karen, I think my concern is those that were never notified. It isn't that not the ones that went to the polls, it's the ones that didn't go to the polls because they were not notified. You know, all of us in the room, probably, we follow elections, we vote every time. It's right there with our, with family and church. I mean, we vote. But there's so many voters out there that don't know. And I think the possibility, and that's why I really want to dive into Service Arizona later on in the future as we move on, because is there the possibility of voters that are in the other category, because according to statute, they're not going to be given their Pebble, even though they are signed up for Pebble, and they're never going to be notified, this is where you go to vote.
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Gallardo, in the world of infinite possibilities, there is always a possibility that anything can happen. But I'm telling you, we have a call center that took 11,000 calls per day. Am I registered? You can go on, for those folks that were concerned, they can go on the website and find out. They can go on Secretary of State's office and find out. But those 11,000 folks that called every day, and we could have not done this without two people, two groups. One was the poll workers, thank you to them, and the second was that call center. They hung in there with us time after time after time, and we were able to check that. But in the world of what ifs.
Thank you. Okay. Ray, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Gallardo, and if I may, to reiterate Karen's offer to have, I don't know why I'm welcoming that because I'm the one that has to research those, but we absolutely, I would tell you from a personal note, if you're hearing personal stories, that I had over 150 plus voters standing behind me and my desk checking because they were lifelong Democrats or lifelong Republicans, to be frank, and we stood there and we looked at their history, and when I showed them the form that was handwritten by them, and they marked that box none, the first thing was, I didn't realize that's what that meant. Now, I'm not saying that that's true and holds true, but it is the case that we're more than willing to research those. That's what we want to do. We're trying to prove the positive, not something that's negative. So give us those names. Individuals that, friends of third cousins of my brother, can't look up. But I can absolutely, with that name, prove the positive, and we're willing to do the work to make that so.
Okay, so thank you, Ray, for being with us today and giving us your perspective and your answers. Now, there was a couple questions from the audience that you guys were writing questions furiously down. Can you answer some of those? I was trying to run the meeting, so I didn't get a chance to write them, but.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Kleiman, I believe, is at first, and
Yes.
he said if we had saved this money in 2012, that we could have held on to that. These bills, as has been since the start, when you have a bill for whatever it is, truck rental, gas, polling place workers, whatever, we are reimbursed totally just that much. This is not a money that we can put away for rainy days. So it's each election by itself and done on fiscal year. So we were not able to keep any extra money. I was trying to find some that I might be able to answer other than the touch screen. Oh, one of the Patricia, I believe, Jason, was talking about the polling places in November. There will be 724 places, polling locations in the primary and in the general. We are not changing from that. That was the DOJ approved level, and we are sticking with those 724.
Karen, you
Yes.
just brought up a question for Supervisor Chukri.
Okay.
Karen, what about May, though? What are we still reassessing that for the May election? How many
Mr.
polling places we'll have?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chukri, we're going for double. We're trying everything we can do to get double the polling places for the May election, if we can possibly. We're calling places, but have to be large. But remember, in May, Mr. Chukri, there will be no issue with the independents because everybody can vote. There will be in excess of 1,300,000 ballots that will be sent out. And I would remind you that on Friday, we mailed the military and overseas for May, but we're going for double. We're trying, we have met with Supervisor Gallardo and Senator Quesada. We met with some of the other groups that have said, let us help you. And we are trying, that's what they're back in the office doing right now, calling these places, and we're trying to get to double.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's a great question, because I think all 5 of us were about to ask that question. So thank you for that. Was there did you guys write any other questions if I'm noticeably missing? I just asked Andy if there was one. I think there were more statements, Love, than questions, but.
Mr. Chairman, there was one other, and could
Okay.
we have the polling longer? We have 27 days ahead of time that you can come into any of the 3 offices that Mrs. Purcell has, our office here, our office down at 3rd and Lincoln, our office in the East Valley. 27 days is open. That's when we mail the early ballots as well, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to clarify. The comments that are being made are not statements. These are legitimate problems that have been identified by even elections officials and others that have been engaged in this for a long time. These are issues that have been introduced at the legislature. They're not just statements, they are legitimate problems. And I think Tuesday's election was a perfect storm. It's a collaboration of 60 polling places and a slew of issues that have never been addressed. I think the Advocacy Network put it best in a news conference where they said the blame is to go around. And it starts with the state, the governor's office, the legislature, all the way down. So they're not just statements, they're legitimate problems.
So Steve, on that point, I appreciate it. As you guys know, I talk in a farmer lexicon. I'm not a polished politician like somebody sitting to my left, way my left. So I'd like to start with my colleagues. You guys are still here to answer some questions, further questions.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Andy.
I would, and this probably goes way back, and I think I might have heard the answer. Thank you. When did we begin, or when did the presidential preference election come about? Was that 92? Is that what?
The legislation was in 1992, yes.
And how did, even from my own just memory, which seems to be failing me, how did we pick our candidate before then as parties? Was it was similar to the caucus systems that everyone else, so many others are doing around the country?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Knasik, similar to what some of the other people are doing in caucuses around the country, we are kind of involved in part of that right now. For the Republican Party, they asked us to do their legislative district elections where they elect people to go to their state convention, which will be held April 30th. We will also conduct that election, and that's where they choose their national delegates. As we now see in the legislation, the party, each one of the individual parties must support on at least the first ballot the person who wins the state. So that has already been determined here in Arizona. That used to be, okay, the delegates to the legislative districts, they all supported certain candidates, and then they went to the state convention and they supported certain candidates, and they got to be national delegates and supporting certain candidates. So it's the process really is still being done. We started doing elections last Saturday. Mm-hmm. We did one on Saturday, we did 3 on Monday, 4 on Tuesday. I don't think we're doing any tonight. But we have them for the rest of it. So we'll do the majority of the legislative districts within Maricopa County. And that's the kind of the old form, but still in their bylaws that they must conduct also.
Okay, and what was the, I guess the issue of the day in 1992 that resulted in coming up with this, what some describe as a beauty pageant, these preference elections that, in many cases, I think disenfranchise voters because their candidate's already long gone by the time the vote day comes.
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Knasik, I think the rationale was that one of the things that they wanted more attention drawn to the state of Arizona, not only from basically from the presidential candidates, that they would come here and talk to the people because there would be something going on in the way of a presidential preference. And I think if you look historically back there has only been a couple of times that the person who won the primary, the presidential preference election here in Arizona, was still a candidate by the time we got to the national convention.
Okay. Any further questions, Annie? I can roll back if you're distilling that one.
Well, I would like to, and I've been out of town for a few days, spotty news coverage down in Mexico, but there's been discussion, I understand, from, sounds like the governor and others calling for future preference elections to include independents in those party ballots. Is that?
That was the...
That was accurate?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Kanasik, that was what I heard came out from the governor's office, yes.
Well, then it doesn't that, to me, that seems to, this might not be the discussion for the day, but then what's the point of having a party at all if it's an open to anybody that wants to cast a ballot in your party? Maybe the conversation with the legislature should be, let's roll it back, let the parties pay for their own processes and conduct their own elections and take all this confusion and expense off the table.
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Kanasik, I guess that's one of the things that the legislature and everybody else is going to look at. And there's talk on both sides of how to do that.
So you guys mull the answer over as that one came up. I was thinking I picked up some scurrying over here on my right side. Supervisor Barney.
Well, I've been furiously or feverishly, as you said, taking notes, trying to stay on top of this. There's a lot of content, a lot of dialogue, much like drinking from a fire hose. But what I believe is that we've got a lot of facts, and then we've also got a lot of feelings, which are real. And perception is often reality, at least to me. And so I think going forward, which is our real goal here, we've got to try to separate between the fact and the fiction and figure out what we can do so this doesn't happen again. And frankly, I think that probably universally our public speakers today were Democrats, some that I know, and I would compliment them for their respect and their decorum and their perspectives. I think they brought good views and things that we need to take into play. And we will. And we've got to do it now because we've got an election on May 17th. And frankly, I believe that my Republican friend Helen Purcell and my Democrat friend Karen Osborne are the best positioned people in the county to do that. And so I know there's those that disagree, and we can agree to disagree, and I appreciate, I appreciate I know there's something in the air that's causing people to cough, and that's okay. That's the beauty of this process. I respect your passion and your decorum in trying to help all of us protect our democratic privilege. So I'm grateful, I really am. This has been a very engaging process. The thing that I would clarify is that, and Supervisor Gallardo said this definitively at the legislature on Wednesday. We've heard it time and time again. We heard it from Mr. Barton. This isn't about money. This wasn't about money. This is not about the financial conditions. This was based on decisions based on experts, if you will, if I could be so bold, that took data from previous elections. And here's the facts. We're all entitled to our own opinions, but not our own definition of the facts, if they're true. And you could say this is great for Denny's Gee Whiz book and mark it up as that, but here they are. If you look at this canvas that we're going to either approve or disapprove today, and I'm in support of approving it for the record, and I'll make a motion if the chair decides to ask for one at some point in this meeting. 73% of the voters fall under the early ballot category, and 27% didn't, of those that are registered that were eligible for this election. Okay, that's empirical, that's a fact. Interestingly, of those voters that showed up, 60% of those that exercised their democratic privilege were early ballot voters, and 26% showed up at the polls. Now that's in line with historical numbers. That's again based on We can go back further than 2008, but that's 2008, 2012. The other thing that's interesting for the gee whiz books that we all have out, this decision was based on a historical trend. Starting in 2008, 59% were early ballots. In 2012, 80% were early ballots. I'm talking about preference elections because that's a unique anomaly in Arizona, and that's what we're here to talk about today. 86% for 2016. Now, that's the actual percentage of vote that was rendered by a qualified electorate exercising their democratic privilege. And so I think that the conditions that led to the fiasco, as it's been called, the mistake as it's been accepted, we fell down as a county last week. We did. Mm-hmm. And you can call us stupid. You can call us ignorant. You can tell us how dumb we look, but you can't call us dishonest because it was based on empirical data that led to legitimate and fair assumptions that guided us to accept a voter platform that anticipated 1,381 voters per location. That's empirical. Now, we can talk about all the externalities, provisionals, independence, the weather, whatever we want to talk about that led to the fiasco. But the goal to me, and I think I would hearken back to Ms. Jason, I would hearken back to Ms. Pestros. The goal, we can spend all day and all night talking about why and how we fell down. But unless we allow that to telegraph and translate into how we're not going to fall down again on May 17th, and how we're not going to fall down in August and November, then we're wasting our time. So all I would say, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Helen and Karen, the public who are here supporting this great democratic privilege, I feel like we're well positioned to pivot as we must and fix the problems that existed that caused a dire circumstance that cannot and should not ever exist again in Maricopa County. So nobody's hiding behind the legislature. They gave us a bad hand. They dealt us a bad hand. We're going to deal with it. We're going to fix it. So for me, Supervisor Kanasic talks about who should vote, who shouldn't in a preference election. We won't talk about this again for 4 years or maybe 8. I don't know. But that's a legislative decision. That's not this legislative body. If the governor wants to work with the chambers at the Capitol to adjust that, that's great. I think I would support that. I don't believe that we ought to have the taxpayers fund a vote or a ballot initiative that precludes a population of voters. And right now, that's what happens under the current statutory construct with the presidential preference election. A unique, anomalistic circumstance here in Arizona. So, going forward, we got a lot of work to do long before we get to the next preference election. We got to make sure that we pull up our bootstraps and that we don't fall down again on the 17th. We've heard great feedback from you. We all watched the legislative hearing on Monday. Supervisor Gallardo was there. And you have my commitment, and I share this with each of my colleagues here. We're going to go to work and make sure that we work with our elected recorder and the elections director to make sure that it doesn't happen again. That sounds like a verbose, long political speech, but I think it represents exactly where I've tried to find myself over a week of a lot of feedback, input, conversations, emails, phone calls, dialogues, few courier pigeons that delivered ranting messages. It's all good. We need to shift and be better, and we will. And so, Mr. Chairman, when you're ready, I'm prepared to make a motion that we exercise the business of the people and accept this canvas, and that we move forward and make sure that under no circumstances that we get caught in a circumstance that would have us allow what happened last week to happen again. And I'm confident in our team that we can do that if we let them get to work.
Thank you, Denny.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to heed your warning and not clap. Thank you, Denny. And,
thank you for that,
appreciate
Andy.
it. As always, Supervisor Barney brings great clarity to very emotional and sometimes very difficult to understand issues. So thank you, Denny. And if that was a motion, I would second the motion or be prepared when it's time.
So we have a motion and a second to agenda item number 1. Steve looked like he wanted to say something, so Steve?
I always have something to say.
Well, you've said a lot today.
You mean Steve from the legislature and the elections department?
That's right.
Our best lobbyist at the Capitol.
Our best and brightest. Go ahead.
You know, while I vowed, when I was there, I was telling Helen, I was at the legislature, I vowed never to go back at the legislature, and here I was back at the legislature. But that's okay. Mr. Chairman, my fellow board members, I think Danny Barney, Supervisor Barney put it best, and you know, March 22nd definitely was a terrible day for Maricopa County, particularly for the voters that showed up to exercise the most fundamental right, the right to vote. I was out there at many of the polling places. I went out there to see the lines, and it was around 10 o'clock in the morning when I started getting phone calls, and I darted out to many of the polling places. And I was out there till late, probably 10:30 at night, when I saw our own county manager standing in line to exercise his right. And it was probably the most hurtful feeling to be able, I mean, if I come across passionate and talkative on this issue, it's because this is so important to me. I believe everyone has the most fundamental right to be able to exercise it and to see the long lines and really feel helpless at that time. You know, when you're out there on 7th Avenue in Glendale and see, 500 people in line. The CNN, the national media is already calling the results, and there wasn't really much we can do. But the fact is that you look at what happened Tuesday, it was definitely the perfect storm. I think the 60-place polling place, that was the hot fudge and the whipped cream and cherry on top, but I'm sorry, the state legislature has made the ice cream, and they need to take the blame as well. I think, like I said, the Advocacy Network put it best when the blame can go all the way from the governor's office all the way down to the county. But nonetheless, there's a lot of folks that can be pointed at, but at the end of the day, how do we move forward? How do we move forward to make sure this doesn't happen again? How do we identify those issues that need to be addressed by the legislature? And I think that's where I'm looking to go. I want to make sure this never happens again. But at the same time, we have an election in front of us that we have an obligation to decide if we're going to accept this canvass or not. There are too many unanswered questions, I believe, in terms of do we have accurate numbers on the congressional side? Were ballots being used to help voters that were not in that congressional district? That's a big unanswered question to me. Provisional ballots, I think, still need to be looked at. I know there's some questions that were brought up in public comment, but I believe that before we move forward in canvassing this election, because the canvass is the end of the election, it's topping it off. Before we do that, I think there's some dialogue that still needs to be talked about and some areas we need to look. The scope of the breakdown was sweeping, and the issues were serious. And I think there's a lot of unanswered questions that remain. I cannot, in good conscience, certify the results to be true and accurate, and as a result, I must be voting no.
Okay, well, we're not to the vote yet, but that's good. Thank you for that. Mr. Chukri.
Mr. Chairman, I want to reflect too, just on the last week's activities. I think my comments last week was that the Maricopa County brand failed last week, which it certainly did. But what we saw is something different in politics, and that is many of us campaigned on transparency. These very meetings are now recorded, and you can access them back. But what you saw in Ms. Purcell and Ms. Osborne was not a pointing of the finger. You didn't see them say it's so-and-so's fault. She accepted the blame. And we talk about decorum, and I thank the folks that are here today that spoke publicly, because you did embrace decorum in your time here today, but no one more so has exhibited decorum than Ms. Purcell the past week under some pretty stressful circumstances. And every time, there's a time in all of our lives that we've fallen down, to quote Mr. Barney and Maricopa County did last week. But that being said, as the saying goes, we're all in the soup here. It wasn't just Maricopa County, there were a lot of other extenuating circumstances that if we really want to get to the root of the matter going forward, it needs to be looked at. And I think that Mr. Barton, Ms. Pope, Mr. Higgins, just to name a few that were here today, touched on some of those things. So if I might, I would suggest to the media, I would suggest to those folks that are angry, that you have every right to be angry. But we also have a job to do to restore your faith in the process. And we will do that. We will restore your faith in the process. So how do we do that? We do that by looking forward. We do that by, I want to know why did Mr. Higgins, why on the e-poll system that I think we spent $5 million on some time ago, why did his name keep coming up, his party affiliation keep coming up wrong? Why did some of these other things happen? And let's just make sure that we tighten that up and find out as to how those mistakes occurred and make sure that they don't repeat themselves going forward. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I thank you for this hearing, for this meeting. I thank Ms. Purcell and Ms. Osborne for being here, for standing against the music the past week and not strugglingly saying it was someone else's fault. I think we all share the blame, this body included, but we also share the responsibility going forward that we ask these questions and that we make sure that this is not repeated come May, come August, and come November of this year. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you guys. I think I gave everybody a chance to say something, and I just wanted to showcase this board and what we do right. There's plenty of governments that do things wrong, and I will reflect back on the legislative hearing. If that's the way they do business and pummeling people and not letting to get to respond and not letting them get to the ability to show their report, I think that's wrong, and they need to shoulder a little bit of that blame. Number two, I want to thank you guys for coming here and being here today. Some of you are not familiar with the process, but for you to come here today, spend time with us, give us your statements, opinions, judgments, whatever you would like to call it. I am working on my lexicon here as a farmer, but the realness about this situation is, and I think I hear loud and clear from the board, that we voted unanimously for 60 poll sites using our best judgment. I don't make an apology for that. We're not making an apology for that. We did the best we could, listening to our people do their jobs correctly. I do not apologize. I personally do not apologize for a line at a polling place. We work so hard to engage the public to come out and do what they should do constitutionally, to vote for the candidates of their choice, because people have lost their lives for that. What I will absolutely apologize for is the length and the duration of those lines. We had very much to do with that. We had 60 polling places. That was not the right pick. We are working on it, though. You can see how we make political sausage up here, and this is just a segment in front of the public on how we do things. We identify a problem, we listen to people, and we fix the problem. That's why I think all of us took this job and ran for these jobs. At the time when we ran for elections or the appointments, we felt the county had problems, and we thought we could use our experience to fix those problems. And I think that's what you're seeing up here. We are going to use our best experience to fix the problem and going forward and make sure that Maricopa County is that shining star and that best brand of government. And if that means coming out here and having a long meeting and apologizing to our public, We're here to do that. So I thank you all for being here. I was wondering maybe quite possibly if we have the ability to make the motion again so we know what we're voting on. If you could restate your motion, Mr. Barney.
Mr. Chairman, pursuant to ARS 16-642 through 16-645, I would move that we accept the official returns as presented today by our Elections Department, recognizing there's been a lot of comment and input that will help us as we go forward, that we accept the official canvas as presented.
Thank you, Denny. I hear the motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would second that motion, and just for the record, I think I heard, I believe I heard sufficient answers to every question that was posed by Supervisor Gallardo regarding any reason to be paused here that, or to not vote today, I think has been answered. So I don't have any hesitation in doing this, and when the time's right, I'll vote.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No.
4 ayes, 1 nay. Motion passes. Thank you all very much for being here. That concludes the business. And a motion to adjourn?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Motion and a second. Adjourn.
All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. You just watched the Board of Supervisors discuss some of the election fiascos that we had last week here in Arizona. Welcome, everybody, to the Fox 10 News Now stream. We will take you to a live event already in progress. Bernie Sanders, live rally.
Who insults women. And I gotta tell you something. You know, needless to say, you know, I pay a lot of attention to what's going on our side, so I don't worry all that much about the Republicans. But what I can perceive, the American people are just flabbergasted at the nature of this Republican campaign. Here you have incredibly important issues facing the American people. The decline of the middle class, income and wealth inequality, climate change, etc. And what these guys are doing are they're attacking each other's wives. I mean, this is beyond belief. And it is something not only, I think, beyond comprehension to the average American, but if you are a sane Republican, you are looking at this in disbelief. Trump will not be elected president because you cannot get elected president insulting African Americans. And I want everybody to remember, sometimes people have forgotten this, that well before he became a candidate, Trump was one of the leaders of the so-called birther movement. Remember that? And that birther movement was not a joke. It was a very ugly effort to delegitimize the presidency of the first African-American president in our history. That was not an accident. This was not somebody saying, well, I don't like Obama or I disagree with Obama, that's fine. This was trying to convince the American people that Barack Obama was not the legitimate president of the United States. That was an ugly and vicious and dangerous attack waged by Donald Trump. Donald Trump will not be elected president because at the end of the day, the American people understand that bringing our people together, black and white and Latino and Asian American and Native American, bringing our people together, straight and gay, male and female, people born in this country with people who have immigrated into this country, that bringing people together will always trump divisiveness and trying to divide us. The American people instinctually understand that supporting each other, the concept of togetherness, that you have got to be there for me and my family, and I and my family have got to be there for you. That concept of supporting each other will always trump selfishness. And the American people understand at its deepest what every major and great religion on earth has told us. And whether it is Christianity or Judaism or Islam or Buddhism or any of the other great religions, what they have always told us is that at the end of the day, love always trumps hatred. Now, we are at a pivotal moment in American history. We have massive levels of income and wealth inequality. We have a corrupt campaign finance system. We have a broken criminal justice system. We have millions of young people who have gone to college, who have gotten all of the education that they were supposed to get, and yet they're leaving school with very deep debts that are taking them decades to pay off. We have women in America earning 79 cents on the dollar compared to men. We are the only major country on earth that doesn't guarantee paid family and medical leave. We are the only major country on earth that does not guarantee health care to all people as a right. And as a planet, not just a nation, we are facing the extraordinary global crisis of climate change. And I'm a member of the Senate Committee on the Environment. I've talked to scientists all over the world. And what they are telling us is if we do not get our act together in a reasonably short period of time, the planet that we will be leaving our kids and future generations will not be a planet that is healthy or habitable. And what we have got to do is have the courage to stand up to the fossil fuel industry and transform our energy system away from fossil fuel to energy efficiency and sustainable energy. That's what we have to do. These are just some. I talked before I came out here. I talked to some teachers right here in the Madison area, who work in public schools. And they're talking to me about the fact that, if you can believe it, we have young people now who do not want to go into teaching, which is such an important profession, because of the constant attacks on teachers, on the low wages that teachers are now experiencing. So you add all of those up, and there are more. These are the issues that we have got to face as a nation. Now, everybody in this room knows that real change never, ever takes place from the top on down, not throughout our history or not throughout world history. Real change only takes place when millions of people come together, stand up, fight back, and say that the status quo is simply no longer acceptable. And I believe from the bottom of my heart that we are at that moment right now, from coast coast, where people are suddenly catching on that in our great country, why do we have such grotesque levels of income and wealth inequality? Unacceptable. Why are we a nation which has a corrupt campaign finance system after all of the years in which we were lecturing the whole world about democracy? We are now in a position where billionaires are capable of buying elections, and the American people are saying, unacceptable. The American people are looking around and they're seeing 2.2 million people in jail, lives being destroyed. Unacceptable. The American people understand that there's something profoundly wrong when hundreds of thousands of bright and qualified young people can't get a college education because of their income. Unacceptable. The American people know that we are paying the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs and that people are dying because they can't afford the medicine they need. Unacceptable. The American people know that there's something profoundly wrong when we are the only major country not to guarantee health care or paid family medical leave to all of our people. So from coast to coast, people are sitting and they're thinking about these issues. And what they are concluding, I believe, is that we need a government today that represents all of us, not just wealthy campaign contributors. What this campaign is honest enough about saying is that no president, not Bernie Sanders, not anyone else, can do it alone. We need... This is surely not a one-person show. It can't be done. We need millions of people to become engaged in the political process in a way that we have not seen in the modern history of America. Now, on Tuesday, there is going to be a very, very important Democratic primary here in Wisconsin. And let me be very blunt with you. We will win if the voter turnout is high. We will lose if the voter turnout is low. It is as simple as all of that. So what I am requesting is that for all of those people in this great state of Wisconsin, which has, by the way, such a profound and great progressive history, one of the more progressive histories in America. What I am asking is for all those people who have kind of given up on the political process, have turned their backs on politics and no longer vote, please come out. And I'm asking the young people who maybe have never voted in their lives to please come out. Let's send a very strong message to Governor Walker. And let's show Governor Walker that his voter suppression efforts will not work. Thank you all very much.
All right, everybody, that was Bernie Sanders live in Madison, Wisconsin. Now we're going to go to another live event happening right now, Donald Trump in Appleton, Wisconsin.
Right? Do the vets agree with me? Right? You understand. I mean, it's so obvious, folks. We're going to have problems like you've never had before. We're being infiltrated. That's what's happening. We are being infiltrated. And it's going to happen. Just like I was right about Brussels. Just like I was right about take the oil. Just like I was right about Osama bin Laden. I wrote about Osama bin Laden in a book, The America We Deserve, that I wrote in the year 2000. That's 2 years before the World Trade Center came down. And people said, no way, no way. You know why? Because I watched him, I saw him, I read about him, and I said, this guy's trouble. And I wrote about him in a book. In fact, Joe Scarborough, a good guy, a host on Morning Joe, recently said, there's no way Trump mentioned that. No. In fact, one of my enemies said, no, he actually did. He talked about Osama bin Laden in a book 2 years before the World Trade. No way, Joe said. And they passed the book over to him. He said, wow, I know what I'm doing. Believe me, I know what I'm doing. We are a country that's in serious, serious trouble. We have incompetent politicians running our country. We have stupid people making decisions. We're the laughing stock of the world. Our military is going to hell, and you guys know that. Our military is going to hell. Our health care is no good. It doesn't work. We're going to change that. It's going to be great, by the way. But our health care doesn't work. Nothing we have works anymore. So I just say, on April the 5th, I want you to go out. I want you to vote. Even, okay, I have to be honest. I hear politicians for years asking people to go vote. And they always say, even if you're not going to vote for me, it's the American way. You must go out and vote. It's for our country. Even if it's not for, well, let me tell you, if you're not going to vote for me, don't go out and vote. I don't care. Okay, don't. Do not. Don't go out. Don't go out and vote. So here's my promise to you. I didn't need to do this, believe me. I have a wonderful family. I have a wonderful life. I built this great company. I didn't need to do this. I wanted to do this. And again, I'm not controlled by anybody but you. I wanted to do this because I owe it to the country. This country has been so good to me, beyond anything I could have. You would have told me 30 years ago that I'd be in a position, and not where I'm running for president, but in a position where I built this tremendous company, this tremendous wealth, and now I'm saying I want to give something back. But I didn't need to do this. I wanted to do it. And honestly, if I get in, it's going to go quickly. We're going to tell people, sorry, folks, you have to pay up. We're going to make our country rich again. We're going to make our country so strong again. We're going to save your Social Security. All the guys I'm running against, they want to cut your Social Security. They want to take your Medicare, take your Social Security, cut the hell out of it. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to bring in the jobs. I'm going to bring in the money, and you're going to keep your Social Security. We're going to get rid of the fraud, waste, and abuse, but you're going to keep your Social. And I'm the only one that says it, believe me. The only one. You're going to keep your Social. As sure as you're sitting there, you're keeping your Social Security. You've been paying in all your lives. You're going to keep your Social Security and your Medicare. Okay. So here's what's going to happen. We're going to start winning again, quickly. We're going to win with our military. We're going to knock out ISIS. We're going to knock them out, folks. We're going to knock them out. And we're going to rebuild our military and reestablish our military and make our military so strong, so powerful, that nobody's ever going to mess with us again. Nobody's going to mess with us. We don't want to use our military. We don't want to use it. But nobody's going to mess with us. We're just not in that position right now. We're going to make so many strides. Second Amendment, health care, Common Core out, local education. Our education's going to go. Do you know, in 30 countries, we're ranked number 30. Sweden, Norway, Denmark, China are in the top 4. We're ranked number 30. We spend more per pupil than any other country in the world by a factor that's so high that the second place doesn't even exist. Second place is so much lower. And yet we're at the bottom of the heap. It's not going to happen anymore. We're going to straighten it out. We're going to straighten things out. We have such a great country. I've really gotten to know the country over the last half year. I mean, I get to know places that I never dreamt of. The people are unbelievable. The people are great. I want to make Apple products here. I don't want to make them in China and Vietnam. I want to make them here. And we'll be able to do that. Once we get them to stop devaluing and doing all sorts of numbers, we're going to bring our jobs back. Okay, so folks, I ask you one thing. I don't want your money. I want one thing. On April 5th, and tell everybody you know, I will do such a great job. Go out and vote. You will be so proud of your country. You'll be so proud of your president, which I'm less inclined to even care about. I want you to be proud of your country. but you will be so proud still of your president, because we're going to start winning again. We're going to win with our military. We're going to knock out ISIS. We're going to win with trade. We're going to make some of the great trade deals. I have the greatest people in the world. They're friends of mine. They're killers. They're horrible, in many cases, horrible, horrible human beings. Do we care? Right now we have political hacks that have a 37 IQ. Right now we have, or that are very smart, and who knows what's going on. But China has their best and their smartest, and they come at you in waves. I've made a lot of money with China. Biggest bank in the world is my tenant. I sell condos. The Bank of America building in San Francisco, I own a massive chunk of it. I got it from China. I mean, I made a lot of money with China. You can do great with China. China doesn't believe they're getting away with this. So here's the story. We're going to start winning again. We're going to win in every capacity. You're going to be so proud of the United States once again. You're going to say this was one of the great afternoons of your life, and you're going to say your vote on April 5th was the single greatest vote you've ever made. Believe me. So I want to thank you all. I love you all. Thank you very much, folks. Thank you, Wisconsin. Thank you. Thank you. We'll do a great job for you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, everybody, now we're going to get you caught up on some local headlines, as well as national.
two students attending Marcus Garvey Academy, talks about how her kids came home from school with letters asking for school supplies and donations.
For the last 2 years, when I had constantly had to buy tissue, paper, pencils, sanitizer, it varies.
She was asked to provide these items because, according to the U.S. Attorney, 12 principals, including James Hearn, the principal at her children's school, were running a kickback scheme with someone supposed to be supplying the schools but actually lining his pockets.
In exchange for approving these fraudulent invoices, Norman Shai paid bribes to these principals. The total amount of the bribes that he paid varied for each of the individual principals, but the total was $900,000.
Over the course of a 2-year investigation, it's alleged a total of $2.7 million was changing hands. Very little of that money was actually reaching the kids.
Just think what it's doing to the kids emotionally, and you know what's going to happen when they go back to school. They're not going to know what to do or how to act.
And now the district is once again left with the task of rebuilding a broken trust.
I don't think they will ever be able to. Never. It's just sad.
Well, guys, we're in the very small town of Cal Navari, Nevada today, and if you've never heard of this place, no one could really fault you, as it only has a population of about 350. Let's spin the camera around and show you what we've got here. To my left, the Blue Sky Motel, followed by the RV Marketplace and liquor store just off of US 95. Right across the highway then is the Cal Navari Casino and Restaurant. So you may be asking yourself, why are we here today? What's so special about this small town? Well, if you've ever wanted to own your own town, you can have this one for just $8 million.
It's Cal Navari.
Oh, so not Cal Navari?
Cal Navari.
Cal Navari.
Cal Navari.
Okay, my bad.
It's an abbreviation for 3 states, and of course with the airport, we've always pronounced it air, but I hear it every way.
However you pronounce it, this town is up for sale. Nancy Kidwell founded this place with her husband Slim 51 years ago.
We had a fixed base operation at Torrance Airport in Torrance, California, and our lease was running out, and we wanted to relocate in a place where we had our own airport. And that's primarily why we settled here.
The airstrip, which is why this town exists in the first place, was once a staging ground for General George Patton as he trained troops for combat in World War II. 51 years after the Kidwells took over this land, they have a successful casino, restaurant, RV park, and a clean water system to show for it. But Kidwell says it's time to retire.
There's a lot more to this than meets the eye. If somebody's water meter quits, who do they call? You know, and someone pulled out of the RV park the other night and forgot to unhook their electrical. Well, you know, you get all these calls regardless, so I'm always the bottom line here.
The roads here aren't paved, and there's only one way in and out from the highway, but those who live here say this town has potential.
I think it's got a lot of future if you develop the aviation part and build a nice casino and a hotel and a motel. People would fly in.
No matter what the future holds for Cal Navari, its founder won't be part of it. But Kidwell hopes whoever takes over next will take this place to new heights.
I don't intend to leave here, but it's difficult for me to think of someone else coming in and, you know, developing what they want it to be. But then again, that's part of the sale. You have to expect that.
So if you're interested in owning your own town here in southern Nevada, Kidwell says simply contact the listing broker on this, Fred Merrick, who's located in Las Vegas. In Cal Navari.
More fallout unfolding after North Carolina's passage of a bill requiring people use public restrooms based on the sex listed on their birth certificate. Facebook, Apple, Google, and other tech CEOs are urging North Carolina to repeal the law.
They're concerned that that employee could walk out of their place of business and try to go to a restaurant, and there could be a sign out in front of the restaurant saying, "Gays not welcome here." That would be perfectly legal under this new law.
New York Governor Andrew Cuomo banning all non-essential state travel to North Carolina, and New York Mayor Bill de Blasio joined the mayors of Seattle and San Francisco in doing the same for all city employees. Gay and transgender rights supporters are challenging the law's legality in a federal lawsuit.
The legislature and Governor McCrory have done nothing less
than encourage discrimination against thousands of LGBT people.
North Carolina's Attorney General says he won't defend the law, describing it as, quote, a national embarrassment.
We should not even be here today, but we are. We're here because the governor has signed statewide legislation that puts discrimination into the law.
North Carolina Governor Pat McCrory is standing by the legislation.
I'm proud of us protecting the privacy rights of individuals and not putting burdensome regulations on business.
The governor and the legislature should repeal this law.
In addition, Atlantic City leaders on Tuesday asked the NBA to consider moving the 2017 All-Star Game from Charlotte. In New York, Jackie Ibanez, Fox News.
3 kids, all under 13 years old, now have tattoos permanently imprinted on their ankles. Tattoo artist Kate Hellenbrand has been in the business for more than 40 years. She says there's a reason the law prohibits children from getting the artwork done.
Well, it's unethical. It's immoral. It's everything that I can think of that is, a travesty against empathy, against caring for a human, a child. Yeah, it's everything that's abhorrent to me as an artist in this field.
Lago Vista police say it was on Monday when the incident was reported. Court documents showed that the 3 children arrived at their mother's home after school. They called their father to pick them up. When he did, he saw they each had fresh tattoos on their ankles. One of a cross, another of an infinity symbol and cross, and then a heart with an arrow. The children told police that their mother, 31-year-old Ashley Ware, told them to get the tattoos, but not to cry or whine about it when it hurts. The brother of the mother's boyfriend is the one who reportedly did the artwork. We also learned he is a registered sex offender.
Tattooing was once a very honorable, very sacred art, and now it's available online. You can buy the equipment at Sears, you can buy it at Walmart. And videos are online that give you some kind of an idea of what you could do. But it takes, a good 10 years of training to know how to tattoo.
The father then requested a check welfare on his ex-wife. Police say Ware was intoxicated at the time. She said she consented to the tattoos, something that we're told could be very dangerous.
There's no cleanliness. Like I said, he probably had one needle. He didn't certainly go through hospital-style sterilization and single service, which is what we do, and any conscionable tattoo artist does. That's the first thing you learn.
Ware was arrested for tattoos prohibited for certain persons, a Class A misdemeanor. But the children are left with a permanent mark. Michelle Eads says she sees the long-term effects, which is why many come to her for tattoo removal.
When students go into a classroom and their teacher sees that they have a tattoo,
More fallout unfolding after North Carolina's passage of a bill requiring people use public restrooms based on the sex listed on their birth certificate. Facebook, Apple, Google, and other tech CEOs are urging North Carolina to repeal the law.
They're concerned that that employee could walk out of their place of business and try to go to a restaurant, and there could be a sign out in front of the restaurant saying, "Gays not welcome here." That would be perfectly legal under this new law.
New York Governor Andrew Cuomo banning all non-essential state travel to North Carolina, and New York Mayor Bill de Blasio joined the mayors of Seattle and San Francisco in doing the same for all city employees. Gay and transgender rights supporters are challenging the law's legality in a federal lawsuit.
The legislature and Governor McCrory have done nothing less than encourage discrimination against thousands of LGBT people.
North Carolina's Attorney General says he won't defend the law, describing it as, quote, a national embarrassment.
We should not even be here today, but we are. We're here because the governor has signed statewide legislation that puts discrimination into the law.
North Carolina Governor Pat McCrory is standing by the legislation.
I'm proud of us protecting the privacy rights of individuals and not putting burdensome regulations on business.
The governor and the legislature should repeal this law.
In addition, Atlantic City leaders on Tuesday asked the NBA to consider moving the 2017 All-Star Game from Charlotte. In New York, Jackie Ibanez, Fox News.
All right, folks, we're going to show you a beautiful shot of New York City as Samia is waiting to come on board here from 1:30 to 4.
And guess what? Mike will be with you from 4 to 9, nonstop.
Yeah, we call it a marathon.
Hello, everyone. I am back from my lunch break and joining you for more news now. So earlier today, we were showing you a live broadcast from the Board of Supervisors meeting where many people, many voters were speaking out about their concern over last week's Arizona presidential preference election, how chaotic it was, how it wasn't, how there weren't enough polling places. Meanwhile, while that was happening, a whole bunch of other things were happening. There was a live Trump event, a live Bernie Sanders event, and happening right here locally was a protest. Protesters, activists, basically blocking the entrance to Governor Ducey's office. It got so intense, in fact, that they were arrested. We recorded it for you, so in case you missed it, here it is now. It's a must-see. So, tune in, guys.
Y no estamos dispuestos a que vuelva a pasar lo mismo. Si toma que nosotros estemos arrestados, vamos a hacerlo. Si toma que nosotros creemos hoy que vamos a hacerlo, no es posible que podamos dejar que este Estado siga siendo racista. No más. We are here to protect our families. I am here because of my dad. Because it terrifies me to think that my dad or my mom could be incarcerated, that they are going to be criminalized for wanting a better future for our family. We are here because we've been posing the question to Governor Ducey for weeks now on which side of history he will stand, and he has not answered. We were here last week with hundreds of people. We filled that Capitol, and he still has not answered. And so we are now doing the last thing that we can do, which is to shut it down and stop hate from leaving, and making sure that he finally answers our question. Is he going to veto these anti-immigrant bills that are full of hate or not? We are here because the Trump effect is affecting Arizona. We are here because we do not need any more anti-immigrant legislation. It is not helping anyone. Democracy in Arizona has been dismissed. This is the only way that we can make our voices heard in the state of Arizona. We need Governor Ducey to veto these bills. We will be here until he tells us that he has vetoed these bills. Enough is enough.
What do we want? Veto! When do we want it? Now! And if we don't get it? Shut it down! What do we want? Veto! When do we want it? Now! And if we don't get it? Shut it down! What do we want? Veto! When do we want it? Now! And if we don't get it? Shut it down! 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 How far back are we going? Shut it down! 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 Shut it down!
Man, you always have the good TV stuff, you know?
I'm going to give you an exclusive.
Okay.
You keep following me.
I need an exclusive.
Right.
Like for lunch. Let's go to lunch right now. Yeah.
How you doing, buddy?
Yeah. Never a dull moment.
No.
This is Jason Barry. I'm reporting live in front of the state capitol, in front of the Arizona State Capitol, where 4 protesters have chained themselves to the front door of the state capitol. They're objecting to a bill sitting on Governor Doug Ducey's desk. And it looks like it's coming to a head right now, where they're going to ask these protesters to leave. Let's take a look again about what's going on.
If they go in there, there's going to be a problem.
Hey, you got one more body that can come down here? Yeah, hustle up.
No están solas, 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 no están solas. No se dejen, no se dejen, no se dejen, no están solas, no están solas. Todo el mundo lo está viendo. Ellos no nos ven nada, nosotros estamos viendo. Everybody's listening. Don't worry. Don't worry. Hey, we see there's no bruises on you right now. Okay? There's no bruises on them. All right? There's no bruises on them right now. All right? They don't have no bruises at all. All right? Don't lay your hands on them. That's assault. Don't lay your hands on them. Bunch of thugs. You're a bunch of thugs. You're not even a man. Yeah, put these people in the back. This little 12-year-old. Hey, integrity. Mr. Joel Pyle didn't put the fifth every time he was in court. Integrity. Is that what you guys do every time you go to court? You put the fifth. You talk about integrity. Come on now. Hypocrite. Hypocrite, hypocrite. Oh, you are. There is not one mark on those ladies. Not one mark. There is no mark on those girls. All right? Everybody can see you guys, all right? Even with your sunglasses on. Be careful with them. They're standing up for their rights. and everybody should be there. You guys are the ones that are making the laws. You guys are the ones that are making the laws, and you are the law. Hide behind the law. Hide behind the law. Hide behind the law. That's what you guys do all the time. You want a pool? Now. Come on. You better take them in a nice place. Don't take them in that park. Look at all you guys over here. What do we need all you guys
Hey,
for? What do we need a show of force?
Just so you know,
Is anybody threatening you guys?
I'll tell them not
Is
to.
there anybody threatening you guys? Oh, you guys have to be out here trying to intimidate people? Yeah, is that why you guys come out here?
Are they good? Yeah, this part. Hey, they're gonna let me shoot this as a pool thing. They're gonna put stuff on the bike and take it. They let me walk up to where they're going. Can't get off the phone.
Feel free, just try not to ramp. Try not to pass the light fence. Okay. That should be close enough for you. Absolutely. Okay.
I get too busy here?
Just go ahead and take it.
Kraft. Kraft. I want you. I'm ready to do crap.
All right, guys, you can see Steve Kraft on the screen. That is a wrap of this immigration protest, the video that we captured earlier today. In case you missed it, we will play it again later on, but I want to go ahead and clear this lower third from the screen because I will be going ahead and playing something else for you now. From earlier today, we had a lot of events going on earlier today, so we weren't able to show you all of them. Let's go ahead and show you Bernie Sanders now, a Bernie Sanders event, in case you missed it.
A little bit bright up here, right, guys? All right, let's do that. Here's where we are. We have an opportunity right now to make American history and to transform our country. I think we should do it. I believe that we need a political revolution, a revolution in which millions of people who previously have given up on the on politics in America, have turned their backs, have given up in disgust in many respects. And I believe that we need to involve young people, many of whom have never been involved in the politics. I believe that when millions of people begin to stand up and engage in the political process, I believe that we can create a nation and a government that works for all of us, not just the top 1%. Now, some of you may know our campaign is on a bit of a roll. We have won. Despite all of the pundits' views, we have now won 6 out of the last 7 contests. And the lowest percentage of the vote we got in winning was 67%. And we lost in Arizona, and I want to mention something. What took place in Arizona, I don't know how many of you have followed it, was an absolute disgrace to the democratic process. There were people online, and we heard from them, online for 5 hours in order to cast a vote. There were people by the many, many thousands who simply did not have the time to stand online for hours, had to go back to work. They did not vote. And one of the issues that concerns me, not just in Arizona, but in another direction, right here in the great state of Wisconsin, is you have a governor who appears to be working overtime trying to suppress the vote. And that is an absolute outrage. Look, I have been involved in many elections. I've lost some, I've won many, but it has never ever occurred to me for 1 minute to try to figure out how I can deny people the right to vote because they might vote against me. That is not what this country is supposed to be about. So I say to Governor Walker and all other Republican governors, if you don't have the guts to participate in free, fair, and open elections, get out of politics, get another job. Here is the truth. And the truth is that the United States has one of the lowest voter turnout rates of any major country on earth. Our job is to increase voter turnout, not suppress voter turnout. Our job is to get more people involved, low-income people, working people, young people, old people, get more people involved in the political process, not fewer people. And when we talk about democracy, one of the points of this campaign in fighting for the future of America is to revitalize American democracy, which means large voter turnouts, one person, one vote. I want all of our people to be thinking and debating the major issues facing our country with the full understanding that they, in fact, in a democratic society, will have major decision-making powers about the future of our country. I want our people, regardless of their political views, you're a conservative, fine, you're a progressive, fine. I want you to be comfortable about running for political office without having to beg wealthy people for campaign contributions. And that is why, if elected president, I will do everything I can to overturn this disastrous Citizens United Supreme Court decision. What this campaign is about is asking people to think outside of the box, outside of the status quo. I do not want anybody here to become comfortable with the idea that the Koch brothers and a handful of other billionaires are able to buy elections. Don't become comfortable with that, because we are not going to allow that to continue. But it is not only a corrupt campaign finance system and voter suppression which we have got to address as a people. It is also a rigged economy. And this is something you don't see on television very much. You're not going to read about it in the newspapers terribly often. And that's another serious problem that we have as a nation. And that is, who determines what our reality is? Is it going to be CNN and CBS and ABC, or is it going to be us? And who is going to determine the options and the choices that we face? So when we look at the economy, this is where we are. This is not going to get on TV very much. But the reality is that the top 1/10 of 1% today owns almost as much wealth as the bottom 90%. Anybody think that's what the American economy should be? Today, at a time when 47 million people are living in poverty, where half of the kids in our public schools are on free or reduced lunches, where children in America are sleeping in cars with their parents, top 20 people in America own more wealth than the bottom 150 million Americans, half of our country. Today in America, and I will give you a very specific example, 1 out of a million examples of what a rigged economy is about. A rigged economy is not just massive levels of income and wealth inequality. It is taking from the middle class to support the rich. All right, that's what a rigged economy is about. Give you an example. Wealthiest family in America is who? Walton family owns Walmart. Walmart is the largest private sector employer in America. The wages they pay their workers are so low that many of these workers are forced to go on Medicaid, food stamps, or affordable housing. And who pays for the food stamps, the Medicaid, and the subsidized housing? You do. So in essence, what you have is the middle class, through higher taxes, is subsidizing the wealthiest family in America. That is absurd. And that is why I don't know if the television stations are allowed to put this on because of Walmart advertising. But I do believe that it's time for the Walton family to get off of welfare and pay their workers a living wage. But it is not just wealth inequality. It is what's going on day after day after day in our economy. And what's going on is we have today millions of American workers who are working longer hours for lower wages. They have seen over the last decade, 2 decades, 3 decades, their adjusted income, inflation adjusted for income, going down. They're paying more for health care. They're earning less income. What we have now in my state and in your state, if people working not 1 job, but 2 jobs or 3 jobs, trying to cobble together enough income and some health care. Let me remind the young people who probably will not believe me when I say this, but check it out. There was once a time, not so long ago, and older people remind the young people of this, where there were families in America, the average family, where one person in that family, in those days often the man, could work 40 hours a week and bring in enough income to take care of the whole family. I know the young people don't believe it, but it was true. And then you had an explosion of technology, which should be a good thing because workers are now producing more. You have the whole global economy, should be a good thing, but it is not in many respects. And what is happening? Now in your average family, you got mom working incredible hours, you got dad working, you even got the kids working, and after all of that, there is very little disposable income because almost all of the new income and wealth in this country is going to the top 1%. Now that is a harsh fact of life, but it is the truth. And that is why the American people are angry. And they have a right to be angry. They have a right to be angry because they should not have to be working the longest hours of any people in the industrialized world. Japanese are very hardworking people. We work longer hours than the Japanese do. And yet at the end of the day, 58% of all new income is going to the top 1%. That's a rigged economy, and that's an economy we are going to change. So these are some of the issues. You've got a corrupt campaign finance system so that your governor gets subsidized by the Koch brothers. And then you have elected officials who do the bidding of the wealthy and the powerful. And then you got a rigged economy in which the middle class continues to disappear. And then you got something else out there that we got to deal with. And that is a broken criminal justice system. In America today, and I want you all, again, think outside of the box. Don't let, the networks tell you how to look at issues. Here is an issue. This is the United States of America, and today we have more people in jail than China or any other country on earth. We got 2.2 million people in jail, disproportionately African American, Latino, and Native American. And we are spending $80 billion a year to lock up fellow Americans. That is unacceptable. You're absolutely right. So we are spending huge amounts of money, taxpayer dollars, to destroy people's lives and lock them up. Now, what are some of the reasons? A lot of reasons for it. Let me just tick off a few. For a start, what is not discussed at all, virtually not mentioned, is youth unemployment for high school graduates between 17 and 20 is off the charts. We're talking about kids, if they are white, between 17 and 20, graduating high school, not dropping out. Unemployment rate, real unemployment rate, 33%. Latino, 36%. African American, 51%. Kids unemployed or underemployed. It seems to me that it is a lot smarter for us to be investing in jobs and education for those kids rather than jails and incarceration. Will it be expensive to find jobs and job training and good education for those kids? Yeah, it will. But it'll be a hell of a lot cheaper in terms of dollars and human life than locking them up. In fact, it is less expensive to send a young person to the University of Wisconsin than putting them in jail. When we talk about criminal justice reform, we need to take a hard look at local police departments all over this country. You are tired, I am tired, the American people are tired of seeing police officers shoot unarmed people, often minorities. Now, I have been a mayor for 8 years, and I've worked with police departments and police officers all over this country. And the overwhelming majority of police officers are honest, they are hardworking, and they have a very, very difficult job every single day. But like any other police, any other public official, if a police officer breaks the law, that officer must be held accountable. We have got to focus on demilitarizing local police departments. We have got to make police departments reflect the diversity of the communities they are serving. We have got to do away with corporate ownership of prisons and detention centers. Corporations should not be making money by imprisoning fellow Americans. We have got to take a very hard look at the so-called war on drugs. Truth is that many millions of Americans now have police records over the last 30 years for being arrested for possessing marijuana. And if you got a police record and you're a young person, you know what? That is not a good thing. That impedes your ability to get a job. You can't get a job, you can't get income, you do other things which are not good. Today, in Washington, the Federal Controlled Substance Act lists marijuana as a Schedule I drug right alongside of heroin. Now, people can argue about the pluses and minuses of marijuana, but it truly is not a killer drug like heroin. And that is why I have introduced legislation to take marijuana out of the Federal Controlled Substance Act. Should not be. And when we talk about drugs, which is a very significant problem in this country, my state of Vermont, neighboring New Hampshire, all over America, we're looking at very high levels of opiate addiction, heroin addiction, every day. Every single day, people are dying from overdosing on heroin or some other drug. But when we look at how we can best address this very serious national crisis, we have got to look at drug addiction and substance abuse as health issues, not criminal issues. As you all know, I am running for the Democratic nomination against Secretary Hillary Clinton. I want to just tick off in as objective a manner as I can the very serious differences that we have on some major issues and approaches to politics. Number one, we have to make a choice. Is an insurgent campaign 11 months ago when I began this campaign, and that is, should we establish a super PAC in order to go out to Wall Street and corporate America and beg them for money? Well, after about 1/10 of 1 second of discussion, we decided not to do that. This campaign does not represent Wall Street. We don't represent corporate America. We don't represent wealthy campaign contributors. And we decided to not establish a super PAC. But what we did do, and this is really quite extraordinary and something that I never would have dreamed could have happened. We went out and we asked the middle class and working families for help. And what we said is, look, if you want to support a campaign which is prepared to stand up to the billionaire class, which is prepared to profoundly change national priorities in this country, we need your help. And what happened has blown me away completely. Over the last 11 months, we have received more than 6 million individual campaign contributions. That is a larger number of individual campaign contributions than any candidate in the history of this country up to this point in an election. Anybody know what the average contribution is? $27. And that is in itself a revolutionary development in American politics. Something that very few of the pundits or the political scientists would have dreamed could be possible. And what it has shown is that we can run a winning national campaign without being dependent upon big money interests. That is pretty good. Secretary Clinton has chosen to move in a different direction. She has several super PACs. Her largest one reported a while back that in the last filing period, they received $25 million from special interests, including $15 million from Wall Street. Now, Secretary Clinton and every other politician who receives money from special interests always has the same response. Not going to influence me. They're just giving us millions of dollars for the heck of it. Well, the question that we have got to ask, not just to Secretary Clinton, but for any special interest that puts millions of dollars into a campaign, why are they doing that? What do they expect in return? You can say whatever you want about Wall Street, and in my view, the business model of Wall Street is fraud. You can say whatever you want about them, but these guys are not dumb. They know how to make investments, and they invest for a purpose. Now, Secretary Clinton has also given a number of speeches before Wall Street financial institutions and has been paid some $225,000 a speech. Now, I kind of think that if you're going to get paid $225,000 a speech, it must be a brilliant speech. It must be a mind-blowing speech. It must be a speech written in Shakespearean prose. And I kind of think that if the speech is that fantastic, that the Secretary should share it with the American people. Secretary Clinton has said, well, she is prepared to release the transcripts if other people do the same. So I am prepared today here in Madison, Wisconsin. Very, very serious moment. Make a major public statement, right? I am prepared to release all of the transcripts of all of the speeches that I have given to Wall Street. There aren't any! That is one issue, one area, and it's an important area. How you raise your money is very, very significant, and I think in assessing what a candidate will do if elected. But there's another issue that is also very important. When we talk about the decline of the American middle class and the loss of good-paying jobs in this country and their replacement by low-wage jobs, one of the factors, not the only one, but a major factor, is a series of disastrous trade policies in this country that has resulted in the loss of millions of decent-paying jobs. Now, this is not a sexy issue. The media doesn't cover it very much at all. But what it means is in Wisconsin and in Vermont and all over this country, you have situations where corporations who help write these trade agreements, and by that I mean NAFTA and permanent normal trade relations with China, many other trade agreements, they were written for a very simple purpose. And you don't have to be a PhD in economics to figure it out. What they were written for is to enable corporations not to have to pay workers in Wisconsin $20, $25 an hour, but to be able to shut down here, move to a low-wage country, and then bring their products back into this country tariff-free. That's what these agreements were written to do, and that, in fact, is exactly what's happened. Since 2001, we have lost almost 60,000 factories in the United States of America, millions of decent-paying jobs. Not all of that is attributable to trade, but a lot of it is. Let me just give you some examples. Right here in Wisconsin. In 2008, General Motors shut down its manufacturing plant in Janesville, destroying thousands of decent-paying jobs and moving those jobs to Mexico, where workers were paid a fraction of the wages being paid here in Wisconsin. In 1996, Johnson Controls shut down its Brew City valve plant in Milwaukee and moved to Mexico, where they could pay workers there 72 cents an hour. Last year, Johnson Controls threw another 277 workers in Milwaukee out on the streets and moved to Mexico, China, and Slovakia. 15 years ago, Riggs and Stratton was Wisconsin's largest private employer with 11,000 manufacturing workers. Today, it only has 2,500 workers in Wisconsin after it moved its plants to Mexico and China. Rockwell Automation has slashed its union workforce in Milwaukee from 6,000 down to just 300 as it moved plants to Mexico, China, and the Dominican Republic, and on and on and on it goes. Certainly not just Wisconsin. Same thing has happened to my state of Vermont, happening all over America. I want you to know that from the first day that I was elected to Congress, took office in 1991 in the House, I have vigorously opposed all of these trade agreements. Secretary Clinton, over the years, has supported virtually every one of these trade agreements. And in my view, I will, not only is it my view, I will help lead the opposition to the TPP, the Trans-Pacific Partnership. Before she ended up opposing it, she had supported it on many, many occasions. I have never supported the TPP. It is simply a continuation of past disastrous trade policies. Terms of foreign policy, obviously an issue of huge consequence. We don't have the time to get into it in great length. But the most important foreign policy debate in the modern history of this country was over the war in Iraq. I was in the House, Secretary Clinton was in the Senate. I listened very carefully to what George W. Bush, Dick Cheney, Don Rumsfeld, and all of the rest of these guys had to say about going to war in Iraq. I did not believe them for a second. I vigorously opposed that war and voted against it. Secretary Clinton heard the same evidence that I did. Her judgment was different. She supported that war. We have significant differences in terms of our approach to foreign policy. And what I will tell you is that in terms of the Middle East, number one, yes, we have got to destroy ISIS. But number two, we have got to do it in a way that does not get our men and women in the armed forces in perpetual warfare in the Middle East. Another issue of growing concern. I think we will see in years to come one of the great environmental issues facing us is the issue of clean water. Flint, Michigan is not the only city in America struggling with providing clean drinking water to its people. And unless we get our act together, that situation will become worse. I do not believe that we should continue fracking. Fracking and other practices are doing great damage to the water systems of this country. We've got to bring that to an end. Secretary Clinton has a different position on that. Let me now talk a little bit about our good friend Donald Trump. And I am happy to tell you with absolute certainty that Donald Trump will not become president of the United States. Now, for a start, and this touches on another issue, is that very often the establishment says, well, Bernie Sanders is a nice guy, but he can't win a general election. I want everybody here to understand that in almost every national poll, which has Democrats running against Trump and other Republicans, not only do I always beat Trump by large numbers, the last CNN poll had us 20 points ahead of Trump. That is true. That is true in statewide polls. I think there was a poll just came out today in Wisconsin, but similar to other polls, which had us beating Trump by big-time double-digit numbers. In every one of these polls, or virtually everyone, not everyone, almost everyone, we do far better against Trump and the other Republican candidates than does Hillary Clinton. So if Democrats want to make certain that we do not have somebody like a Trump in the White House, I think Bernie Sanders will be the strongest candidate to defeat Trump. But it is not just polls. Polls go up and down. What it is that in my heart of hearts, I do not believe that the American people will ever elect a president who virtually every single day is insulting one group of people or another. You're not going to have a candidate will not be elected president who insults Mexicans and Latinos, who insults Muslims, who insults women. And I gotta tell you something. Needless to say, I pay a lot of attention to what's going on our side, so I don't worry all that much about the Republicans. But what I can perceive, the American people are just flabbergasted at the nature of this Republican campaign. Here you have incredibly important issues facing the American people. The decline of the middle class, income and wealth inequality, climate change, etc. And what these guys are doing are they're attacking each other's wives. This is beyond belief. And it is something not only, I think, beyond comprehension to the average American, but if you are a sane Republican, you are looking at this in disbelief. Trump will not be elected president because you cannot get elected president insulting African Americans. And I want everybody to remember, sometimes people have forgotten this, that well before he became a candidate, Trump was one of the leaders of the so-called birther movement. Remember that? And that birther movement was not a joke. It was a very ugly effort to delegitimize the presidency of the first African-American president in our history. That was not an accident. This was not somebody saying, well, I don't like Obama or I disagree with Obama, that's fine. This was trying to convince the American people that Barack Obama was not the legitimate president of the United States. That was an ugly and vicious and dangerous attack waged by Donald Trump. Right. Donald Trump will not be elected president because at the end of the day, the American people understand that bringing our people together, black and white and Latino and Asian American and Native American, bringing our people together, straight and gay, male and female, people born in this country with people who have immigrated into this country, that bringing people together will always trump divisiveness and trying to divide us. people instinctually understand that supporting each other, the concept of togetherness, that you have got to be there for me and my family, and I and my family have got to be there for you. That concept of supporting each other will always trump selfishness. And the American people understand at its deepest level what every major and great religion on earth has told us. And whether it is Christianity or Judaism or Islam or Buddhism or any of the other great religions, what they have always told us is that at the end of the day, love always trumps hatred. Now, we are at a pivotal moment in American history. We have massive levels of income and wealth inequality. We have a corrupt campaign finance system. We have a broken criminal justice system. We have millions of young people who have gone to college, who have gotten all of the education that they were supposed to get, and yet they're leaving school with very deep debts that are taking them decades to pay off. We have women in America earning 79 cents on the dollar compared to men. We are the only major country on earth that doesn't guarantee paid family and medical leave. We are the only major country on earth that does not guarantee health care to all people as a right. And as a planet, not just a nation, we are facing the extraordinary global crisis of climate change. And I'm a member of the Senate Committee on the Environment. I've talked to scientists all over the world. And what they are telling us is that we do not get our act together in a reasonably short period of time. The planet that we will be leaving our kids and future generations will not be a planet that is healthy or habitable. And what we have got to do is have the courage to stand up to the fossil fuel industry and transform our energy system away from fossil fuel to energy efficiency and sustainable energy. That's what we have to do. These are just some. I talked before I came out here. I talked to some teachers right here in the Madison area who work in public schools. And they're talking to me about the fact that, if you can believe it, we have young people now who do not want to go into teaching, which is such an important profession, because of the constant attacks on teachers, on the low wages that teachers are now experiencing. So you add all of those up, and there are more. These are the issues that we have got to face as a nation. Now, everybody in this room knows that real change never ever takes place from the top on down, not throughout our history or not throughout world history. Real change only takes place when millions of people come together, stand up, fight back, and say that the status quo is simply no longer acceptable. I believe from the bottom of my heart that we are at that moment right now, from coast to coast, where people are suddenly catching on that in our great country, why do we have such grotesque levels of income and wealth inequality? Unacceptable. Why are we a nation which has a corrupt campaign finance system, after all of the years in which we were lecturing the whole world about democracy, we are now in a position where billionaires are capable of buying elections. And the American people are saying, unacceptable. The American people are looking around and they're seeing 2.2 million people in jail, lives being destroyed. Unacceptable. The American people understand that there's something profoundly wrong when hundreds of thousands of bright and qualified young people can't get a college education because of their income. Unacceptable. The American people know that we are paying the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs and that people are dying because they can't afford the medicine they need. Unacceptable. The American people know that there's something profoundly wrong when we are the only major country not to guarantee health care or paid family medical leave to all of them. So from coast to coast, people are sitting there, they're thinking about these issues. And what they are concluding, I believe, is that we need a government today that represents all of us, not just wealthy campaign contributors. What this campaign is honest enough about saying is that no president, not Bernie Sanders, not anyone else, can do it alone. We need, this is surely not a one-person show. It can't be done. We need millions of people to become engaged in the political process in a way that we have not seen in the modern history of America. Now, on Tuesday, there is going to be a very, very important Democratic primary here in Wisconsin. And let me be very blunt with you. We will win if the voter turnout is high. We will lose if the voter turnout is low. It is as simple as all of that. So what I am requesting is that for all of those people in this great state of Wisconsin, which has, by the way, such a profound and great progressive history, one of the more progressive histories in America. What I am asking is for all those people who have kind of given up on the political process, have turned their backs on politics, and no longer vote, please come out. And I'm asking the young people who maybe have never voted in their lives to please come out. Let's send a very strong message to Governor Walker. And let's show Governor Walker that his voter suppression efforts will not work. Thank you all very much.
All right, everyone, that is a wrap on this Bernie Sanders town hall. We're going to take you live now to Minneapolis, where protests are happening right now in response to the death of Jamar Clark. It was revealed this morning that 2 Minneapolis cops would not be charged in the death of Jamar Clark. Again, you guys are looking at live aerials of the protests happening right now in Minneapolis in response to the Jamar Clark decision. Basically, we learned this morning that no charges would be filed against the Minneapolis officers in the death of Jamar Clark. This information came out this morning. Many people very upset over this and protesting right now in Minneapolis. Again, Jamar Clark was killed in November. He was shot. He was 24 years old. Now, according to the prosecutor, the officer only shot Clark after Clark had scuffled with another officer, during which Clark took control of the officer's gun, and the officer he was scuffling with told the other officer to open fire. Investigators concluded that the officers acted in self-defense. You guys are looking at live aerials coming in from Minneapolis, Minnesota. People protesting in response to the decision that the officers involved in the shooting death of 24-year-old Jamar Clark would not be charged. They would not face any charges. Now, we're talking about Minneapolis police officers Mark Ringenberg and Dennis Schwartz. Now, Schwartz apparently shot Jamar Clark only after Ringenberg scuffled with the young man, according to the prosecutor. And at that point, Clark took control of the officer's gun. That's when Ringenberg told Schwartz to open fire. Investigators concluded that the officers acted in self-defense. The shooting sparked demonstrations in Minneapolis, and after the announcement from the prosecutor, which Clark's family attended, many community activists were very angry. One woman shouted, "If the city burns down, it's on your hands." Now, Jamar Clark's cousin says the prosecutor's version of the story made no sense to him, saying, "I feel like the story is being made up and it's all lies. My cousin would never tell the cops to kill him." Referring to comments the officer said his cousin made during the encounter, "His life was doing good. My cousin never told me he was ready to die." All right, guys, we have lost the feed from the Jamar Clark protest. What I'm going to go ahead and do is show you another feed instead. This is a view of New York City. Let's go ahead and watch this feed from New York, actually, New York City earlier. John Kasich campaigning there, visiting a pizza place in Howard Beach that is in the Queens area of New York City. Let's watch, guys.
America, the heartbeat. No, that's right. We'll be able to compete in a lot of districts and do well, and we're going to be very competitive here.
Do you think you can keep Donald Trump from getting all of New York's delegates? Because you need 50% of the vote in New York to secure all of it.
Well, I hope so. I think we can. We're going to, look, this is where people, look, here's what's happening now. For the first time in this campaign, people are finally starting to hear my message. If you watched the CNN debate last night, the differences were so stark, I can't even answer all the emails I'm getting about what happened. I encourage you to watch the MSNBC town halls tonight. You see, the town halls give us an ability to tell people about who we are, what we think, what our experience is, and it's about real depth, as opposed to a debate where people just name call and create sound bites. Because we should not be picking a president on the basis of sound bites. If that's the case, then we ought to pick a late-night television host to be president. What really matters is who, in fact, at a critical time of national security, international crisis, and an inability to have the kind of job growth we want, who can do the job. And that's why these things are so important, and why I think we'll be competitive in New York.
Right, thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Oh, God.
Yeah, seriously.
So he wasn't going to let us bother him, but while we all going in.
That's good, yeah. Wow. Doesn't let us in.
No, I couldn't. You couldn't. CNN. Go ahead.
Tell Joe, tell the owner to come about the
You need to get out of the doors. Where's Weaver? We gotta get. Where's Weaver? Don, you need to come in here. Don, back there. You want him? Look at that.
Best pizza in New York City, Governor.
Am I gonna get a little? Can we get a spatula? Yeah, they're bringing the sausage.
Hey, Bob.
What kind of water do you like? Sparkling water?
Tell your dad to come sit.
I do look like that.
Take some pizza. Does anybody else want a slice? Grace, you want pizza?
They're not getting. Don't give my pizza away. Get your own.
Pizza game.
Look, you can have my jacket, my glasses, my phone. Not getting my food. I'll buy you a pizza.
Oh, he knew. He knew to eat it with his hands. That was the first one. He knows how to eat New York pizza.
I was eating pizza before you were born.
Thank you. Yeah, gluten-free.
Good to see you, sir.
Thank you. They did a great job for town. Congressman couldn't join us. Packed house.
Las cámaras, Can I take a picture?
Do your course. How are you, gentlemen? Sir, my name is Bartovic. How are you? Good luck. Do you have the glasses? Will you give me those glasses? Yes, in New York we use glasses, sir. We like that.
It's a minority majority. This way, got it. I live in Keith Jeffries. I live in Howard Beach. That's East New York. First year.
You like piece of bread with us? Piece of bread?
Picture then? Take a quick picture. Not till we're done eating.
All right, thank you.
Just gonna sneak down for a shot.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, you're fine.
Whoever comes in and out of New York or New Jersey, passing from my front door.
Winter Congress picked up the wiener and they redistricted.
It's all right, it's fine. You any longer? Councilman Ulrich, are you endorsing Governor Kasich? I am.
Why am I endorsing? I'm supporting Governor Kasich because he's a common sense conservative and he's the only candidate still in the race who could beat Hillary Clinton in November.
So you're not a Donald Trump fan, even though he's a Queens guy.
You know, I'm just here to support Governor Kasich today.
How's the pizza?
The pizza here is great. Some of the best pizza in all of New York City. One of my favorite places to come.
Where are you having that?
They're making gluten-free pizza for me. I have celiac, so it's a little secret nobody knows. But I heard this pizza is great too.
So the governor got a little upset when I asked about his pizza eating approach, but you know, in New York, it's caused some headaches for other politicians.
Only the mayor eats pizza with a fork and knife. This guy, even though he's not from New York, he knows how to eat New York pizza.
Any comment on the controversy about how to properly eat New York pizza, Governor?
No comment. He don't want to talk with his mouth full.
And it's very neat, too. Look at that.
Sausage is really good. I just hope more Republicans in New York will come out and support Governor Kasich. He's a common sense conservative and is the only candidate that's still in the race that can beat Hillary in November. And if Republicans in New York care about winning back the White House, we've got to support Governor Kasich in the primary voters.
And Chairman, should we read into your attendance at this lunch? Are you supporting Governor Kasich as well?
I'm in support of the Republican Party, and I think the governor is a wonderful example of quality candidate.
The answer is no. He's not doing anything yet. Beat around the bush. I thought in New York you guys told it straight.
Well, we have not endorsed, as you know. We're waiting until the voters tell us what to do on the 19th.
His heart is with me.
Or the pizza?
No, I'm the only one eating.
That's fair enough.
I think, you know, I talk to a lot of Republicans, not only in Queens, but in other parts of New York, there's a lot of momentum behind John Kasich. There's a lot of Republicans who are thinking about backing other candidates, and now they're really interested in backing Governor Kasich. So I think it's going to be really interesting what happens at the end of the month, but I'm excited, and I'm talking to all my friends and supporters and my constituents, and between now and then, I'm just going to be urging them that we got to get behind this guy because we've got to win the election in November, and the only way we're going to do that is by making Governor Kasich the Republican nominee.
So what happens at the convention, though, if the front runner is the governor was saying outside, there's a history of, when nobody has the number of delegates, of it not going to the front runner. What does that do to the party?
If none of the three candidates reach the magic number and it's a contested convention, then the delegates get to decide on the second ballot, and maybe on the second ballot they'll have the good sense to pick Governor Kasich. I think if polls continue to go the way they're going, more and more people are seeing that he's the strongest Republican left in the race, and if you want to win the election, we've got to back this guy.
Great. You're going to travel with me all the time. You're not supposed to get an exclusive. We handle you outside. What are you doing?
This is the New York Wine Pizza interview. We do this with all the candidates.
We're going to be traveling all over the state.
Are you going to be going to upstate New York as well? Okay.
Upstate, downstate, side state. Every state doesn't matter.
That's it.
Donald Trump is a New Yorker, he has name recognition. Can I ask you a question?
Now I just got to make sure they all know. That's why I got to make sure they all know who we are. That's Eric Muller. You never know. Some of the national players have no idea.
1 second, please. Let me through, please. Let me through. Eric.
I am going to declare this place great.
Sausage, peppers, and onions?
That's eggplant.
Eggplant, peppers, and onions?
Pizza, great. What'd you get, shrimp? Chicken. A chicken roll here. There was no fall. I'm not using a knife, but cutting a piece of pizza. Because I want more, I don't want to eat too much. Very cool to have Want to take it to go? Yes, we can do that. I'll do that. I'll get a box.
That's how we do it.
Да, я на общем плане вижу. Я снял Where's my friend Linda? Can I get one too, over? Thank you.
It's only kids we're taking.
My brother, that's fine. All three of us?
Yeah.
You dance? Really? You like Enrique Iglesias? I love Enrique Iglesias. Balando. Have you ever heard it? Oh, Balando's a oh, we gotta pull it up. You'll dance for me? Great. We'll have to put Enrique on, and then you want to dance to me? Huh?
Yeah.
Pitbull? You like Pitbull?
All right.
How about,
Thank you.
like,
your brother.
Alright guys, I hope you enjoyed watching John Kasich eat pizza. We do have a few more minutes of this, but I do have to go. I have to wrap up my day. However, Mike Page will be joining you for the next 5 hours here on News Now, 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. Arizona time. So stay tuned, guys. While we wait for Mike Page to arrive, we're going to go ahead and give you guys a look at New York City, since that's where John Kasich is. I'll give you a live look at the city right now. There you can see Radio City Music Hall and more. Mike Page joining you in just a couple minutes.
All right, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. My name is Mike Page. Happy to be here with you this afternoon and into the evening on Fox 10 News Now, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. And we already have a live event going on right now. It's in Minneapolis. Protesting continues as there is no charges for the Minneapolis police officers involved in the Jamar Clark death, prosecutors say. So let's take you out live to this protest.
No justice, no peace. Prosecute the police. No justice, no peace. Prosecute the police. No justice, no peace. Prosecute the police. No peace. No peace. Prosecute the police. No peace. No justice, no peace. Prosecute the police. 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 Matter. Matter. They be ready. Matter. Matter.
All right, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. We are watching live right now in Minneapolis, where there are protesters taking to the streets there. The very latest, 2 white police officers involved in the fatal shooting of a black man last fall will not face criminal charges, a prosecutor announced today in a decision that drew outrage from community members who said the move showed that the legal system is rigged against African Americans. So this is what we are watching right now as the stream does continue on Fox 10 News Now.
Hey, hey, ho, ho. They got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho. They got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho. They got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho. They got to go.
The county attorney said that his decision not to charge the officers in the death of 24-year-old Jamar Clark was based on forensic evidence that showed Clark was not handcuffed and had attempted to grab an officer's weapon, which made deadly force necessary. Clark ignored warnings to take his hands off the officer's gun before he was shot and told the officer, "I'm ready to die," the prosecutor said.
Yeah, hey guys, we're on 7th Street headed towards downtown right now, about 7. Now, as you mentioned All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We are watching this live unfold in Minneapolis, where people are taking to the streets. They're protesting that the decision by the prosecutor to not charge two Minneapolis police officers
Shut it down! After Mark don't get it, shut it down. After Mark don't get it, shut it down. After Mark don't get it, shut it down. After Bill Rice don't get it, shut it down. After Blake don't get it, shut it down.
And folks, if you're just joining us, we are watching a stream from Minneapolis where the news today came down. 2 white police officers involved in the fatal shooting of a black man last fall will not face criminal charges, a prosecutor announced earlier today in a decision that drew outrage that we are watching right now from community members who said the move showed that the legal system is rigged against African Americans. So now we see people taking to the streets in Minneapolis. They are trying to shut down streets. And they have been chanting, "No justice, no peace." You are watching Fox 10 News Now, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We are in live stream breaking news mode.
Marcus!
The county attorney said his decision not to charge the officers in the death of 24-year-old Jamar Clark was based on forensic evidence that showed Clark was not handcuffed and had attempted to grab an officer's weapon, which made deadly force necessary. Clark ignored warnings to take his hands off the officer's gun before he was shot and told one of the officers, "I'm ready to die," the prosecutor said. An organizer for a group called Twin Cities Coalition for Justice for Jamar Clark said, "This is a fairy tale. None of this happened. It's not justice. It sends us a clear message that the police are above the law." Police encountered Clark early on November 15th after paramedics called for help from a scene where they were attempting to treat Clark's girlfriend after she was assaulted. The paramedics said Clark Then the assault suspect was interfering with their work, and they feared for their safety. When police arrived, Clark kept putting his hands in his pockets and refused orders to show his hands. Officers tried to handcuff Clark but couldn't. The handcuffs were later dropped. The officer then took Clark to the ground and ended up on top of Clark, who was lying on his back. The officer's back was to Clark's stomach. The officer said, "He's got my gun."
This is what democracy looks like. Tell me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Tell me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Let's keep this face right here. This is what democracy looks like. Tell me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Tell me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like.
Your hamstrings are going to feel great.
United! You never be defeated! It is our duty to fight! Nothing to lose but our dream. We have nothing to lose but our change. It is our duty to fight for our freedom. It is our duty to fight for our freedom. It is our duty to win. It is our duty to win. Fight for our freedom. It is our duty to win. 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 We must duty to fight for our freedom. It is our duty to fight for our freedom. It is our duty to fight for our freedom. It is our duty to fight for our freedom. It is our duty to win. It is our duty to win. We must love and support one another. We must love and support one another. We have nothing to lose but our change. We have nothing to lose but our change. It is our duty to fight for our freedom. You backpedaling. It is our duty to win. We must love and support one another.
Folks, if you're just joining us, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. We are watching Jamar Clark protest in Minneapolis. This all stemming from two white police officers involved in the fatal shooting of a black man last fall will not face criminal charges, a prosecutor announced earlier today in a decision that drew outrage from community members who said the move showed that the legal system is rigged against African Americans. And we are watching these live protests happen right now as protesters are taking to the streets of Minneapolis. You are watching Fox 10 News Now, part of fox10phoenix.com.
Let's act like it did. Walk slow.
The county attorney said his decision not to charge the officers in the death of 24-year-old Jamar Clark was based on forensic evidence that showed Clark was not handcuffed and had attempted to grab an officer's weapon, which made deadly force necessary. Clark ignored warnings to take his hands off the officer's gun before he was shot and told one of the officers, "I'm ready to die," the prosecutor said. Welcome, everybody, to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. It is 4:30, and we are watching this live stream from Minneapolis right now as people are taken to the streets there. Today, prosecutors say that the Jamar Clark death by two Minneapolis police officers, those officers will not be prosecuted. And now it has caused community outrage, as you can see, as these protesters are taking to the streets here. We have a full show lined up for you on the Fox 10 News Now stream. We're going to show you the Donald Trump rally, also a Ted Cruz rally. So we got a full show here for you. Welcome to the stream. And now we do have aerial shots of this as well.
Hey, listen to your sergeant.
This is a sergeant, I'm telling you. We ain't got no sergeant. We all private. We all private. We all private. We ain't got no sergeant.
Now it looks like they're going in a parking garage here. Let's see what's going to happen here and why they're going up this ramp to this parking garage. Let's see what's going on here.
Jamal Legacy gonna be all right, cause we gonna continue to fight. Jamal Legacy gonna be all right, cause we gonna continue to fight. Jamal Legacy gonna be all right, cause we gonna continue to fight. Jamal Legacy gonna be all right, cause we gonna continue to fight.
Little cloud action.
We got one camera rolling. I'd rather come in too. Maybe it's so large, take pictures.
That's great.
Oh man.
How much excuse I can get? You walking like that, you want a picture?
I already got them taken.
Oh, you did? Like right here is a good picture.
not on. No justice! No justice! No peace! Let's get the police! No justice! No peace!
Wait, can I be at the stop? Is this right here? Okay, that's fine. You're not using on the
Send them killer cops to jail. The whole damn system is guilty as hell. Killer cops to jail. The whole damn system is guilty as hell.
Welcome, folks, to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We are watching live stream right now from Minneapolis, where protesters are taking to the streets. It was just announced today that the local prosecutor there is not going to be filing charges against two Minneapolis police officers that shot and killed a suspect late last year. His name was Jamar Clark. He was 24 years old, and prosecutors say that, well, he touched one of the officers' gun and wouldn't let go, and then told one of the police officers that, I'm ready to die. Now people are taking to the streets. They are upset that these officers will not be charged. And this is what we are watching right now in Minneapolis. 6:44 local time there. Welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream.
There's a bunch of people out there with masks on. Some of them.
There you tried to shut him down. It's a bad move. I had to do it all over again. We was just looking in the middle of the program.
Welcome everybody to the Fox 10 News Now stream. If you're just joining us, welcome. We are watching live protest happening right now in Minneapolis as protesters are taking to the streets there. It was just announced today that a local prosecutor will not be filing charges against 2 Minneapolis police officers that shot and killed 24-year-old Jamar Clark late last year. The prosecutor said that Clark tried to grab one of the officer's guns and then told the officers, "I'm ready to die." You're watching this live right now on Fox 10 News Now stream. We are happy that you're here, and we got a full show for you guys. After the protests, we're going to show you a Donald Trump rally as well as a Ted Cruz rally later tonight, so stick right here with us. We'll be streaming until 9 p.m. Arizona time. That's midnight on the East Coast. You can see people in office buildings taking photos of these protesters as they take to the streets here. We're watching this all unfold live right here on Fox 10 News Now. Anything can happen at this point, so that's why we are continuing to watch this developing story take place. We appreciate everybody in the stream right now. My name is Mike Page. Happy to be here with you guys all evening long. Welcome, everybody, to the Fox 10 News Now stream. It is now 5 o'clock in Arizona and 7 o'clock in Minneapolis, where we are taking this stream right now as protesters are taken to the streets in Minneapolis after prosecutors today announced they will not be charging the 2 police officers that shot and killed a suspect, 24-year-old Jamar Clark, late last year. Prosecutors said that Jamar tried to grab one of the guns of the police officers and told the officer, "I'm ready to die."
I'm going to let him take care of this.
Russ has got this.
Yep.
I just want to find Iris and Tyler are both here.
Yeah, Russ has got this.
All right, everybody, we'll continue to monitor this story for you coming out of Minneapolis. But right now, we do have another live event going on right now in Wisconsin. Bernie Sanders is set to take the stage pretty soon here. Let's go live now to Wisconsin. Bernie Sanders live rally happening now.
You can get involved. Thanks.
Hello, everybody. Oh my goodness. My name is Monica, and I live in La Crosse. I'm here tonight because I have a lot of opinions on climate change, healthcare, social justice, public education, and many other issues. But in the current system, none of my ideas matter because our elected officials represent the corporations and billionaires who fund their campaigns and careers, not people like me. Citizen, I'm tired of my voice being ignored. I'm so tired, in fact, that I decided just a couple months ago to start contributing my time, energy, and money towards electing a president who works as a public servant and is not for sale. Senator Bernie Sanders. So I started making voter ID calls a couple hours a week, but after the 2 close results of Iowa, I decided I needed to kick it up a few notches to make a bigger impact. I went to Minnesota for 3 weeks before the caucus to knock on doors, and after the landslide victory in Minnesota, I couldn't... Thank you, Minnesota. People are here. I couldn't help but feel proud that I had been a part of that effort. So maybe my voice does matter. By not taking money from super PACs, Bernie has shown us that he believes in the power of the people. He believes in us, in you and me. Take a moment to let that sink in. Bernie believes in our power. Volunteering with this movement has helped me see just what our power can do. Together, we are the political revolution. That's why I'm speaking tonight to urge you to consider getting involved. And I do mean you. Not someone less busy or more informed or someone with experience, but you. We need you just as you are to get active now. Come knock on doors for Bernie. Door knocking is just talking to people, encouraging everyone with the right to vote to exercise that right during the primary. We know that if voter turnout is high, Bernie will win. I saw it firsthand in Minnesota, and we've seen it in Michigan and Washington, and now it's our time to shine in Wisconsin. If you have enough time and flexibility to make it to this rally tonight, then you have enough time to door knock for a couple hours to increase voter turnout. And that could be what makes the win here. So don't just vote for Bernie, but volunteer too when it really counts. Only 5 days left until the primary. So who here is planning to vote for Bernie in the primary? Awesome. Okay. So who here already voted for Bernie? Yes, okay, so early voting is the best way to avoid the voter suppression we've seen in other states' primaries. So I want all of you right now to pull out your phone and text your best friend or your partner or your roommate, and somebody that lives in Wisconsin, and ask them if they'll go with you to City Hall tomorrow to early vote for Bernie. And for those of you who have already voted, like myself, you can text a couple people who you know haven't voted yet. So I'm gonna text my friends NJ and Chelsea and ask them when they will vote tomorrow. So for real, do it right now, because I'm doing it. Okay. This is some bad autocorrect. Okay, I did it, and I hope you all did it too. So now we've all got a plan to vote for Bernie, or we already voted for Bernie, and you're gonna bring a buddy to go with you too. But I just wanna remind you that your voice matters. It is essential. Using it is the only way we can get a people-funded progressive leader like Bernie to be our next president. So after we win Wisconsin together, please stay connected with our growing grassroots community here, Lacrosse for Bernie, so we can continue supporting Bernie all the way to the convention in July and onward to the White House.
All right, everybody, you are watching Fox 10 News Now, part of fox10phoenix.com. We do have a live shot right now in Wisconsin where a Bernie Sanders rally will be taking place in just a few short minutes here. We will then show you a Donald Trump rally from earlier today as well. You guys are watching Fox 10 News Now. We have a full show lined up for you guys this evening, so welcome to the stream. It's going to be a very, very busy evening here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, as it usually is every night. We do stream Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. If you're new to the stream, welcome. I suggest you hit that subscribe button so you could be in the know of every live event that we do show here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. We cover not only news here in Arizona, but obviously all across the country, as we are taking this feed in from Wisconsin. It's been a busy, busy week already in Wisconsin, as the primary is less than a week away there, where 42 delegates are at stake. We hope you're having a great evening here. 5:10 in Arizona, and it's already 7:10 in Wisconsin right now. You guys are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream.
of introducing another esteemed man to speak to you tonight. So without further ado, oh, no, this is not how Bernie Nation welcomes people. There you go. So that's better. And I want you to do it again when he comes out here, because I have the honor of introducing the president of the Ho-Chunk Nation. Woo! That's right. So without further ado, President Willie Cleveland.
Hana chayin chayinda, egi jiga egi hana chida jiwida. When you get up, we give you a Ho-Chunk welcome, saying thank you for being here, and it's good to see each one of you. I've been given the privilege and the honor to introduce our special guest to southwestern part of Wisconsin, a portion of the Ho-Chunk Nation. These are our ancestral lands of the Ho-Chunk Nation, and Senator Sanders has been a true friend to Indian country. Just like indigenous people throughout the United States, Senator Sanders is also a steward of the land. He shares our ideals, our thoughts on protecting our environment, particularly in the state of Wisconsin. We have this natural environment here throughout the state, from the Chicago-Wisconsin line up to Lake Superior, from La Crosse to Green Bay, from Hudson to Milwaukee. All that is God's land. In the Ho-Chunk Nation, as stewards of the land, we protect and want this natural beauty that we have here to stay forever, for generations, for our future generations. And this is the same thought that Senator Sanders has in wanting to be the President of the United States. Senator Sanders also believes in the indigenous people and understanding the trust responsibility that the federal government has, and also our tribal sovereignty. And with this good thought and good feeling that he has for our indigenous people, I'd like you all to give a warm, thankful, hearty welcome for presidential candidate from Vermont, Senator Bernie Sanders.
Thank you all. What an extraordinary turnout tonight. Thank you so much. And let me thank Kathy Jovan Marin, Monica Rose Hoffman, and mostly let me thank Wilfred Cleveland, president of the Ho-Chunk Nation. And before I go any further, let me just say this. I think all of us understand that from day one, before our nation was a nation, when the first settlers came here to this land, from day one, we have treated the Native American people extremely unfairly. They have been lied to. They have been cheated. Treaties that were negotiated between the government and the Native American community were often abrogated. And we have got to make that situation right. We owe the Native American community a deep debt of gratitude that we can never repay, because they have taught us so much. And among many other things, what they have taught us is that as human beings, we are part of nature. We have to live with nature. We cannot destroy nature. And if elected president, our government's relationship to Native American communities around this country will fundamentally change. Let me just start off and take a few moments to talk about the state of our campaign. You know, when we began this campaign 11 months ago, we were considered to be a fringe candidacy, not to be taken seriously. Well, a lot has changed in 11 months. In the last few weeks, we have won 6 out of the 7 caucuses and primaries. And with your help on Tuesday, we're going to win here in Wisconsin. When we began this campaign, we were 60 or 70 points behind Secretary Clinton. A poll last week had us 1 point up. And there's another point that I want to make, and that is that a lot of folks out there, they say, well, you know, I like Bernie, but you know what? He can't win a general election. I'm not going to vote for him. He can't win. Well, poll came out, CNN poll came out, I think it was a week ago or so. Secretary Clinton did very well against Mr. Trump. She was 12 points ahead of him. We were 20 points ahead of him. But it is not just that poll, it is almost all of the polls. And just today, right here in Wisconsin, poll came out. Secretary Clinton did very well against Mr. Trump. She was 10 points ahead of him. We were in Wisconsin 19 points ahead of him. So please do not allow your friends to say, well, you know, Bernie can't win the general election. We can win. We will win. And the other reason that we will win is that Republicans win elections when people are demoralized and they don't come out to vote, and their big money friends can buy the elections. Progressives and Democrats win elections when people are excited, energized, and mobilized. As witness to this turnout tonight, there is no debate about which Democratic candidate has the energy and the momentum. And what that energy and enthusiasm will translate into in November is a huge, you got it, a very large voter turnout in November. And that let me also mention to you something that no other candidate will tell you, and that is that given the nature of the crises that we face today, given the nature of political and economic power that exists today in our country, and that means the power of Wall Street, which has endless supplies of money, large campaign donors who really influence a lot of what goes on in Washington, corporate America who will shut down a plant in Wisconsin if they can make $5 more by going to China. All of that. The only way we really transform America is when millions of people stand up and fight back and demand a government that represents all of us. No one person, not Bernie Sanders or anybody else, can do it alone. We are in this together. So I will need your help not only on Tuesday, I will need your help the day after the general election and the day after I take office as President of the United States. Now, the reason that our campaign is doing so well is that we're doing something very unusual in contemporary American politics. We're telling the truth. Now, what politics is largely about is doing polls, knowing what people want to hear, and then telling them what you think they want to hear. And it is also about glossing over, pushing under the carpet the most important issues facing this country. But I have discovered all over this country that people are prepared to deal with the truth, even if it is not a pleasant truth. And that's what we have got to do as a nation. You know, if you're not feeling well, if you're feeling sick and you go to the doctor and the doctor says, hey, no problem. You leave the doctor's office and say, I'm feeling sick. There is a problem. Well, our country has serious problems, and we have got to have the courage to confront these problems head on. And let me begin by touching on what I think is one of the major crises that we face. And that is that today, and I say this without any joy in my heart, today we have a campaign finance system which is corrupt and undermining American democracy. At the heart of what America is about is the understanding that ordinary people have the right to determine the future of this country. Every person here is an enormously powerful person if you exercise that power. But as a result of this disastrous Supreme Court decision on Citizens United, what has happened is that billionaires have been given permission to purchase the United States government. What this campaign is about is asking the American people to think outside of the box, outside of the status quo, not to believe that what exists today has to exist 5 years from today or 20 years from today. And one area that we can and must make change is to overturn Citizens United so that big money interests do not buy elections. When you have a handful of billionaires like the Koch brothers and a few others prepared, oh, you know the Koch brothers, huh? Okay. Oh, I forgot. They're very good friends of your governor. I should. But when you have a handful of billionaires prepared in this election cycle to spend some $900 million trying to elect candidates who represent the rich and the powerful, what that is about is not democracy, that is oligarchy, and we will not accept that. What I want to see and what I believe in, I believe that democracy is one person, one vote. You got to vote. You got to vote, and you got to vote. You vote for anybody you want, but we are not going to allow big money to buy elections. Second point, which is true, sadly, in your great state, and true in many other states run by Republican governors, is that we are seeing a massive, undemocratic effort to suppress the vote. Now, I will be very honest with you. In Vermont, I have run for office a number of times. I've lost some. I've won more. But it has never occurred to me. It has never occurred to me, and I think to most candidates, that the way you try to win an election is to make it harder for people who might vote against you to participate in the election. That is political cowardice. And I say to Governor Walker, and all of those other Republican governors who are trying to deny the right to vote to people of color, to low-income people, to old people, to students, to young people, I say if you don't have the guts to participate in a free, open, and fair election, get another job, get out of politics. This country has one of the lowest voter turnout rates of any major country on earth. Our job is to bring more people into the process, not push people out of the process. And I say to Governor Walker or to anybody else who holds that view, if I'm elected president, we are going to move to the day when if you are 18 years of age or older and a citizen of this country, you are registered to vote. End of discussion. But it is not just a corrupt campaign finance system and the effort of many Republican governors to suppress the vote that we have to worry about. We also have a rigged economy. A rigged economy is an economy in which today the top 0.1% now owns almost as much wealth as the bottom 90%. A rigged economy is an economy in which the wealthiest 20 people own more wealth than the bottom half of America, 150 million Americans. And here is an example of what a rigged economy is about. Anyone here know who the wealthiest family in America is? The Walton family that owns Walmart. Walmart is the largest private sector employer in America. Walmart pays wages that are so low that many of their workers are forced to go on Medicaid, food stamps, and subsidized housing. Do you know who pays for those food stamps, Medicaid, and subsidized housing? You do. A rigged economy is when the working people of this country have to subsidize the wealthiest family in America. So I say to the Walton family, the wealthiest family in America, get off of welfare, pay your workers a living wage. But it's not just a corrupt campaign finance system that we have to address. It's not just a rigged economy. And by the way, if elected president, what we will do together is create an economy that works for all of us, not just the 1%. It is not appropriate, it is not right that in families all over this country, you got mom working crazy hours, dad working crazy hours, kids working. In America today, we work the longest hours of any people in the industrialized world. Japanese, very hard workers, we work longer hours than do the people of Japan. And yet, at the end of all of that labor, 58% of all new income goes to the top 1%. That is not acceptable. But it is not just the corrupt campaign finance system and a rigged economy. It is a broken criminal justice system. This campaign is about thinking outside of the box. Think about this. This is the wealthiest country in the history of the world, yet we have more people in jail than any other country on earth, more than China, 4 times our size. We have 2.2 million people behind bars. We're spending $80 billion a year to lock up fellow Americans and destroy lives. We can do better than that. Now, there are a lot of reasons why we have so many people in jail. And by the way, the people in jail are disproportionately African American, Latino, and Native Americans. Now, there are a lot of reasons. Let me tick off a couple. Number one, what the media does not talk about ever is the very high rate of youth unemployment in this country. All right, listen to this. For high school graduates between 17 and 20, if those kids are white, real unemployment and underemployment is 33%. If they are Latino, 36%. If they are African American, 51%. It seems to me that it makes a lot more sense for us to be investing in our young people in jobs and education rather than jail and incarceration. We have got to give those young people constructive opportunities, not simply allow them to drift off into petty crime and end up in jail. Second of all, when we talk about our criminal justice system, we need major reforms in how local police departments function. am tired. All right, we have a medical issue? Okay, can we get a medic over here? Medic? We have a doctor or an ETM? Okay, take a break for a minute. Okay, I think she is being escorted out. I think she's okay. Okay, good. All right. Thank you all for your patience. All right. When we talk about local police departments, we have got to, as a nation, end what I know all of us are upset about, and that is seeing on TV videos of unarmed people being shot. That's not what should go on in America. Now, I was a mayor for 8 years. I've worked with police officers in my state all over this country. Vast majority of police officers in this country are honest, hardworking people doing a very difficult job. Not an easy job being a cop today, but when any public official, including a police officer, breaks the law, that officer must be held accountable. We have got to demilitarize local police departments. We have got to make police departments look like the diversity of the communities they serve. We have got to end corporate ownership of prisons and detention centers. Corporations should not be profiting off the imprisonment of fellow Americans. We have got to take, and this is controversial, but in my view, we have got to take a hard look at the war on drugs. Over the last 30 years, millions of Americans have received police records, criminal records for possession of marijuana. And that is no small thing. Because you go out and you try to get a job and somebody, your employer, asks you, hey, have you ever been arrested? Well, yeah, I was. Well, you may not get that job. And if you don't get that job or another job, you don't have any income, you're in a lot of trouble. Furthermore, right now, under the Federal Controlled Substance Act, marijuana is listed as a Schedule I drug right alongside of heroin. Now, scientists argue about the pluses and the minuses of marijuana, but nobody thinks that marijuana is equivalent to heroin, a killer drug. And that is why I have introduced legislation to take marijuana out of the Federal Controlled Substance Act. But when we talk about drugs, there is, as all of you know, an epidemic. It's true in my state, neighboring New Hampshire, all over this country. It is true around here. An epidemic of heroin addiction, opiate addiction, and people are dying every day from overdoses. Now, in my view, this is a national crisis, and to address it effectively, what we have got to understand is that substance abuse and addiction must be treated as a health issue, not a criminal issue. And that means we need a revolution in mental health treatment in this country. People must be able to get the treatment they need when they need it, not 6 months from now. Let me take a few moments to discuss some of the very serious differences that Secretary Clinton and I have on some major issues. And let me begin by talking about a very important issue, and that is how we raise funds for our respective campaigns. The truth is, sad to say, that it requires hundreds of millions of dollars, if not more, to run a winning national campaign for president. It's unfortunate, it is true. When we began this campaign, we had to make a very simple decision. Do we do what every other campaign does, and that is start a super PAC and beg billionaires in Wall Street for their money? Well, we agree with you. And after about 1/10 of 1 second of thought, we said we don't represent Wall Street, corporate America, the drug companies, or billionaires. We don't want their money. We'll do it without them. And what we have done is really, to be honest with you, has blown my mind. Never in a million years would have dreamed it would happen. In 11 months, we have received over 6 million individual campaign contributions. 6 million, that is more than any candidate in the history of this country at this point. All right, we need a doctor. Is that a doctor? Medic. Oh, God. All right. Doug. All right, can we get a medic over there? What? That's a good idea. All right. Is there a medic there yet? You got one there? Okay. Well, let's open some doors and maybe get a little bit more fresh air in here. Can we do that? All right. Is somebody there? Is there a medic there? You okay? All right, good. Thank you. Ooh. See, I think what happens when people are standing for long periods of time and get dehydrated, I think people sometimes think. I hope it is not my oratory which is doing this, but... All right, in any case, we have raised our money from ordinary people. And the average, anyone know what the average contribution is? $27. That's pretty good.
All right, everybody, we are breaking in to take you live images from Tulsa, Oklahoma, where there is a tornado on the ground. We are covering this live here for you on the Fox 10 News Now stream.
it's back. There you go, Mike. It's coming back down, Travis. Travis, right now, like you said, we're just north of 266. I'd say we're just about a mile, and you can see the lightning out here again. The life cycle is starting to pick back up with the wind and the lightning. And again, we're about a mile from the Verdigris, northwest of Verdigris, moving just between Verdigris and Claremore as we make our way towards Route 66 in this area. And we have it on the ground, debris out in this area. We can see some farm buildings and outbuildings right now. We have it on the ground, and this looks to be a little bit stronger than even earlier as we see the debris being picked up from the buildings and off the ground. Travis?
All right, folks, you are watching a live stream right here. Oklahoma, tornado on the ground. You can see it right there near Tulsa, Oklahoma. It's on an northeast track right now. Powerful images right here.
It's still there. Zoom out. Okay. Good, good. Okay. Forget it. Forget it. You got it.
All right, folks, you are watching live images right here. Tulsa, Oklahoma, following a tornado on the ground. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. Folks, you are watching live images right now in Oklahoma. Tornado on the ground. Right now, it's on an east-northeast track, a mile from Verdigris and Claremore off Route 66 in Oklahoma here. You're watching this from Skyfox up in the air in Oklahoma. You're watching live images right here. Oklahoma tornado on the ground. The helicopter crew is reporting lots of hail, strong wind, and lightning in the area. We've seen that a couple times of those lightning strikes in that area. So you guys are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox 10 Phoenix.com. Live tornado on the ground in Oklahoma. We appreciate you guys being part of the Fox 10 News Now stream team. As understandably, our shot does go in and out there. A tornado is on the ground. You guys are watching the stream as it happens live. You can see the debris right there on the ground. You're watching live images in Oklahoma right now. Tornado on the ground there. Skyfox up in the air. We do appreciate you guys watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, where you can see the debris on the ground right there. Live on the Fox 10 News Now stream. The helicopter crew is reporting lots of hail. We've even seen the lightning strikes in the area there. You never know what's going to happen on the Fox 10 News Now stream, as we do take live breaking news from all across the country. For the Bernie Sanders fans that are watching this live right now, we were on Bernie Sanders, and we will go back to that momentarily, but we do want to break in to give you guys this great shots of the Skyfox up in the air during this tornado. Welcome, everybody, to the Fox 10 News Now stream. We are covering a live Oklahoma tornado near Tulsa. Look at this front just moving through. Tornado on the ground there. Lightning in the area as well. Tornado is on the ground. We do appreciate all our new viewers right now to the Fox 10 News Now stream.
Travis, right now we do not see it on the ground. Like we said, it looks like the wall clouds come up, but now we see some rain. That's a rain curtain that we believe right there you see in the center of your screen right now. As we zoom in, you can see that, but we do not see any debris or anything like that. It was a weak tornado, so it is hard to see sometimes from the funnel cloud to the ground, but we do not even see a funnel cloud or any debris on the ground at this time, but we're continuing to search because, again, being a weak tornado, it has been on the ground.
And folks, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. We are watching this breaking news situation in Oklahoma near Tulsa, where tornado on the ground, and you can see it is very, very dark there, as we are also seeing lightning strikes in the area and debris on the ground. You are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream. We are in a breaking news situation here right on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We do appreciate all our new viewers to the stream as we are watching this all unfold live. Skyfox up in the air in Oklahoma, thanks to our affiliate there in Tulsa. Welcome, everybody, to the Fox 10 News Now stream. Look at those lightning strikes that you guys are seeing live unfold right now on the stream.
I-44 at this time. Again, south side of Claremore, moving east-northeast at this time. Travis? Okay, stay there. It's crossing I-44 right now, Travis. Crossing I-44. We got people on the highway. It's dark out here, but it's crossing the highway.
All right, folks, very, very dangerous situation here. Keep your eyes on those cars on the street there. We're being told that the tornado will be crossing that street pretty soon. It's going to get rough here. Numerous cars still on the highway. Tornado on the ground. You are watching this live right now on the Fox 10 News Now stream.
We got to get going here. Okay, we're at. Yeah, Travis, it's getting pretty dark, but we got that funnel cloud on the ground, backlit against Claremore right here. It just crossed I-44. As you can still see, it's moving, and it is a much lower area. You can see the top part where it's real dark, a defined lowering, and it is a thick funnel cloud. It looks like it's even picked up intensity from what we had earlier in the day. So again, we see it on the ground. It looks to be a much larger funnel tornado than we saw earlier. So again, not as weak as the ones we saw, but moving east-northeast. And again, if we can see it up against the city, you can see the darkness, how low the ceilings are, and then how thick that funnel part of the tornado is right there as it's moving from the wall cloud down to the ground. Again, putting up a lot of debris. It's hard to see with the camera. We can still see it with our naked eye up here a little bit, but again, hard to see with the camera, so we're just trying to backlight it for you. Travis?
All right, folks, you are watching this live unfold right now. Tornado near Claremore, Oklahoma. It's in Rogers County. Lots of debris, and it's hard to see because of the darkness, and that could be very, very dangerous for people around there. You know, it's hard to see at night, and you don't know until it's too late, especially if you are in a car. You are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream. Being told right now that the chopper is going to get gas. So it will be leaving the scene here, but we'll take this shot as long as we can. You're watching live breaking news on Fox 10 News Now. Welcome to Fox 10 News Now, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. You are looking at live images from Oklahoma, where there is a tornado on the ground near Claremore. Very, very scary situation as it is dark now and hard to see the funnel, as it must be really, really rough for drivers in that area. They won't know until it's too late. Right now, our chopper is going to refuel right now. All right, and we are losing that shot. They are going to refuel right now. We'll take you back to Bernie Sanders live in Wisconsin.
Yourself a simple question. How does it happen that there is just one major country on earth, one major country that does not guarantee health care to all people, and you are living in that country? Now, the Affordable Care Act has done a lot of good things. It has ended this obscenity of pre-existing condition. It has provided insurance for 17 million Americans. It has allowed people 26 years of age or younger to stay on their parents' plans. We have made progress, but we have a long way to go. 29 million people still have no health insurance. Many of you have insurance, but you are underinsured with large deductibles and copayments. Is that right? And every day we are being ripped off unconscionably by the drug companies who are charging us the highest prices in the world. If you want to hear about crazy, crazy is 1 out of 5 Americans not being able to afford the prescription drugs their doctors prescribe. That's crazy. Crazy is senior citizens dividing their pills up in half because they can't afford to buy the medicine they need. Crazy is veterans being charged $1,000 a pill for a good hepatitis C cure. That's crazy. I have said this before and I've been criticized for it, so let me say it again. Get that sign up there, young lady. Where is it? That's right. Health care is a right, not a privilege.
All right, folks, we are going to go back now. We do have a storm chaser on the ground there in Oklahoma, chasing this tornado on the ground near Claremore, Oklahoma. All right, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. We are back in action here as we are following the storm chaser near Claremore, Oklahoma. There is a tornado on the ground. We did see briefly ago some aerials of the tornado, and now we are seeing the ground shot as this crew is trying to get closer to the tornado. You are watching this all unfold right now on Fox 10 News Now, part of fox10phoenix.com, where anything can happen. And folks, if you're just joining us, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, where there is a storm chaser on the ground right near Claremore, Oklahoma, where there is a tornado on the ground, and this crew is trying to get closer to the action. As you can tell, it's a very dangerous situation. It is nighttime there in Oklahoma. Tornado on the ground. You're watching this all unfold live right now. We're being told that there is lots of debris in the area, and it is in Claremore, which is the county seat of Rogers County, Oklahoma. Population of 18,000. The storm chaser live on the ground, and you're watching these images. Fox 10 News Now. You guys are part of the stream watching this during this breaking news situation that we have unfolding right here on the stream. We do appreciate you guys being part of the stream team. As it looks like the chaser has now spotted the tornado. You could see that debris there. You could see the funnel cloud. Chaser has now gotten very close to this massive tornado near Claremore, Oklahoma. A very, very dangerous situation here, where anything can happen right now. As you can imagine, it's a very dangerous situation here for this storm chaser trying to get closer to the action here. Looks like we now have audio.
485, I believe is what it says, which is looks to be a major road. Again, okay, we're turning right on, okay, Highway 20, we're turning right, which would be back to our north, and looking for more power line flashes right now, seeing what we can find up here. Back to you guys.
There's the funnel, Dad.
You see it?
No, not tornado. strong north winds.
You could just hear that hail
Yeah, is that right back in there?
hitting
Scud on the ground?
the car there as the storm chasing crew is trying to get closer to the tornado. Live on the ground in Claremore, Oklahoma. You're watching this all unfold right now on Fox 10 News Now.
Watch this car right here. I took it off record.
All right, now it looks like we did get our chopper back up on the scene there. As you can see, lots of emergency personnel in the area. Not a good sign right now in Claremore, Oklahoma. Folks, we are hoping that not too many people are hurt during this massive tornado in Claremore, Oklahoma, where you can see many emergency personnel on the ground there. Skyfox up in the air in Claremore, Oklahoma. As I was telling you, anything can happen during this situation of a tornado on the ground. Multiple emergency crews on the ground here. You are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream. Welcome, everybody, to the Fox 10 News Now stream. We are taking these images live in Oklahoma right now. Tornado on the ground. Claremore, Oklahoma. You are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream. We'll continue to monitor this situation here for you. Right now we are going to show you from earlier today the Donald Trump rally in Appleton, Wisconsin.
I love the Philippines. So, folks, thank you very much for being here. This has been an amazing period of time. I don't know, do you have seats? You could sit down, right? Sit down. We'll be here for a long time. We'll be here for a long time. So we're going to speak for a couple of minutes, and oh, what a nice crowd. They turned away a lot of people. A lot of people. But now we're having a lot of friends come in. Do you notice how nice everything is? Nice and soft and beautiful. And do we love Wisconsin, right? Do we love it? We love it. Hello, folks back there. So I just want to thank you all. Look, we have something that's so special going on. It's a movement. And Wisconsin's very important. Ideally, who's going to vote on April 5th? Who's going to vote for Trump on April 5th? Good, good. No, we're having great enthusiasm. And I think we're going to have a lot of crossover votes. You're going to have Democrats coming across. You're going to have independents coming across. You're going to have people that never voted before coming across. And no poll, I think the polls don't take that. The polls aren't even taking that into advantage, all right? They're not really discussing that. We get tremendous crossover votes. And I think we're going to do great. And frankly, we love the Democrats if they cross over. Do we agree with that? Do we love them? And the independents. And the people that have never voted before. You know, it's amazing. When I do shake hands with people or I do whatever they call it, the rope lines they call it, where I sign. And we'll do a little one of those little suckers if you want something after. But, you know, when I do them, every 20th person says to me, Mr. Trump, I've never voted before. It's amazing. I've never voted before. And they'll be wearing like a Trump shirt like that. Stand up with that beautiful Trump shirt. Look at this handsome guy. He's shy. He got up and then down very quick. Oh, you pulled him down, right? There he is. Look at this guy. He's not shy. He's not shy. Whoa. He's not shy. I love this guy. Thank you, man. That's so cool. That's very cool. I haven't seen that shirt around. I'll tell you, I don't know if they got that one on television. I have a feeling they're not. Now, we won Louisiana, and we won it by thousands of votes, and we don't get as many delegates as Cruz. And you tell me how that works. No, but think of it. You work there, you go, you make your speeches, you do everything. The people are fantastic in Louisiana, and we go out and do our thing, and then we find out we won, and we're happy. And then when we get the delegates, we don't get as many as Cruz. You tell me, this is a straight system, folks? It's not. You better be careful. It's terrible. No, it's terrible. It's terrible. What's going on is terrible. But the good news is we're leading by a lot. We're leading by hundreds of delegates, and we're leading by millions of votes. I think over 2 million votes more. And nobody has seen anything like this ever. The Republicans, which a lot of people thought was a little bit out of it, right? I mean, we have to be honest. And we are up almost 70% in turnout for the primaries and caucuses. And I must say, I like primaries better than caucuses. You walk in, you vote, and you leave, right? With the caucuses, you sit down, you have tea, you talk about it for 10 hours. After that, these caucuses, I'm not sure that it's a good system. I think that, and honestly, I think the right system is you want to walk in, not be influenced improperly, walk in, vote, and go home. And so I'm a fan of primary, not the caucuses. I've always felt that. But I want to thank you. We've had some really great numbers come up in Wisconsin, and a lot of people were saying, well, maybe Trump can't win Wisconsin. I think we have a very good chance, especially with all of the independents. Do you think I'm going to win? Stand up, you two. Stand up with that beautiful blonde hair. You think we're going to win? All right, good. That's so nice. So nice. So, thank you. Thank you. I could see that enthusiasm, that incredible enthusiasm. We have a lot of enthusiasm. We have incredible enthusiasm. We were in Green Bay today. Now, Tom Brady's a friend of mine, okay? And Tom Brady, well, but Tom is great. No, but we have to recognize greatness. Do we, you know, let's face it. And Tom is a big fan of your quarterback. He said he's a great quarterback. That's good, right? Do you think you have a great quarterback? Absolutely. You have a great quarterback. How's your team going to be this year? Could be, right? Should be very good. You have a great team. And it's been so well run for so many years. It's a real tribute. You know, when you hear Green Bay, it's a real tribute what they've done. But you should have a very good team. You should have a very good season. And I'll make you a deal. If I win, I'm coming up to a game, okay? If I lose, I don't know. If I lose, maybe. If I lose, maybe not. You know, I'll be a little bit. But if I win, I'm coming to a game, okay? We have that deal. Who's going to give me a ticket? Just one ticket or two tickets? Melania, Donald, Melania, and how about we'll bring Ivanka, right? We'll bring Ivanka. But we'll come up to a game. I'd love that, actually. I would love to see. I passed Lambeau before, and it's beautiful. Boy, they've done a beautiful job on it. It looks great, and it's got history. And yet it's been upgraded, but it's got history, so it's got the best of everything. So here's the story. So we have a country that doesn't win anymore. Our trade has been taken away from us. We make the worst trade deals of any human beings maybe that ever existed. And a lot of those deals aren't made because the politicians are so stupid. They're made because the politicians are taken care of by special interest groups. They're taken care of by lobbyists that represent companies that are in oil or in lumber or in electric or in pharmaceuticals. And the guys I'm running against, I'm self-funding my campaign, folks. I have a lot of money in this thing. I have a lot of money in. And, you know, I've turned down so much money. Jeb Bush had the record. He had $148 million. Now I think Hillary's going to have more, and who knows. But Jeb Bush, well, Boo is right. But Jeb Bush had like $148 million. If I would have taken money, I would have had 3 times that amount, more. I could have had whatever I want. I turned down so much money. And I'll be honest, I don't know if it's really necessarily appreciated. You know, when people go in, they don't say, do you agree with me? You understand what I mean? I'm in for a lot of money. And I don't know that it's really appreciated from the standpoint that when you go into the booth, say, oh, well, I like Trump, and I don't like Cruz, but I like Kasich. I don't know why, but that's okay. No. But I think I'll vote, let's say, for this one or that one. But I don't think anybody says, you know, Trump is self-funding. That means he's not controlled by all of the special interests. I'm only controlled. I'm controlled by one special interest. You know what the special interest is? You. It's the people. I mean, that's why I'm doing this. I just had a beautiful grandson, and number 8, Theodore James, like Theodore Roosevelt, Theodore James. And, you know, I'm doing it for the whole thing. Hey, look, our country's in trouble. We have no borders. Our health care is a disaster. Obamacare is going to be repealed and replaced. Our Second Amendment is totally under siege. You know that. I mean, it's under siege, what's going on with the Second Amendment. And so many other things. Look, we don't win anymore. Our country doesn't win anymore. And what I started when I first came down on June 16th, hard to believe, here we are, politician for all these months. I never thought I'd be a politician in a million years. And by the way, nobody respects women more than Donald Trump. That I can tell you. Nobody. And nobody will be better to women, and nobody will give greater security to our country for women, and in that case for everybody. Nobody but Donald Trump. Believe me, we're going to have our strong borders. We're going to have our wall. We're going to stop the drugs from pouring in and poisoning. We're going to stop the drugs from pouring in. I mean, it's pouring in and poisoning our youth and others. we're going to have a real country again. We're going to make America, look at all the red hats, we're going to make America great again. And it's going to, even the white hat I like very much, okay? But we're going to make America great again. We're going to do it. We're going to have strong borders. We're going to have an unbelievably strong military. You know, our military has been depleted, totally depleted. And we can't beat ISIS. We can't beat, I don't know, it's just, I don't want to say we can't beat anybody. I just don't want to say it. I refuse to say it. But I see these generals, they're leaving the military. General Ordiano, good man. He leaves the military a number of months ago, and he's talking about it. And he's saying how, in terms of preparedness, we're just about the least prepared that we've ever been as a country. Now, I thought he was talking about since World War II. I think he was talking about, like, ever. And that's pretty sad. We're going to change that. And you know, in many respects, it's the cheapest single thing we can do. We're going to have a strong military so that nobody can mess around with us. Nobody. And I see some great vets back here. We are going to take care of our vets, okay? We're going to take care of our vets, fellas. We don't take care of our vets. Our vets are our great people, and we don't take care of our vets, and we're going to. Our vets are treated worse in many cases than illegal immigrants. They come in here, they get more benefits than the vets, and those days are over. It's over. It's part of the build-up of the military. So I see all these good-looking guys back here. How many vets do we have? Raise your hand. Don't even stand up. That's good. That's beautiful. And we have, how many vets do we have in the audience generally? Yeah, a lot of vets. And the vets are being, they're being humiliated by the way we take care of them. So that's going to end. You've seen my plan, I assume. You've seen my plan in terms of health care and what's going to happen with the vets. And it's going to be something that's, it's not even a question of the money. You look at Phoenix, Arizona, where, by the way, I have tremendous support, including from Sheriff Joe. Do we love Sheriff Joe? I'll tell you, Sheriff Joe doesn't mess around because, you know, when we went to Phoenix, I had 21,000 people right near Phoenix, and Sheriff Joe has the border, and he's tough with his tents and the whole deal. And we had a lot of protesters. We had like 200 protesters, and they were very loud and very, boisterous. And he said, "Oh, this isn't going to happen." And, he walks right up to them. He walks right up. He looks them in the eye, and they just they're quiet. He's an unbelievable guy. So Sheriff Joe, they put their cars. We had 21,000 people, and the cars couldn't get through because they did a blockade of cars on the highway. So these cars couldn't get through. So they were being delayed tremendously, and there were tremendous traffic jams all the way back to Phoenix. And Sheriff Joe looked at it. He said, "Move those cars." They didn't move them. They chained themselves to the cars. He had his guys with chain cutters. Just walked right up. Boom, boom, boom. They put 3 or 5 in jail. Everybody dispersed. They moved those cars. I'm telling you, in 5 minutes, that road flowed. It was so beautiful to watch. You saw that, right? It was unbelievable. It was, the way that road moved was, and we had no problem. And the problem you have is that we don't have people. Today they want to be politically correct. Now, Sheriff Joe stood up to those people and says, "You've got 2 minutes to take those chains off." They wouldn't take them off. Bing, boom, in jail. Everybody left. That was the end. And he endorsed me. And when Sheriff Joe endorses you, that means you're the best on the borders. Do you agree with that, right? When Joe endorses you, you're the best on the borders. But it tells you what can happen with respect. It tells you what can happen. I tell you what, it shows it's so strong. When you're respected as somebody that's special, when you're respected, when you have that kind of a reputation, and it's a good reputation. It's not a bad, it's a great reputation. There's going to be law and order. Then you have other cases where you have people that don't act like that. And you have protesters or agitators, because they're actually agitators. And we've been here now, we've done a number of these. We haven't had a problem. I mean, it's been really great. And, we owe a great deal to the police, because the police of our country do a fantastic job. So they really are. These are fantastic people, and they don't get enough credit, I'll tell you what. And they take a lot of abuse, and they shouldn't be taking abuse. And, if there's one bad apple, they end up being on the news for weeks. And it doesn't, they don't talk about the way they're supposed to be talking. So I just want to thank the police, and the police here have been phenomenal. You know, we turned away thousands of people outside. Not a problem, other than they're not exactly thrilled. Okay, if anybody wants to give up their seat, you can sell it for a lot of money right now. But, so I just want to thank the police because they've done a fantastic job. So when I started on June 16th, it was amazing. Coming down the escalator with Melania, and I talked about trade, and I talked about borders. Then you had Paris, and it changed everything. And we went way up. We just had a great NBC poll just came out yesterday, was 48% to like in the 20s. Somebody was in the 20s. And I mean, we're doing really great. But it began with trade, and it began because I get sick. And when I look at these trade deals that are made, these grossly incompetent trade deals, where we lose so much money with every country virtually that we do business with, that's going to end, folks. They take our jobs, they take our money, and it's going to end. It's going to end as sure as you're sitting there or standing there. A lot of people standing, but that's going to end. It's going to end quickly. But it started with that, and it started with the border. It started with illegal immigration. You remember I made the statement about illegal immigration? It was like the furor. And then people found out I was right. You had the killing of Kate in San Francisco, the killing in California of Jamil, whose father's a friend of mine, who's an amazing guy. And this young son was going to be an amazing person, going to go to football scholarship, good student, good everything. And he was shot in the face 3 times by an illegal immigrant, somebody that shouldn't have been there. And it started with that. And then it really morphed in after Paris, more so than anything else, because you had the San Bernardino horror show. But after Paris, more than anything, where 130 people were killed. And you talk about the Second Amendment. You know, I always say very simply, Paris is the toughest gun laws in the world, they say. So let's assume it's one of the toughest. In other words, you can't have guns unless you're a bad guy. These guys walked into the various places. They killed 130 people. Many, many people are in the hospitals. They'll be in the hospitals for the rest of their lives. And they'll die. They'll die. You're going to have many more deaths there. It was a horrible event. And if there were guns in Paris shooting bullets in the opposite direction, number one, they may not have even gone in, okay, to be honest, right? They may not have even gone in. But if they did go in, you're not going to have 130 people dead. You're going to have some other people dead. And certainly it would have been obviously bad, but it would have been nothing like it is. So we have to protect our Second Amendment, folks. We have to protect it. So it started with the trade, and then it went into the border and illegal immigration, and then it became military, and then a lot of great polls started coming out. CNN said Trump is the best on the military. Trump is the best on leadership. Trump is the best on everything. I mean, I was the top of everything other than one thing, personality. They said he's not as nice a person. And I said, who cares? I mean, does it matter at this point? And let me tell you, I'm a better person than these people I'm running against, believe me. Believe me. Believe me. And I'm going to put people back to work, and I'm going to bring our jobs back, because we are a disaster, what's happening to our country. When you see Carrier leaving the country, when you see Pfizer, you know, the great pharmaceutical company, leaving our country for Ireland, you see what's going on, folks. We're not going to have any companies left anymore. We're not going to have any jobs left anymore. So we're going to straighten things out. April 5th is so important because you just take a look at Time magazine, the covers for a lot of covers. I've been on so many covers of Time now. Oh, you have one? Oh, there it is. Hold that high. Hold that high. See that? That's one. That's one. It's amazing, this political thing. I think I've been on Time once or twice in my life, and now I've been on like 4 times in the last 3 or 4 months. I mean, it's pretty cool, but it's only cool if we win. Because I got a call from one of the great writers, and he said, how does it feel? And I said, what? How does what feel? He said, what you've done has never been done before, ever. First of all, I'm not a politician, which I'm so proud of. But he said, how does it, because I built a great company, and that's the thinking we need. I built a great company and some of the greatest assets in the world, low debt, tremendous cash flow, and it's the kind of thinking we need. That's the kind of thinking we need. We have $19 trillion in debt. We're sitting on a bubble, and every country in the world is ripping us off on trade and other things. For instance, it was asked to me the other day, just sitting there asking a question about NATO. And I gave an answer that, I don't think anybody's given. It's 68 years old, and you've got 28 countries, and most of them are freeloading over us, and they get a big benefit. Yeah, whatever. I mean, we won't mention individual countries. Some of them are fine countries. Some of them are very smart countries. I mean, why shouldn't they freeload if they can? In the meantime, we're paying taxes. We're the highest taxed nation in the world. By the way, my tax plan lowers taxes very substantially for middle-income people. They're getting killed. They're getting killed very, very substantially. And for companies doing business. Because, I mean, we're the highest taxed nation in the world. There's nobody higher than us. And when you think of it, isn't that terrible? So we have NATO. We're paying a truly, I mean, just the numbers are staggering. We're paying a disproportionate share, and it's obsolete because NATO was designed at a time when they didn't have terrorism as we know it, and this doesn't take care of terrorism. And if it does take care of terrorism, we have the wrong countries because we'd have to add countries and take some countries off. So I said, no, NATO's fine, but I don't want to pay so much money. I'll save so much money for you folks. I am going to save so much money. The waste that when you hear we have a military budget that's 10 times higher than anybody else, it's really false because we take care of the military for other countries. Nobody even knows it. We take care of Japan. Does anybody know that we take care of the military for Japan? Most people don't know that. Does anybody know that? We take care of Japan, right? You know it, right? And you're not too happy about it, right? Okay, my vets know more than all of us. You're not thrilled, right? First of all, Japan with all the cars. And look, I love Japan. I love Germany. I love South Korea. I love all of them. But it's time they have to pay up, right? You know, when you order a television, you order LG, Samsung. You know, they all come out of South Korea, other than Sony, which comes out of Japan. But you order a television set. We don't make televisions anymore. We don't make them. Try finding. I just ordered like a tremendous order for a big hotel. In fact, it happens to be on Pennsylvania Avenue, right? The old post office. Because I said to myself, well, if I don't make the White House, I'm going to still live on Pennsylvania Avenue. So anyway, we're going to make the White House, okay, because that's more important. But I ordered, a tremendous amount of televisions, and the only ones bidding are the people from different places in Asia, mostly from South Korea. And here we are. It's a behemoth. They make the big ships. They make the big freighters and tankers. They make the televisions, the air conditioners. They're unbelievable. And we have 28,000 soldiers on the line between North and South Korea. And every time this guy, who may be a maniac, every time he raises his hand, we start defending. We start sending our ships, sending our planes, sending everybody. And we don't get reimbursed properly for that. I'm not saying we don't defend, and I'm not saying that I don't even mind taking care of Japan. Japan's a great country. I love Japan. I have many friends from Japan, many friends from Germany. We take care of Germany. No, a lot of people don't even know that. We protect Germany. Now, Germany sends Mercedes-Benzes over. They're making a fortune. They're a power. They're an economic juggernaut. And we take care of them, and we have budget deficits, and we have losses like you've never seen, and we have 19 trillion going, by the way, to 21 trillion, because the last budget they did was one of the worst budgets I've ever seen, and it was done, the so-called omnibus, which allows illegal immigrants to come in, which allows, the budget takes care of the cost of the illegal immigrants coming in, takes care of the cost of the Syrians coming in. Now, that's not going to happen anymore. We don't know who they are. They're undocumented. We don't know, are they ISIS? Where are they from? You saw what happened in San Bernardino. Two people, young people, that worked with the people they killed. They killed 14 people, many in the hospital. They killed 14 people. And these are people that this is a young married couple. Now we're taking in thousands of people, and we don't know where. We have no idea where some of these people come from. Probably where almost all of them come from. There's no documents. There's no paperwork. Are we crazy? Are we crazy? And when I said temporary ban on Muslims, I thought that was the end of my campaign. I didn't care. I said, we have to do something. We have to do something. And my numbers went through the roof. I didn't know that. And we have a president that doesn't want to even use the term radical Islamic terror. He doesn't want to talk about it. And nobody can say really why. I mean, I understand there's some reasoning behind it, but there's no real smart reasoning behind it. It's a problem. And they know it's a problem. And there's another problem. They don't turn each other in. When you look at what happened in Brussels, remember about a few months ago I said very bad things about Brussels. I said it's a hellhole. Used to be one of the most beautiful cities in the world. It's a hellhole. And the New York Times did a big story about me saying what a shame it is that I call Brussels a hellhole, and what right do I have to call it a hellhole? And then you had the problem last week with all of the deaths, the bombings and the horror and the lack of real protection and the lack of knowledge about these people and where they are and where they live. I mean, you think of it, the one guy that they've been looking for who did the Paris was living right next to where his apartment was. They don't turn each other in. They didn't turn in San Bernardino. They were making bombs. Many, many people saw bombs all over the floor of their apartment. All over the floor there were bombs. Nobody turns them in. They knew this guy, this thug, that now is in jail, and he'll get a lawyer and he'll be fighting it for 25 years, and that'll be it. Probably end up getting out someday. But this guy who did, who was one of the main players in Paris, we finally have them stopping to call masterminds. Remember they were calling mastermind, the mastermind. They're not masterminds, they're thugs. They're not smart. They're just dirty players, really dirty players. We can't waterboard, but they can chop off heads, right? You saw that where I took some heat. We can't waterboard. We can't waterboard, fellas. I'll tell that to my veterans back here, right? We can't waterboard, but they can chop off heads. They can drown people, 50 people in a cage, a big steel cage, right? And we can't waterboard. I think we got to make some changes, some adjustments, because you know what? If we're not going to play... See, the problem is, we have the Geneva Convention. We have all sorts of rules and regulations. Our soldiers are afraid to fight. They don't want to go to jail because they're killing the enemy. They were too tough. So we have all sorts of really restrictions and regulations. They have none. They have none. They don't have any regulations. The bigger the weapon they get, the faster they're going to use it. They have no regulations. So we're not playing on an even football field. It's like the Green Bay Packers, if they have to play on a field that's designed where they have to go uphill. It's not going to be so good. It's not going to be so good. Well, we have to go back, and we have to start thinking about military instead of having politicians making these decisions, because we're not going to win this way. We're just depleting our military, and it's not going to happen. If I win, folks, we got to get rid of it. I was against the war in Iraq, but I will say we got out the wrong way. We should have kept the oil. We should have kept some soldiers there for a semblance. The people that we had running Iraq were bad. They created ISIS because basically they were very inclusionary, inclusionary only to themselves. And essentially the people that couldn't get in, you created ISIS, which turned out to be worse than anything we've seen in an awfully long time. So we really have leadership that truly doesn't know what it's doing. Now, you saw where I said keep the oil. I've been saying that for 4 or 5 years. People that know me, 4 or 5 years. Keep the oil, keep the oil. When you get out, stay and keep the oil. We left. Who took over the oil? Iran is taking over the whole country, so Iran ultimately will have the oil. But you have ISIS and you have Iran. They have the oil. That's what's going to happen. And as sure as you're sitting there or standing there, I will tell you they're taking the oil, and Iran is taking the country of Iraq. Iran made one of the greatest deals I've ever seen made because our lawyers, our negotiators are incompetent. Grossly. Secretary Kerry didn't have a clue. He never once got up. They would force things down his throat, and he never once got up and walked. I kept waiting. I said, get up now and walk. Don't take it. And he'd go, I'll take it. We'll take it. He's representing from us. He's representing us. He'll say, I take it. He never once got up and walked. And even our prisoners, they should have been out years before they got out. We should have never started that negotiation until those. We should have doubled up the sanctions, said, release our prisoners, and then we start talking. And now it looks like we paid, it looks to the world that it's true. like we paid $150 billion to get prisoners. You talk about a ransom. I'd say that's a pretty good ransom. So those things are not going to happen anymore, folks. We're going to be smart. We're not going to have Sergeant Bergdahl where he's a traitor. And we negotiate for Bergdahl, right? And they get 5 people and we get a traitor. I say a dirty, rotten traitor. I hate to say it, but we get a traitor. We knew he was a traitor when we made the deal because you had a colonel and a general go and interview everybody. So we knew, we were sure that he knew. So our people knew that he was a traitor. We make the deal anyway. So we gave them 5 of the greatest killers, the people they most coveted of any people. Those are the 5 that they wanted. And now they're back on the battlefield, or will, trying to kill everybody, by the way, excuse me, including us. And they're back in the battlefield. And what do we have? Bergdahl. And he's in court. And it always seems to get easier and easier for him because, you know, they're saying, well, I mean, I don't know if that's going to happen because maybe we'll shame the courts. But, you know, a little while ago, a number of months ago, they said, well, we don't think he's going to get any time. 5 people and probably 6 people were killed looking for Sergeant Bergdahl, okay? When he was missing, 5 people or 6 people, probably 6, were killed. Young, great, beautiful people. Our soldiers were killed going out trying to get him back. And he left. He didn't do so well when he left. He found out it wasn't so nice out there, right? He didn't like it so much. I don't think he'd go back again. I'd give him back I'd fly him right over. Maybe put a very small parachute on, maybe no parachute at all. Fly bing right in the middle of that mess. I'd put him right smack in the middle of that mess. 6 people killed looking for him. But that's what we do. We get 1, they get 5, right? I call him the 5-for-1 president. Well, the Iran deal is the same thing, just as bad as it gets. And it's going to lead to nuclear proliferation anyway. It's going to be a disaster. And they don't buy from us. We have agreements that they can't, but regardless, they wouldn't anyway. They buy Airbus planes. They bought 118 Airbus planes. They don't buy Boeing. They don't buy Boeing. They don't buy from us. And we actually have restrictions. You'd almost say, why did we keep the restrictions on where Iran can't buy from us? You know, we kept restrictions on. So we give them $150 billion. At least let them spend the money with us. But we leave the restrictions on. We don't do anything right. We don't win anymore. That's the problem. We don't win with military. We don't win with trade. We don't win with health care. We don't win with education. We're going to end Common Core. It's going to be local, by the way. We don't win anymore. So I can only tell you this, folks. It's an honor to be here and to have so many people on this afternoon, which is actually sort of semi-beautiful out. It's a little rainy, but we love that kind of weather. Look, to have this many people show up and to have thousands of people listening to loudspeakers outside and leaving, actually having to leave because they couldn't get in, is such an honor. This is such an important state. I would love to win it. It will absolutely cement us. If we don't win it, it will be, you know, keep going. We'll see if we get to that big number. Because, frankly, what they're doing, the establishment is trying to take it all away from us, folks. Let me tell you. They're trying so hard to take it away. Cruz doesn't have it. He will never be good at what he does. He will never, ever be good at this whole. He will never be good. He does not have it. He doesn't have it. He's strident. He can't even get anybody in the Senate to endorse him. He has Lee. And he got Lee because it was, you know, after months and months, he wanted to get Jeff Sessions, right? Who I got. Jeff Sessions endorsed Trump. He's one of the most respected people in the Senate. And we have Sarah Palin, and we have who's fantastic. And we have Jerry Falwell Jr., who did Liberty University, one of the great people. One of the reasons I do so well with the evangelicals. We've done incredible. And, you know, it's sort of interesting with Ted Cruz. He lies so much. I mean, he lies. Lie and Ted. He holds the Bible up high, puts it down, and then he lies. Look what he did to Ben Carson, who endorsed me, by the way, a great guy. He goes into Iowa. And he says, Ben Carson is out of the race. He's left the race. Vote for Cruz. Vote for lying Ted Cruz. And many people did that. And then he has a certificate, it's a voter certificate, which is like a fraudulent document. He puts that out there. It's really disgraceful, folks. And let me tell you, He doesn't have the temperament to be president. He doesn't have the talent to be president. He would be one hell of a lousy president, that I can tell you. And there will be turmoil. There will be turmoil all over the place. So we're just going to have to see what happens. But, you know, he's in favor of TPP, the Trans-Pacific Partnership deal, TPP. You think NAFTA was bad? TPP is worse. Your business is going to be drained out of Wisconsin and the whole country. It's one of the dumbest deals I've ever seen. It's 7,000 pages long, and I guarantee you every country involved has read every inch of that document. I'll bet you that our congressmen and our senators probably haven't even read it. It's sitting on their desks a mile high, and they haven't even read it. It's a disaster. And they don't talk about devaluation, monetary devaluation, or currency devaluation. They don't even talk about it. And that's the single greatest tool, how we get killed by China and the other countries. You look at what Japan has done to their yen. You have to take a look. China, what they're doing, they're like grand chessmakers. They are the best. Nobody's ever played the game better. We have rebuilt China. We've rebuilt it. And we can't continue to go on like this. So we're not going to go on like this. We're going to become a rich country again. A woman came up to me and she said, Mr. Trump, I love what you say. I love it. But don't use the word rich country. That doesn't sound good. I said, without rich, we can't be great. Right now, we're a debtor nation. Our airports are crumbling. Our roads are crumbling. You look at our transportation. We have trains that go 60 miles an hour. You go to China, you go to Japan, they have trains that go 250 miles an hour. We have obsolete airports. We have hospitals that need help. We spend money on everybody but ourselves. We're taking care of everybody. Look at the military. I could talk about that, but I could talk about many other things. And you look at, as an example, you look at what Mexico's doing to us at the border. And I have great relationships with the Mexicans and with the Hispanics. But the Mexican leadership is killing us at the border and with trade. Companies are moving to Mexico left and right. Carrier, Ford, they're just, Nabisco, they're closing their big plant in Chicago. So many countries and so many companies are moving to different countries. But Mexico is like a small version of China. It's like the new China. And we have to do something about it. I know exactly what to do. These guys, these politicians, I see their legislation, they have no clue. And believe me, they're draining it out of Wisconsin. I was going to read you some statistics, and somebody said, oh, please don't do that. Please, I got to do it. I got to do it. Can I do it? Do you mind? So terrible. So terrible. Okay, so I just said, do me a favor, check this out, because I want to see how's Wisconsin. Because when Scott Walker ran, he was expected to win, right? He was in first place. I'm sorry to disappoint you folks if you liked him. But we did something that was pretty tough. And you know, obviously he wasn't. Somebody said, do you think he'll endorse you? I said, I doubt it. Because I was the one that got him out. I'm proud of it. By the summer of 2015, Wisconsin was facing a $2.2 billion two-year budget deficit. This is right out of the books, by the way. This is not me. This is just right out of the books. Total state debt right now is $45 billion. You didn't know that. A lot of money was borrowed so that we can keep taxes down so he could run for president. Now he's endorsing a guy who doesn't have a chance. 20,000 fewer people in labor force in Wisconsin than 7 years ago, even though the population growth was 100,000. So you have 100,000 more people, and you have 20,000 fewer people that are working. Would you say that's not a good stat? They have an unemployment rate of 20%. I don't know what that relates to, but I guess that relates to people that are really unemployed and, you know, as opposed to the fictitious number that the federal government uses where if you stop looking for a job, you're essentially statistically considered to be employed. 800,000 food stamp recipients. This is Wisconsin. The middle class, which is why I'm doing so well. The middle class has been, they've forgotten about the middle class, but we're not going to forget about the middle class, I'll tell you right now. The middle class was hit particularly hard due to the loss of manufacturing jobs. This is why. Now, the guy didn't endorse me. Who the hell wants his endorsement? You know, the bikers love Trump, right? Do we have any bikers in here? Right? The bikers, for whatever reason, they love Trump. And I like limousines better than bikes. Can you believe it? But they love me. I went to one place, I think it was in Hilton Head, and there were hundreds. There must have been 500, 600, or 700 bikers out there. Rough guys, big, tough guys. And these guys from Secret Service, who are fantastic people, by the way, they didn't like, oh, they're fantastic. By the way, did you see them take that one guy down? Was that good? Okay, we got to tell these guys. No games, no smiles, no games, just boom. But I will say this, the bikers have been so unbelievable because they want strength. And I said, I want to take a picture with those guys. These guys went crazy. They said, no way, no way. I said, they're my people. I love these guys. I don't know how many guns they must have had pouring out of their guts. There must have been, they were not happy campers, the Secret Service. But I stood there and I took pictures with these hundreds of guys. And I'll tell you, it was like a love fest. They want to see strength. These are great guys, great people, and gals. They want to see strength. They want to see us be strong again. They don't want the weakness. And when I see Scott Walker with his little motorcycle and he puts his helmet on and he gets off and he makes a speech and then he doesn't understand why people don't vote for him, I understand, okay? But, he's always riding like, he gets off a bike like he's a big tough guy, okay, or a little tough guy. So Wisconsin has lost 15,000 net jobs to Mexico since NAFTA. 15,000 just to Mexico. Now, NAFTA's a disaster. Kasich, when he was a congressman, approved and pushed very hard for NASA, right? They wanted NAFTA. He wanted NAFTA very badly. NAFTA has been one of the worst things ever to hit this country. One of the worst things. You had to see New England. I left New England. I won New Hampshire really big and won a lot of states. I love those states that I win. The ones that I don't win, I don't love as much. I have to be honest with you, so we got to get going. But you have to see the damage that's been done where these companies have just left, mostly from Mexico. They just left New England. It's just unbelievable. It's horrible. 70,000 jobs have been lost from Wisconsin. 70,000 to China. I mean, think of it. Are we stupid people? Are we stupid? Well, the leaders are stupid. We're not stupid. We're not going to be stupid anymore. That's why on April 5th you have to go to vote, okay? So here's something that I wanted to read to you, okay? This has to do with illegal immigration. Because when I first brought it up, people said, oh, that's so terrible, what you did. We don't know what we're getting into. Think about the Syrians coming in. Think about it. Because, again, we don't know who they are. There's no paperwork. There's no documentation. So this is a poem. This was written by the great Al Wilson. You remember Al Wilson from years ago? Rock and roll singer. And I adapted it a little bit, but I will tell you, I just think it's great. Have people heard this? Have you all heard this? No? Has anybody heard it? Have you heard it? Oh, I love that when they say I have, because I've done it 3 or 4 times. You've heard it. You like it? So you got to listen carefully, okay? This is about a woman who sees a crippled snake, a snake that's in bad trouble, and takes it in to make it better. Think about ISIS. Think about the Syrians. Think about what you're getting. Think about illegal immigration. Just think about it. Okay, you ready? On her way to work one morning, down the path along the lake, a tender-hearted woman saw a poor, half-frozen snake. His pretty-colored skin had been all frosted with the dew. Oh, well, she cried, I'll take you in, and I'll take care of you. Take me in, O tender woman. Take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman, sighed the broken snake. She wrapped him up all cozy in a curvature of silk, and then laid him by the fireside with honey and some milk. Nice woman. Now she hurried home from work that night. As soon as she arrived, she found that pretty snake she'd taken in and she'd revived. Take me in, O tender woman, take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman, sighed the broken snake. Now she clutched him to her bosom. You're so beautiful, she cried. But if I hadn't brought you in by now, heavens, heavens, heaven's sake, you would have died. She stroked his pretty skin, and then she kissed him and held him tight. But instead of saying thank you, that snake gave her a vicious bite. Right? Are we getting it? Ready? Vicious bite. Take me in, O tender woman. Take me in, for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman. Sighed the now broken snake. I saved you, cried the woman, and you bit me. Heavens, why? You know your bite is poisonous, and now I'm going to die. Oh, shut up, silly woman, said the reptile with a grin. You knew damn well I was a snake before you took me in. Right? 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 Do the vets agree with me? Right? You understand. I mean, it's so obvious, folks. We're going to have problems like you've never had before. We're being infiltrated. That's what's happening. We are being infiltrated. And it's going to happen. Just like I was right about Brussels. Just like I was right about Take the Oil. Just like I was right about Osama bin Laden. I wrote about Osama bin Laden in a book, The America We Deserve, that I wrote in the year 2000. That's 2 years before the World Trade Center came down. And people said, no way, no way. You know why? Because I watched him. I saw him. I read about him. And I said, this guy's trouble. And I wrote about him in a book. In fact, Joe Scarborough, a good guy, a host on Morning Joe, recently said, there's no way Trump mentioned that. No, no. In fact, one of my enemies said, no, he actually did. He talked about Osama bin Laden in a book 2 years before the World Trade. No way, Joe said. And they passed the book over to him. He said, wow, I know what I'm doing. Believe me, I know what I'm doing. We are a country that's in serious, serious trouble. We have incompetent politicians running our country. We have stupid people making decisions. We're the laughing stock of the world. Our military is going to hell, and you guys know that. Our military is going to hell. Our health care is no good. It doesn't work. We're going to change that. It's going to be great, by the way. But our health care doesn't work. Nothing we have works anymore. So I just say, on April the 5th, I want you to go out. I want you to vote. Even, okay, I have to be honest. I hear politicians for years asking people to go vote. And they always say, even if you're not going to vote for me, it's the American way. You must go out and vote. It's for our country. Even if it's not fair. Well, let me tell you, if you're not going to vote for me, don't go out and vote. I don't care. Okay, don't. Do not. Don't go out. Don't go out and vote. So here's my promise to you. I didn't need to do this, believe me. I have a wonderful family. I have a wonderful life. I built this great company. I didn't need to do this. I wanted to do this. And again, I'm not controlled by anybody but you. I wanted to do this because I owe it to the country. This country has been so good to me, beyond anything I could have. You would have told me 30 years ago that I'd be in a position, and not where I'm running for president, but in a position where I built this tremendous company, this tremendous wealth, and now I'm saying I want to give something back. But I didn't need to do this. I wanted to do it. And honestly, if I get in, it's going to go quickly. We're going to tell people, sorry, folks, you have to pay up. We're going to make our country rich again. We're going to make our country so strong again. We're going to save your Social Security. You know, all the guys I'm running against, they want to cut your Social Security. They want to take your Medicare, take your Social Security, cut the hell out of it. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to bring in the jobs. I'm going to bring in the money, and you're going to keep your Social Security. We're going to get rid of the fraud, waste, and abuse, but you're going to keep your Social. And I'm the only one that says it, believe me. The only one. You're going to keep your Social. As sure as you're sitting there, you're keeping your Social Security. You've been paying in all your lives. You're going to keep your Social Security and your Medicare. Okay. So here's what's going to happen. We're going to start winning again, quickly. We're going to win with our military. We're going to knock out ISIS. We're going to knock them out, folks. We're going to knock them out. And we're going to rebuild our military and reestablish our military and make our military so strong, so powerful, that nobody's ever going to mess with us again. Nobody's going to mess with us. We don't want to use our military. We don't want to use it. But nobody's going to mess with us. We're just not in that position right now. We're going to make so many strides. Second Amendment, health care, Common Core out, local education. Our education's going to go. You know, in 30 countries, we're ranked number 30. Sweden, Norway, Denmark, China are in the top 4. We're ranked number 30. We spend more per pupil than any other country in the world by a factor that's so high that the second place doesn't even exist. Second place is so much lower. And yet we're at the bottom of the heap. It's not going to happen anymore. We're going to straighten it out. We're going to straighten things out. We have such a great country. I've really gotten to know the country over the last half year. I mean, I get to know places that I never dreamt of. The people are unbelievable. The people are great. I want to make Apple products here. I don't want to make them in China and Vietnam. I want to make them here. And we'll be able to do that. Once we get them to stop devaluing and doing all sorts of numbers, we're going to bring our jobs back. Okay, so folks, I ask you one thing. I don't want your money. I want one thing. On April 5th, and tell everybody you know, I will do such a great job. Go out and vote. You will be so proud of your country. You will be so proud of your president, which I'm less inclined to even care about. I want you to be proud of your country. But you will be so proud still of your president, because we're going to start winning again. We're going to win with our military. We're going to knock out ISIS. We're going to win with trade. We're going to make some of the great trade deals. I have the greatest people in the world. They're friends of mine. They're killers. They're horrible, in many cases, horrible, horrible human beings. Do we care? Right now we have political hacks that have a 37 IQ. Right now we have, or that are very smart, and who knows what's going on. But China has their best and their smartest, and they come at you in waves. I've made a lot of money with China. Biggest bank in the world is my tenant. I sell.
All right, folks, we do want to take you away from the Donald Trump rally that was just about to wrap up, because we want to take you to these ground shots now from the tornado that was in Oklahoma. And it looks like they just took that shot away. Let's see if they'll bring it back.
The news of your life, and you're going to say your vote on April 5th was the single greatest vote you've ever made. Believe me. So I want to thank you all. I love you all. Thank you very much, folks. Thank you, Wisconsin. Thank you. Thank you. We'll do a great job for you. Thank you very much.
And that is it with the Donald Trump rally. Let's give you now live images in Minneapolis, where it is starting to get very, very loud in Minneapolis as protesters are taking over streets right now. This is all stemming from the Jamar Clark decision that prosecutors let out today, that they will not be charging the 2 police officers that shot and killed the 24-year-old suspect after he allegedly tried to grab an officer's gun in late November. Now people are taking to the streets demanding justice.
His sisters and brothers want to thank everybody. Can I just get all eyes over here? Because I want to thank everybody that marched with Jamar, that is still strong, 10 toes down through the whole thing. His sister Emma Burns want to thank y'all. Danielle Burns want to thank y'all. Tiffany Burns want to thank y'all. Cherie Burns want to thank y'all. Demario Reed, Kimberly Burns, Misha Burns, Misha Burns, everybody want to thank y'all. Coming out and doing this to Jamar, and I know he's looking down at everybody and blessing everybody. And I know y'all been doing good, and I hope y'all still do good in the blessing of God.
All right, we are going to stay on top of this here for you, but not right now. We're going to show you those ground shots from the tornado in Oklahoma.
right?
Yeah. Virus is coming.
You might check. Hold on. 1 second. What's this? It's your box? Oh, it'd be nice, but where are you getting the IP from?
The TV I just plugged into your.
Oh. Okay, gotcha. I see. So I'm streaming on T-Form.
Speaker Ryan's description of why criminal justice reform is a priority for him, I think is something that many people at the White House would strongly agree with. That he talked pretty powerfully, I thought, about the importance of redemption and how Speaker Ryan's faith informed his view of this issue. I don't think it was a coincidence that he chose to deliver these remarks and make this observation during Holy Week. And look, it's just one example of a leading Republican who's indicated that this is a priority that they share with the White House. My guess is that as you get into the elements of competing legislative proposals, that there might be some differences that emerge that will only just require Democrats and Republicans to cooperate and compromise to work through some of those disagreements to arrive at the kind of solution that everybody can support. And I continue to be cautiously optimistic that we'll be able to get that done even in an election year.
I wanted to also ask about Syria. There's an interview that President Assad gave to some Russian media where he is proposing a national unity government and is rejecting calls for a transitional ruling body. Is there any reaction to that from the White House?
I didn't see the interview, and I don't know whether he envisioned himself being a part of that national unity government. Obviously, that would be a non-starter for us. And again, we have raised the significant concerns we have with President Assad's leadership, the manner in which he has used that nation's military to attack innocent civilians isn't just completely immoral. It has also turned a large majority of the country against him. So it is impossible to imagine a scenario where the political turmoil and violence inside of Syria comes to an end while President Assad is still there. And by there, I mean in the president's office in Syria. So that's why we have been clear for years that the successful resolution of the political chaos inside of Syria isn't just critical to solving the many problems plaguing that nation and the broader region. It also will require President Assad stepping aside.
Syrian forces recently retook the town of Palmyra from ISIL. I know that the U.S. position is for Assad to go, but how does the White House feel about Syrian forces retaking that town? And he's also said they're going to push on to Raqqa, which is the ISIL de facto capital or whatever.
Well, a couple things about that. I mean, the first is obviously that the actions that ISIL undertook while Palmyra was under their control were terrible. They plundered precious historical artifacts that actually illustrate the common heritage that we all have. They also carried out terrible acts of violence against the individuals who are responsible for protecting that heritage. So seeing them driven out of that location, seeing ISIL driven out of that location is obviously a welcome development. But that doesn't change the basic calculus that I just described, which is that the political turmoil inside of Syria will not recede as long as President Assad is in office. And that's why we continue to believe that he must go. Okay, Roberta.
In the 2 weeks since President Putin said he would partially withdraw the Russian military from Syria, there seems to have been a buildup in Moscow shipping more equipment and supplies to Syria, according to an analysis of shipping data and patterns. And I'm wondering how closely the United States is tracking that partial withdrawal, and whether the White House has concerns about what's happening in terms of the withdrawal or the shipping of more military supplies there.
I haven't seen the analysis that you just cited. I can tell you more generally that the United States and our coalition partners, including our intelligence agencies, are carefully watching the situation inside of Syria for a variety of obvious reasons. The early indications after making the announcement that they were planning a military withdrawal out of at least a large portion of Syria, that the Russians were following through on that commitment. I haven't gotten an updated assessment on that, but I haven't also been alerted to any sort of change in that assessment. Our case to the Russians has been for, frankly, was a case that we were making prior to to their military buildup. You recall that Russia has had a military presence in Syria for a long time, and they were using that military presence to shore up President Assad's grip on power. We were concerned about the military buildup because that military buildup was used to further strengthen President Assad's hold on power. And our view is that by strengthening President Assad's hold on power, it was only going to make it harder for us to reach a diplomatic and political agreement among the variety of parties who are concerned about Syria, because President Assad wouldn't have nearly the same kind of incentive to negotiate. He certainly wouldn't have the kind of incentive to consider leaving the country. And we've made clear, and a variety of opposition groups have made clear, that that's what will be required to reach a political agreement. So what's notable about that is that the Russians themselves identified this as a top priority. They understood and said publicly and privately that a political transition inside of Syria was required to try to bring an end to the chaos and violence there. And yet they were engaged in a military strategy that actually hindered that those negotiations. What we're hopeful of is that Russia will continue to engage in that political process constructively and bring about the kind of transition that is so clearly in the interests of not just the United States and Russia, but a variety of countries in the region, and certainly in the interest of the opposition parties, many of whom are representing civilians that have been innocently slaughtered by Bashar al-Assad.
And can you tell us a little bit more about what exactly President Obama hopes to accomplish when he meets with leaders this week at the summit on in the session on Islamic State specifically?
Well, there are more than 50 world leaders that are coming to the United States, that are coming to Washington tomorrow, who will be participating in the Nuclear Security Summit. And many of them are countries who are making important contributions to our counter-ISIL campaign. And the president felt it was important, while they're all in town and all in one place and all talking about national security, that they should have a discussion about what the president has identified as his top priority. And this should be a useful session to review the important progress that our counter-ISIL coalition has made. There's been notable progress on the ground in Iraq and in Syria just in the last couple of weeks, particularly as it relates to ISIL leaders that have been taken off the battlefield. There's also been important progress made in our strategy to shut down ISIL's ability to finance their operations. And so reviewing that progress and discussing additional steps for building on that momentum will certainly be part of the agenda. At the conclusion of that meeting, the president will do a news conference with all of you, so you'll all have an opportunity to talk to him in at least a little bit more detail about why the president believed that discussion was important to have. Okay, Justin.
The House Natural Resources Committee yesterday released its discussion draft on Puerto Rico. Leader Pelosi said that the draft is far from what Democrats could support and would exert undemocratic control over Puerto Rico's government and residents. So I'm wondering if you guys share that assessment of the draft, it being far from what you support, and wanted to loop back on, I think, the Federal Control Board question that you got asked yesterday, since that's a part of the draft.
Well, look, let me start by saying that at the end of last year, Speaker Ryan made a commitment to try to advance legislation that would help the Puerto Rican government and the Puerto Rican people deal with their financial challenges. And the fact that we've seen this discussion draft put forward, I think reflects continued good faith in trying to fulfill that commitment. And so obviously we appreciate the constructive efforts that have been made by Chairman Bishop and other members of the House Natural Resources Committee. This is another example of where Democrats and Republicans have been able to at least coordinate their efforts with regard to this legislation. Like Leader Pelosi, the White House believes that the current draft does stand to benefit from some improvement. And we've been pretty clear about what we believe is the crux of addressing these challenges, and that specifically is giving the Puerto Rican government the kind of restructuring authority that municipalities all across the United States have. And that would allow them to deal with their financial challenges. Now, at the same time, we also believe that the Puerto Rican government needs to be held accountable for implementing reforms that they've committed to make. And so having a mechanism for independent oversight to confirm that those reforms are being effectively implemented is also important. How exactly to do that, I recognize, is the subject of extensive negotiation, and there can be a lot of back and forth on that. But we would view that as another area of where this bill can be improved. Now, there are a couple of other proposals that we have supported that we continue to advocate, and that is that the reimbursement rates under Medicaid that are given to the government of Puerto Rico should be increased consistent with the kind of reimbursement rates that are given to states all across the country. We also have advocated for the expansion of the Earned Income Tax Credit so that U.S. taxpayers in Puerto Rico would benefit from it. The EITC is a proven strategy for combating poverty while continuing to incentivize taxpayers to pursue gainful employment. And currently U.S. taxpayers in Puerto Rico don't have access to the Earned Income Tax Credit, and we believe that should be changed because it would both improve the financial standing of the Puerto Rican government, but it would also improve the economic outlook for the Cuban people. I'm sorry, for the Puerto Rican people, but also for the broader economy in Puerto Rico.
A federal judge today rejected the Financial Stability Oversight Board's or Council's rationale for classifying MetLife as too big to fail. So I'm wondering if you have a reaction to that, but also if you could talk about how this loss kind of undercuts the administration's ability to look at non-bank companies that still are kind of represented as part of the financial sector and your ability to regulate them.
Right. I'm not going to react to the specific decision. I think the Treasury Department has done that, and you can cite their statement on the matter. But you do raise something that I do think is worthy of some discussion in here, which is that one core component of Wall Street reform legislation that was passed early in President Obama's presidency included giving regulators the tools that they need to regulate non-bank financial institutions. This is one of the lessons that we've learned from the Great Recession, that it's not just banks on Wall Street that could potentially shake the foundation of our financial system if they make a bunch of risky bets that go bad without proper oversight. Worse yet, it could also put taxpayers on the hook for bailing them out. And
now
if we're serious, and the president certainly is, about following through on a commitment to make sure that taxpayers are never in that position again, we need to make sure that our regulators can exercise at least some authority over non-bank institutions, because we know that non-bank institutions in the financial crisis that was precipitated in 2008 made risky bets. They went south. It shook our financial institutions and our financial system, and it put taxpayers in a position where we had to offer them some assistance for to bail them out. That wasn't good for our economy, and we can't ever let that happen again. That's why giving financial regulators in the United States greater authority over non-bank institutions was so important. And the president believes strongly in that principle. That's why Wall Street reform created the FSOC in the first place. And it's why the FSOC has been taking a close look at what they call systemically important financial institutions. So this principle is one that the president believes in, and it's an obvious one. It's based on on the experience that we all went through in the midst of the financial crisis in 2008, and it's why the president worked so hard to pass legislation to address it. Let me say one other thing, and I'll let you follow up. Many of our critics warned that passing Wall Street reform that would give regulators additional authority, including over non-bank institutions, that passing these kinds of regulations would be overly burdensome, that they would throw a cold, wet blanket over innovation and the dynamism of our financial markets. They were wrong. We can take a look. We can evaluate this. We can just look at the numbers and see. This will sound familiar to you. Every month since President Obama has signed into law the Wall Street Reform Bill, our economy has created private sector jobs every single month. And we have seen the growth in the stock market be rather dramatic over that time period. So it is clear that we can effectively regulate financial institutions to protect taxpayers without stifling economic innovation and economic growth. We can do both. We have to be smart about it. But again, I think the results over the last 5 years speak for themselves, and I think they speak loud and clear.
Just the last quick one on tomorrow's festivities.
Okay.
I think I was kind of interested in the idea of having both a biolab with China and a trilab with South Korea and Japan. And obviously we've seen a warming of relations between South Korea and Japan, and one that the U.S. has invested in and tried to bring about.
Yeah.
But I'm wondering if that sparked any renewed concern among China that they've either expressed to you directly, or that you've seen sort of motivated some of their actions in the region, and whether or how the U.S. kind of considers that balance going forward.
Well, just in the United States has invested quite a bit of time and diplomatic energy into encouraging and promoting the reconciliation between two of our closest allies in the Asia-Pacific region, South Korea and Japan. And we have welcomed the steps they have taken over the course of the last year or so to strengthen the relations between those two countries. The interests of the United States are enhanced when two of our closest allies can coordinate effectively together. So we obviously have welcomed those developments, and that will certainly be the subject of some discussion when the three leaders have an opportunity to meet in Washington tomorrow. As it relates to China, one thing that we've been quite clear about is we understand that even our close allies are going to have their own independent relationship with China. Nothing wrong with that. In fact, I think you could make a strong case that the right kind of relationship building between China and some of our allies can actually be good for our interests. In the same way that the ability of China and the United States to work together can have a positive impact on South Korea and Japan. The most obvious example of this is in our dealings with North Korea. It is only because the United States and China have been able to effectively work together that the United Nations imposed the toughest sanctions that have been imposed on North Korea. That will pressure the North Korean regime and isolate the North Korean regime over their nuclear weapons program in a way that has positive benefits for our allies, South Korea and Japan. So there's nothing inherent in the strength of our alliance with those two countries that should affect our ability to work effectively with the Chinese to promote the interests of all of our countries. Okay. Mark.
Josh, a number of the commutation recipients had gun possession charges on their record. Was that not troubling to the president in search of nonviolent offenders?
Well, Mark, the president and his team review individual cases individually. And so they're looking at these individual cases to determine how appropriate it is to offer them some clemency. What's important about these cases is that many of them are low-level drug offenders, and many of them, had they been sentenced under the rules that are in place today, would have already served out their sentence. And that's what made them particularly strong candidates to receive this kind of clemency from the Commander-in-Chief. Okay.
On the fight against ISIS, in the aftermath of the bombings in Brussels, has anybody raised the idea of an article of it triggering Article 5 in the NATO Charter?
That's a good question. No one has raised it with me, at least. And I think at least part of the reason for that is that there's no denying that the United States of America stands squarely with our allies in Belgium as they confront this threat. And we do that rhetorically in comments you've seen from the President of the United States, but we also do that as a real practical matter as well. That there's expertise when it comes to our law enforcement, when it comes to our intelligence community, and when it comes to other national security assets that we can offer to the Belgians as they try to protect their country and stem this extremist threat inside their borders. So I haven't heard a discussion about this, but I don't know, frankly, how it would impact the way in which we have offered our assistance to our allies in Belgium as they confront this threat.
Might not it require all NATO nations to step up the fight against ISIS?
Well, we obviously have been...
An attack on one is an attack on all.
Yeah. But look, we have been pleased with the kind of response that we've seen from our European allies and the contributions that they've made to our counter-ISIL coalition. In certain cases, we believe that there is certainly more that they could do. One example that we frequently cite that remains true today is we believe that our European allies could more effectively share intelligence with one another and with the United States in a way that would enhance the security of all our citizens. And we continue to make that case. I don't know whether or not invoking Article 5 of the NATO Charter would enhance that or not, but we continue to make that case, and I think I don't think it is an overstatement to suggest that, particularly right now, this is a case that we're making through law enforcement national security channels with our European allies every single day. And we're going to continue to make that case because, again, we believe that it would be valuable in enhancing the national security of our allies that are under a lot of pressure right now. But we also believe it would be helpful in strengthening the national security of the United States.
One last item. At the prayer breakfast, President Obama said that once he leaves office, he's looking forward to 3 or 4 months of sleep. Is he sleep deprived? Does he not sleep late some days?
Well, I don't know the answer to that. Presumably he does. Maybe on the weekends.
We can ask him Friday.
Yeah, I guess that if you choose to ask. Look, I think the president's just making reference to the fact that after serving as president for 8 years, that anybody would be due a little R&R.
He didn't say R&R, he said sleep.
Well, I think that those two things aren't inconsistent. And look, I think the president is prepared to spend the next 9 months losing a little sleep as he thinks through how he can maximize the opportunity that he has left while he remains in office.
Thanks.
Okay. Chingy.
Josh, regarding the bilateral meeting between President Obama and President Xi, we know the nuclear cooperation will be the major topic there. And other than that, what are those major issues in your mind will be at the top of the agenda?
Well, that's a good question, Chingy. There obviously are a wide range of issues that the United States and China are able to effectively coordinate on. The best example of that recently is that, our efforts to work together to isolate and apply further pressure on the North Korean regime for their destabilizing activities on the Korean Peninsula. But there are other areas where the United States and China through their coordination, can make progress for both of our countries. I'm confident that there will be a discussion about the global economic climate. Obviously, this is an issue that's gotten a lot of attention in China, and that has consequences for the U.S. economy, and so I would anticipate that there will be a discussion of that. Cybersecurity is an issue that often comes up between the United States and China. We were pleased with the progress that we were able to make in those discussions when President Xi visited the White House last fall, and I'm confident that, that there'll be an additional discussion of that. As we say, the President often, regularly, brings up the issue of human rights, and I would anticipate that he'll bring up that issue once again in his conversation with President Xi. Once that meeting has concluded, we'll try to get you a more detailed readout of the agenda that they followed, and try to give you some better insight into exactly what was accomplished in that conversation. I can tell you that that President Obama looks forward to every opportunity that he has to sit down with President Xi. He obviously respects President Xi and is appreciative of those areas where they have been able to effectively coordinate to advance the interests of citizens where they have been able to advance the interests of both our country's citizens.
We know this will be the 8th meeting actually between the two leaders since 2013.